Hello and welcome back everyone, we Weeb Online, and today I'm gonna continue the story What If Madara Was Sealed Inside Naruto Part 10. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a big thumbs up, and to watch more videos like this, subscribe to my channel and turn that bell notification on so you never miss an upload. Now wasting no more time, let's begin.
Morning in the forest in Naruto's head felt as though he had just been flung against a tree when he eventually started to wake up. He became aware of how plausible that might have been as the recent memories of their altercation with Orochimaru started to flood his mind. His eyes opened with a start, and he sat up rapidly, taking in his surroundings as fast as he could. He yelled, "Sasuke, Hinata!" in a desperate attempt to learn whether his comrades had made it through the fight. What had taken place? Shish. His gaze jerked forward to Hinata, who had dashed through the cave's entrance where they were now. A moaning sound caused him to turn his head once more, and he noticed Sasuke lying beside him on the ground. Fortunately, his teammates are still alive. He said, "Hinata-chan, what happened?" as his lone surviving teammate hurried over to him. "Where's Orochimaru?" and Hinata signaled for Naruto to stop talking by raising her hand to her face in a desperate hurry. Veins sticking out of her face indicated that her visual jutsu was engaged as she knelt beside him and gave him a worried and concerned look. Her eyes darted back and forth as she frantically whispered, "Quiet, Naruto-kun," as she saw the invisible. "We're surrounded. 3 ninja have found our location and are setting up some sort of trap outside of the cave. They're about 20 meters outside of the entrance in the surrounding trees." As another shock of pain pounded like a hammer through Naruto's head, his eyes widened and he forced himself not to groan aloud. He had just awoken from Orochimaru's attack, and now they were going to engage in combat once more? Hinata's eyes had momentarily returned to normal as he turned back to face his friend, who was watching with increasing anxiety. She whispered once more, "What should we do, Naruto-kun? Thank goodness you just woke up, but Sasuke-kun has been unconscious since last evening." Sighing, Naruto tried to gather his thoughts. Hinata was counting on him to make a cool-headed choice. This was no time to be weak or lose it. He tried to think of anything that came to mind, any strategy that might help him and his teammates escape, while closing his eyes. They couldn't escape every issue, though, so this test was more than just a survival exercise. They would fail this test if they did not obtain the scroll of another team. However, given their current state, a plan started to take shape after some contemplation. He opened his eyes, still closed, and saw Hinata mouth, "Yes," and nod. "Hinata-chan, you said there were 3 ninja outside, correct?" he asked. In an attempt to determine what might work best, he muttered, "Are they grouped together, or spread apart?" Hinata responded, "They just grouped together," after pausing to reactivate her Byakugan. "They were circling us moments ago, but now they're directly 20 meters in front of the entrance to this cave, up in the trees." With a nod, Naruto raised his cross-hand seal and silently called forth 3 shadow clones to stand next to them. With their own hand seals, 2 of the clones changed into Hinata and Sasuke, exactly like the real Genin team. That means they're probably formulating a plan now too, after checking for traps or setting up their own. They then took out their own kunai and wrapped the hilts with paper bombs. Naruto nodded to his clones and thought, there's no better time to attack them than before they have a plan set up, before they cautiously made their way toward the cave's entrance. "We'll use my clones here, and rush our opponents. Best outcome: we catch them off guard and take them all out. Worst outcome: well, there's several, but if it turns out the 3 ninja are really strong, then I can have them chase my clones as they run away, while we escape. Either way, we'll disrupt any plans they might have made and my clones will be able to pass on some critical information to me. Any better ideas, Hinata-chan?" She shook her head, a hint of relief now visible on her face as he looked up at her. He made an effort to smile at her. "Don't worry, Hinata-chan, we'll be alright. If we can survive Orochimaru, we can survive just about anything this forest can throw at us. Keep your eyes on them and let me know what's going on." With more veins emerging as she focused her all-seeing vision, she nodded at him. The 3 shadow clones, who appeared to be his own team, rose and fled the cave with his own gesture. "Let's get started." After a few silent moments, Naruto raised another cross-hand seal, calling 2 more clones to crouch beside Sasuke. In this manner, they could flee as soon as possible in the event that the attacking clones disclosed that their adversary was someone similar to Kimimaro and... Boom! A loud explosion sounded outside the cave, and then another one, interrupting his thoughts. Memories rushed into Naruto's mind, causing him to gasp. He yelled to Hinata, I think we got them. Over the deafening growl of the residual explosion, he made a hasty attempt to organize and describe his recollections. One clone threw an exploding kunai at the group before they could react. One enemy didn't move at all and was blown up, but the other two jumped away. They split up. Two clones charged the closest one and managed to hold him down and detonate the second kunai. What do you see, Hinata? As Hinata pushed chakra and forced her vision to see through the debris and chakra explosions, her eyes darted once more. With her face twisted in focus, she began, "Your last clone is using taijutsu to fight the remaining ninja. The other ninjas seem to be out cold." Naruto couldn't suppress a smile. It appears that they finally found some luck after a long period of training and combat with his teammates, facing their Jonin sensei and adversaries like Zabuza, Haku, and Orochimaru. Had his clones really been able to surprise them, it was a sign that these ninjas were weak. Naruto yelled, "I'm going after him," before hurriedly getting up and running to the door. He heard Hinata getting up to follow him, so he turned his head. "Stay back and watch Sasuke with the clone, I should be able to." Hinata yelled back, "No way," and startled him with how definitive her tone was. "I'm not letting you go into danger alone, Naruto-kun. We fight as a team, remember?" As Hinata caught up to him and rushed out the cave's entrance, Naruto's eyebrows remained raised. What had happened to her? She seemed adamant about remaining with him, but he simply reasoned that it might be best to leave someone more capable than his clones to look after Sasuke. With a shrug, he leapt from the forest floor into the trees and made his way toward Hinata and the kunai that were clashing. Boom! By the time of the explosion, Naruto and Hinata had finally reached the scene, and the memories of the brief battle were ingrained in Naruto's mind. Naruto was able to determine the outcome of the battle without even using his newly acquired memories by the time the smoke had cleared. Covered in gashes, the enemy ninja, a shinobi of the mist based on his headband, was now drawing a kunai that was lodged in his shoulder. Using his chakra-enhanced speed, Naruto accelerated until he was standing above the ninja on the forest floor. After drawing his own kunai, he knelt down until the ninja's throat was pressed by the metal of his blade. Naruto used his Sharingan to force chakra into his eyes until they spun and turned crimson. "Hand over your scroll," he demanded, "or die." The mist shinobi groaned in agony as he dropped his hand from the kunai in his shoulder and looked up in evident fear. My teammate, he has it in his side pouch." He grunted, clearly in pain from the situation. Naruto looked at Hinata, who nodded and leapt from where she was to locate the disputed scroll. The trembling genin below him had dropped his head, and he looked back at him. He finally said in a strained voice, "How did you notice our presence? We tailed you after your teammate carried you both into the cave, making sure we were silent the entire time. And we concealed our location with genjutsu. It doesn't make." Naruto interrupted, pointing to his own red iris with his free hand. "Genjutsu is pointless against our eyes," he said. "Haven't you heard about our village's ocular bloodline limits? Hinata could see you from inside the cave and my Sharingan can see through your genjutsu traps." Hinata stood watch over the weary ninja for about a minute before she eventually made her way back to the area, panting a little but smiling slightly as she held out her hand. He narrowed his eyes at the scroll, a scroll of heaven, that she was holding. They succeeded. After a while, Naruto turned back to his captive and hid his excitement. "I'm glad you didn't lie to us," he said. "I wouldn't have let you off so easily. Look up here for a second, will you? Let me show my own genjutsu." Naruto cast the Sharingan genjutsu, the Uchiha clan's signature jutsu, after the mist shinobi obediently pushed a lot of chakra into his Sharingan. Given how feeble the genin in front of him was, the mist ninja had no chance of fending it off. Naruto's prisoner collapsed to the ground, unconscious, in a split second. Naruto sighed, pushed himself off the ground, and got up to approach Hinata so she could examine the scroll. He shook his head in shock and said, "It's a heaven scroll, all right," catching Hinata's smile and grinning back. "I can't believe we finally caught a break, but hell if we don't deserve it after being toyed with by a rogue Sannin." Hinata attempted to offer Naruto the scroll, but he shook his head. He clarified, "You should hold on to it," as they started to return to the cave. "We wouldn't want to lose both scrolls if I was ambushed or something. Let's get back to Sasuke. If we hurry, we might actually be able to make it to the tower by nightfall and avoid any other disasters." Dusk. Naruto had a simple yet elegant plan. Naruto had used roughly half of his remaining chakra to use the mass shadow clone jutsu, creating about 100 weak shadow clones, as soon as they had gathered Sasuke in the cave, being carried by 2 clones. Since they were only decoys, he wasted no time in strengthening each one with more chakra. Similar to his previous scheme, 1/3 of the clones changed their appearance to resemble Sasuke, and another third changed their appearance to resemble Hinata. He waved his hand, and the clones formed 3 groups and scattered in all directions. In the middle of the forest, a small part of his force headed directly for the tower, where they could alert him to any potential dangers. With the intention of making the enemy ninjas waste their time pursuing or combating them, the main bulk set off in that general direction. Either way, the clones could potentially take on weaker genin teams and steal a scroll. Then, they could hide or destroy the scroll to make it harder for stronger teams to pass the test. Using a map and compass, Hinata's Byakugan traveled for several hours before spotting the tower miles away. Although there were no traps on the route to the tower, Naruto's plan had so far been successful. However, a weak genin team had apparently chosen to run directly to the tower and set up a trap, which the clones were able to capture and defeat. The path was clear by the time Team 7 reached the tower, but the clones had failed to defeat the team. Sasuke was still being carried by 2 of Naruto's clones as they made a last push and ran to the open front doors of the tower. Team 7 managed to enter the tower before nightfall, with the sun just beginning to set on the far horizon and the last rays of light obscured by the dense forest trees. Sasuke, who had apparently just woken up and was standing partially by himself, was still being supported by his clones in the main hall of the entrance, where Naruto and Hinata stood, both of them gasping for air. As his Uchiha brother sat on the floor and shied away from the clones, Naruto exclaimed, "Sasuke, glad of you to join us. We made it to the tower while you were busy napping." With a moan, Sasuke rubbed his head, attempting to take in his surroundings. Finally he said, "Where are we? And what happened to Orochimaru?" Sasuke grunted in agony and clutched the area of his neck where the Sannin had bitten him. In an attempt to console him, Hinata knelt down and inquired about his health, but Naruto scowled and took the 2 scrolls out of his pouch. Naruto said, "Orochimaru is gone for now," as he approached his friends and knelt beside them. For emphasis, he waved the scrolls at them. "But let's not forget about the purpose of this test. We have the scrolls now, and we made it to the tower, but we can't be sure if the test is finished or not. The proctor told us to open the scrolls once we made it here. For all we know, there could be a final challenge that comes with these scrolls. I say we open them now, finish this damn test and try and get medical aid for Sasuke as soon as possible. I'm sure the higher-ups would also be interested in learning about the appearance of Orochimaru." He was looked up to by both Sasuke and Hinata, who nodded solemnly. They needed to complete this test as quickly as possible, but they weren't quite in the same fighting shape as Sasuke. With a smile, Naruto threw one of the scrolls to Hinata. "Alright Hinata-chan, are you ready? Let's open it on 3. Both Hinata and Naruto nodded in agreement, set the scrolls down on the floor, and placed their thumbs on the loose end in preparation for opening them. 1, 2, 3. Poof. The 3 genin were momentarily blinded by the massive cloud of smoke that burst from the scrolls. Naruto briefly wondered if they had all simply perished in an explosion, but as the smoke kept flying and dispersing all around him, he realized that he was still alive and, fortunately, unharmed. In any event, he heard something land in front of him and, as a precaution, he drew a kunai. A figure appeared in front of them as the smoke started to clear in a matter of seconds. Soon after the smoke completely dissipated, it became evident that the individual was none other than their Jonin sensei, Kakashi Hatake. "Yo," he said nonchalantly, waving his hand. "Congrats, you 3 passed the test." For a few moments, there was silence as Naruto, Hinata, and Sasuke looked up at their sensei incredulously. For an instant, they felt a great sense of relief upon seeing Kakashi, as if everything had finally come to an end and everything would be fine. With a cocked head, Kakashi sensed something was wrong. He said, I expected more of an excited reaction, his face concealed by the mask he wore all the time. "Are you guys alright? Did something?" When Hinata finally uttered the words, "Kakashi-sensei," Naruto shook his head in embarrassment at his own silence. "Sasuke needs help." Orochimaru appeared in the forest and placed some sort of seal on him. "Look at his neck." For a brief moment, Naruto saw their sensei laugh, obviously not understanding or accepting what Hinata had just said. However, as he moved in front of Sasuke to examine his neck, his face lost the laid-back air after his gaze swept across each of their faces and saw their intense seriousness. Kakashi looked at the odd seal on Sasuke's neck for a moment before taking a radio out of his back pocket. "Headquarters, This is Konoha 7. Code Black. I repeat, Code Black. How copy? Over. The familiar voice of the female proctor who was in charge of this section of the test reverberated through his radio after a brief period of silence and static. Her response, Konoha 7, this is headquarters, good copy, caused their sensei to exhale in relief. What the hell is going on down there? We just saw your team walk in. Do they know what happened to the missing gate guard? Over. We may have found the first clue, Anko. Orochimaru has appeared in the forest and attacked my team. I repeat, Orochimaru has appeared in the forest. He placed his signature curse seal on Sasuke Uchiha. The bite marks are still present. Alert the Hokage immediately. Over. Turning to the three genin, Kakashi's expression was more solemn than they had ever seen him before. The real Jonin swiftly flew through multiple hand seals, and a shadow clone of himself materialized beside him with a swift hand seal. Sasuke abruptly collapsed on the ground beside them, unconscious, with a startling thud that was obviously caused by Kakashi's jutsu. He explained, Orochimaru's curse seal can turn people into literal monsters, before Hinata and Naruto could question him about his recent actions. You're lucky it hasn't taken over your teammate already. I'm going to take him to the medical wing of the tower immediately and do my best to seal the curse away. He turned to them after stooping to pick up the unconscious Sasuke. Tell my clone everything you know, Naruto, Hinata. I don't know what happened yet, but thank goodness you're all alive. Afterwards, once they had informed Kakashi's clone of everything that had transpired, the clone had scattered to inform the original. Just before disappearing, the clone had said, go down the main hall and look for a Chunin proctor. They will show you where your rooms are. Good work out there, Naruto and Hinata. I'm really proud of you too. You've earned some rest. For a brief moment, the two genin moved silently through the foyer, toward the big doors that must have led to the middle of the tower. Fortunately, a Chunin, who appeared nearly as worn out as Naruto, left the room before shutting the doors. Naruto yelled, excuse me, just before the Chunin started to leave. The man, who appeared to be around Iruka-sensei's age, turned to them, his face displaying signs of weariness and bewilderment. Are we supposed to go in there? We just arrived, we don't really know where we are supposed to go now. The Chunin shifted his gaze between the two. Congrats on making it through the second test, but where's your Jonin team leader? He's, healing our other teammate, it was urgent. With a nod, the Chunin motioned for them to follow him down a side corridor. Hinata and Naruto jogged over to follow him. That main room is where they usually announce the results of the third exam, you know, the one-on-one fighting and all that. Both of them gave a nod. All throughout the great ninja villages, the Chunin exams were a major event that took place multiple times a year. Naruto recalled that Shisui had wanted to watch the finals with him, but Naruto persuaded his older brother to train with him instead. This was the last time they were in Konoha. As they walked, the Chunin went on to explain, anyway, it's being used as a makeshift tactical operations center right now. I'm sure you haven't heard of this yet, but I'll let you know since you're Konoha ninja. One of our proctors went missing after the start of this test. He led in one of the Akatsuki teams. That team actually showed up here already, if you would believe it. I mean, you guys are really early too. It's only the third day. But this Akatsuki team showed up in the first night. It's like they just ran straight to the tower. No one's arrived that fast before. At last, they came to a stop in front of a door in the hallway. Team 7 feet was written on a small piece of paper that was pinned next to the door, which the Chunin removed and put back. There, he said, turning back to Hinata and Naruto. I'm sorry I can't stay and chat, but we're incredibly busy trying to figure out what's going on with the missing proctor. This room was vacant, so your team will remain here for the next few days until the second test is over. You can go wherever you want in the tower. Just stay out of that main room I was talking about. Oh, and since your sensei probably didn't have time to explain the rules, I'll give you a short version. No fighting and no leaving the tower. There's a chow hall on the second floor. The Chunin then turned around and headed back down the corridor to their starting point. Though he and Hinata could go exploring alone, Naruto considered calling out to him to ask where the showers were. He let out a sigh, pushed the door open, and entered while pressing the sidelight switch. He whispered, well, we finally made it, as Hinata entered beside him and the door shut. Other than 3 sleeping mats rolled up against the wall and an air vent, the room was nearly empty. Looks like we get the crappy rooms, but at least it's inside and has air conditioning. Hinata, who hadn't said much since they entered the tower, turned to face him. His smile was a little sly, but he asked, you want to go look for the showers? The Jonins have to stay out here for more than a month when they take their exams, so there's no way they don't have showers somewhere. Hinata looked away from him and avoided making eye contact as she nodded. He couldn't resist letting out another sigh as thoughts of his brother Sasuke crossed his mind. He confidently said, "Sasuke's going to be alright, Hinata-chan," his smile barely reaching his weary eyes. Making sure to look her in the eye, he placed his hand on her shoulder. "Kakashi will take care of things. Remember what he said, we've earned some rest. Now let's go look for a shower and finally get some sleep." Afterwards the pair quickly located the showers on a different floor. After taking out individual ceiling scrolls containing fresh outfits, Naruto and Hinata separated to take showers in the various sections. There was only one shower room, which was unfortunate, but at least there was some privacy because each shower head was in its own enclosed space. While Hinata was still going strong, Naruto emerged from the showers wearing a fresh t-shirt, sweatpants, and shower shoes. Knowing her, she would likely take at least another 10 minutes to finish. After all, they had been in the woods for a while, and she had a lot of hair. He called back inside to inform her of his whereabouts. "I'll be waiting outside," he said. The only answer he heard was a muffled, high-pitched sound, which made him smile a little as he shut the door. He let out a little sigh and proceeded down the corridor in the direction of a waiting area they had passed while looking for the showers. This time, however, he noticed someone else seated on one of the couches rather than it being empty. When Naruto saw the familiar appearance of the man seated, he instantly tensed up. There was no question that this man was an AIM ninja and not an Akatsuki from Kimimaro's squad. The man wore purple shorts in place of his typical pants and a plain black shirt with a single red cloud on the chest. One of this ninja's legs was metallic below the knee, which may have been more noticeable than his dark crimson hair. This was a man he had known before the first test begins, with Gaara. The AIM ninja announced, "Ah, looks like another team finally came in," and put down the book he was reading. "And the Konoha Jinchuriki no less. You must be strong." One of the guidelines that the Chunin proctor had previously mentioned, no fighting, came back to Naruto. He tried to relax by moving to the sitting area and sitting on one of the couches across from the Akatsuki, despite his tense state. After all, he should be safe here, no fighting. His voice was calmer and more cool than he truly felt. "I prefer to go by Naruto, actually," he replied. He was still very tired from their amazing battle with Orochimaru, which they barely survived, and the days they had spent in the forest. "Naruto of the Uchiha clan." The man asked, "Naruto, is it?" Without the venom in his voice that Naruto had recalled from their first meeting. If the Chunin proctor had been telling the truth and his AIM team had come here as quickly as they did, this guy was obviously very strong, even though he appeared to be about Naruto's age. "I'm Masahiro. Masahiro of the Red Sand." They were silent for a few moments, and Naruto contemplated whether he ought to question Masahiro about Akatsuki. He was skeptical that Masahiro would divulge some highly sought-after information about the dubious organization, given how cautious Kimimaro had been. The obvious connection suddenly occurred to me. Naruto said, "Hey, being in Akatsuki and all," following a pause. "You wouldn't happen to know why Orochimaru is a part of your organization, would you?" Masahiro, on the other hand, hardly batted an eye and resumed reading. "I'm sure you're well aware, Naruto-san, that the members of Akatsuki would never reveal the full strength of our force, or our various personnel." Leaning forward, Naruto tried his best to watch for his next move. I see. Well, would you happen to know why Orochimaru, dressed in Akatsuki's robes, attacked my team the other day in the forest?" Masahiro tensed up visibly this time, even letting the book slip from his grasp. Perhaps a fitting reaction to such a revelation, he asked incredulously, You were attacked by Orochimaru?" "Yes," Naruto responded, "and like I said, he was wearing Akatsuki robes. So, you can drop all this pretense that you have no idea that he's in your organization. Our proctors are reporting to the Hokage as we speak, about Orochimaru's appearance. I was just curious to see if you knew anything about this." Masahiro leaned back in the sofa and glared down at Naruto as his face darkened into a frown. For a brief moment, Naruto worried that the AIM ninja might attack. Fortunately, he just carried on the conversation in his calm way. Orochimaru interfering in the Chunin exams and attacking a team would be like an act of war, strictly against the Amikage's will, Masahiro ultimately stated. "Our organization would have nothing to do with that, I assure you." He's actually telling the truth. Naruto heard Madara's voice inside his head for the first time since Jiraiya had put an extra seal on him while he was in the hospital. Now that Madara had just said something, he instantly pieced together the rest of his hazy memories of Orochimaru attacking him with some kind of weird sealing jutsu. Something had happened to the seal of the fourth and Jiraiya. Oh, don't worry young boy, the Nine Tails and I are sealed away in here, just like always. What Orochimaru did to you in the forest only released the effects of Jiraiya's seal on you. I can communicate with you now, just like before. Too mentally worn out to worry about the consequences of Madara being able to communicate with him once more, Naruto reflected, well, how do you know he's telling the truth? The snake Sanin and I had a little chat before he knocked you unconscious. He was able to enter your subconscious and speak to me. You would have been here for that, were the Kyuubi's chakra not clouding your mind. He'd thought of Orochimaru and talked to Madara. Well, what did you two talk about? He insisted, eliciting a slow laugh from the other person. Oh, don't worry Naruto. I will tell you all about that later. Just remember, I will never lie to you. You can always trust my insight, despite what Jiraiya or anyone else would have you believe. It is Konoha who will betray you, child, not me. After that, Naruto sensed Madara gradually fading from his thoughts. The Akatsuki had no intention of attacking Konoha if Madara's claim was accurate. Madara had never lied to him before in his life, but more than that, he had always ended up telling Naruto more than he needed to know. For example, when he told him how Itachi killed the Uchiha, Shisui gave up his eyes. Until he had a stronger reason not to, he would continue to trust Madara. He didn't believe that the village would turn on him, as Madara frequently claimed, but ultimately, the village and the Hokage were the ones who kept secrets from him, such as the Uchiha massacre or the Kyuubi that was inside of him. His gaze returned to the red-haired ninja who was lounging in front of him. He could see Masahiro was still tense, perhaps unsure whether to attack him. Naruto said, I believe you, which made Masahiro visibly calm down. If Orochimaru has truly gone rogue, what will Akatsuki do about it? How can you harbor and train someone like Orochimaru and not be responsible for his actions? Masahiro folded his arms and raised his right hand, which bore the readable kanji for 4, in an odd ring. Surprisingly, Masahiro gave Naruto more details when he said, special rings made by the Amekage himself are given to certain leadership in Akatsuki. They allow the Amekage to do a number of things, such as communicate across the globe with the wearer. A lesser-known feature of the rings is that the Amekage can immediately kill the wearer with his own jutsu. Naruto opened his eyes. What, did you say kill the wearer? Why would anyone agree to wear a ring like that? And when you say leadership, you mean the Akatsuki commanders, don't you? Does that mean you're one? As he continued to glare at him, Masahiro lowered his hand, presumably wondering how he was so knowledgeable about the covert group. Fortunately for Naruto, during their mission in the Land of Waves, Kimimaro had agreed to give him some information. I am not a commander. At that, Naruto sighed with relief. Kimimaro was stronger than this guy, so Naruto probably wouldn't have to face another strong Akatsuki commander in this pointless Chunin exam. The ring they had been discussing was indicated by Naruto, who said, well, I know there are at least 6 of you. Your ring is labeled with 4, and Orochimaru's outfit had the kanji for 6 on it. I saw Kimimaro wearing a ring with 2, and my Jonin-sensei told me that another Akatsuki appeared on our mission to kill a rogue mist ninja. His kanji was 3. That makes me think that you're all labeled with numbers, and there are at least 6 of you. Masahiro grinned and whistled at him. Wow, I'm impressed you figured out as much. I had heard from my own commander that Kimimaro-sama had been reprimanded by the Amekage for being so friendly with outsiders. It must have been you he was talking about. Still curious, Naruto repeated, so why would the commanders wear rings that could instantly kill them? Finally, the response was, checks and balances of the Akatsuki. He would never kill the commanders unless they disobeyed his orders, which is a good measure of assurance for all the members not to break the rules. The commanders are essential to the Amekage's ability to manage his organization and contribute to our power. Additionally, the commanders can use their own jutsu to kill the Amekage through the ring if they gather in a sizable majority. As a result, they agree to remain in such a strong organization because they can band together and kill the Amekage without resorting to violence if they discover he is only deceiving or exploiting them. The Amekage needs all of the commanders alive to carry out his mission, but if any of them disobey or threaten the organization or the other members, the Amekage would kill them. However, if the Amekage turns into a tyrant, the other commanders could band together and kill him too, but the obvious question would still remain unanswered. Naruto considered this new realization himself. Before betraying the organization, why wouldn't the commander simply remove the ring? At last, Naruto inquired. Masahiro nodded, presumably anticipating that he would come to that conclusion. Death is the punishment for taking off the Akatsuki ring for a while. Being killed by the Amekichi himself. Naruto-kun. Naruto was so engrossed in the conversation that he had not heard Hinata approach from behind the sofa he was sitting on. He turned to face her, ready to explain what he had just learned from Masahiro, but his first words were cut short when he saw her. Hinata had just stepped out of the shower, and her dark hair was wet and lying down straight, unlike the previous week when it had been up in a tight bun to keep out of the way during the Chunin exams. His gaze dipped down to her feminine shirt and shorts, then returned to her face and pearly eyes, which were now free of dirt and mud. After staring at her for a few seconds, Hinata finally flushed and looked away, and Naruto snapped out of his reverie with a laugh and a wave. "Hinata-chan, hurry!" He patted the seat next to him and softly called her, saying, "I was just speaking with Masahiro. He is a member of the opposing squad that Akatsuki brought, not Kimimaro's squad." Naruto smiled even more when Hinata shuffled nervously around the couch and sat down beside him. "Hey, Hinata-chan. You smell pretty good." When she sat next to him, he instantly noticed the potent scent of lilac filling his nostrils and laughed. Well, I just showered, Naruto-kun," Hinata said, turning away from him once more as her face began to flush and she nervously brushed some hair out of her face. "However, I'm happy that you think I smell good." "Well, you two sure are cute together," he said, with an inquisitive smug smile on his face, as a sharp laugh brought him back to the red-haired teen seated across from him. "A couple?" When Naruto smiled and put his arm around Hinata, she gave a barely audible gasp. "Yeah, maybe we are. But don't try to weasel your way out of this conversation," he replied, keeping his gaze on Masahiro. "When I claimed that Orochimaru had attacked us in the forest, I wasn't lying. Furthermore, I can't recall ever seeing him with a ring on his finger. Does he actually defect, based on that?" Masahiro's expression lost all playfulness, and Naruto couldn't help but admire the metallic leg's shiny gleam, its cogs visible but silent, spinning slowly but precisely as Masahiro adjusted his weight. After a while, Masahiro sighed and leaned back, saying, "I'm not sure what's going to happen. No one in Orochimaru's rank has ever betrayed the organization. However, the Amikage's decision is final if he has." Realizing that he probably wouldn't get much more information out of the ninja, Naruto sighed to himself when Masahiro went silent again. He immediately recalled that he had put his arm around Hinata, and he glanced over at her with a little uneasiness, noting that her face had finished changing from pale to pink, with a blush covering the majority of it. "Hey, Hinata-chan. How are you? You feel really warm, and your face is really flushed," he whispered to her, leaning close to avoid Masahiro hearing. "Have you been in the shower for too long again?" She leaned slightly away, unable to look him in the eye, and muttered something about his arm. Naruto laughed in embarrassment when he remembered that he had left his arm around her from his previous stunt. "Whoops, sorry," he said, laughing awkwardly and scratching the back of his head. "So, does that mean we're not dating?" With an audible clank of his metallic foot hitting the floor, Masahiro rose from his seat before he could hear her reply. "Well, I'm heading off to bed," he said, his book snapping shut and being placed in a side pocket of his shorts. "Hopefully, my subordinates are done arguing at this point." He turned around and faced Naruto directly before leaving the earshot. "Congratulations of surviving Orochimaru," he said without a hint of humor. "You must be far stronger than I imagined. The prospect of facing you in the last round excites me." "It wasn't just me who fought off that freaky snake Sanin," Naruto replied with a smile and a head gesture toward his teammate. "With Hinata-chan and Sasuke, I wouldn't be alive. Believe it or not, you'll need to watch out for all three of us." As he turned around and left the resting area, Masahiro actually smiled for a moment before his usual stoic expression returned. Naruto sighed as he left, feeling his own exhaustion take over. Finally clean after a mentally taxing first exam and having to stay up for almost the entire last 2 days, he was ready to die. He turned to his friend and patted her on the shoulder because she was still not looking at him. "Come on, let's go back to our room and rest, Hinata-chan. I hope Sasuke will be fixed up when we wake up." In other parts of the forest, well, that about rounds it up. Kimimaro smiled as he flipped the newly won scroll in his hands, catching it and putting it in his side pouch. Giant skeletal arms that were visible purple chakra retreated into the ground all around them. His own bones, which protruded from his body in lethal spikes and gave him a monstrous appearance, gradually started to disappear into his own flesh. His normal Akatsuki robe reappeared before him with a snap of his fingers, and he twirled it on over himself. He was approached by his Lieutenant Commander Guran and their other partner, the constantly complaining Utakata. "Look at that. A heaven scroll! Exclaimed Utakata, feigning astonishment. He pointedly glanced at Guran, who was now releasing her tightly pulled blue hair following the battle, and said, if only some idiot hadn't lost our Earth Scroll, we'd be done with this stupid test already. A crystal grew out of her forearm as she spat on the ground beside her. Say that to my face, Bubble Boy, she demanded, acting as hostile as ever as she took a hostile step in his direction. The indolent Utakata surprised him by accepting the challenge. He raised his voice and said, sure thing, you blue-haired freak. I said that if you hadn't have gotten your butt whooped by a genin, then we would have all the scrolls we needed to reach the tower. But, as I recall, you did. Why you? Kimimaro intervened and wrapped his arms around both of them before they descended into their customary teasing or outright violence. He asked in a playful manner, come on now, can't we all just finally get along? We'll have that other scroll in no time. In fact, I say that we. When Kimimaro's ringed finger began to pulse with that familiar feeling, he stopped talking. A call. It was Lord Amikage calling. He removed his arms from both of his teammates and sat on the floor, removing all semblance of play from his face. Curious that Kimimaro had abruptly stopped talking, Guran finally said, wait, what's going on, Kimimaro-sama? What are you doing? With his eyes closed in focus, Kimimaro raised his hands in a chakra seal. I'm sorry guys, but the Amikage has called for an emergency meeting among the commanders. You'll have to watch over me while I focus. Yahiko, the land of rain. The ghosts of his commanders materialized in the 10 seats of his most crucial, yet smallest, meeting room, one by one. Being the only person physically present in the room besides himself, Conan was already seated in the chair nearest to him. Finally, Yahiko noticed the appearance of Kimimaro and Hidan. His commanders occupied every chair in the room, with the exception of one, in a matter of seconds. From the room came a familiar, agitated voice that demanded, what's the fucking deal here, sir? He turned his head and saw the ghostly image of Hidan, who had come in last, probably because of the distance between here and Konoha. Couldn't this have waited until our usual morning briefs? I'm trying to get a good night's sleep here, damn it. Yahiko would have taken their own life immediately if someone else had spoken to him in that manner. Though he had at least addressed him as, sir, he had long since come to the conclusion that Hidan would probably never alter his speech pattern. Aside from the formalities, it was also refreshing to have someone other than Conan who genuinely thought the same as him. Yahiko's low voice boomed through the room. This is an emergency, he said. Now that we are all present, I will begin. But before he could, there was another voice in the room. Sasori said in a slightly distorted voice, Lord Amikage, I'm sure you haven't forgotten about Orochimaru. Although Sasori appeared to be around 18, Yahiko was aware that he was a puppet. As usual, clever. When the other members saw that the 6th chair was empty, a few complaints broke out. His conjectures were halted by Yahiko's loud, authoritative voice before he could form them. Orochimaru, as of tonight, has officially defected from the Akatsuki. The room fell silent as the implication dawned on everyone. Orochimaru has taken off his commander's ring, and I am sure you all remember the consequences, Yahiko said. Had he been killed, I would still be able to track his presence and physical location. But as of yesterday, he has removed the ring from his person, without attempting to contact me for a reason why. This only confirms my previous suspicions. Orochimaru has betrayed us. Fuck. Every member remained silent except for Hidan's curse. Even though they didn't often interact on a daily basis and each had their own floor in the Akatsuki's main tower, they had actually gotten to know one another in some capacity over the previous few years. Nobody had guessed that anyone, aware of the repercussions, would betray the organization. Eventually, Yahiko broke the silence and added, I speculate this all has to do with Orochimaru's lingering hatred of Konoha. As I'm sure you're all well aware, Orochimaru had volunteered to select some of our own to compete in this ongoing Chunin exam. As a countermeasure, I have sent 2 commanders, Hidan and Kimimaro, to Konoha in order to both represent the Akatsuki and keep an eye out for Orochimaru. During these times of the exams, Konoha vastly increases their security and perimeter force. Knowing this, Orochimaru waited until the exams started to remove his ring. I won't be able to infiltrate Konoha now and retrieve him without the Leaf knowing and likely inadvertently starting a war. Another voice, this one from Kakuzu, said, so, what do we do now? And what does this mean for Akatsuki? Yahiko nodded solemnly. The next 6th commander will be chosen tomorrow, and I already know who might be the best candidate for the position. As for Orochimaru, I will not act hastily because my main objective is to take this country to even higher heights, and I'm concerned that he may have planned for me to go into Konoha to find him. I don't want to go to war with the great nations, not yet, and they're already looking for any excuse to unite and destroy the Akatsuki as it is. I'll wait instead. Don't go looking for Orochimaru yourself, Hidan. As the village leader, I will be invited to Konoha to attend once Kimimaro advances to the Chunin exam finals. I will then take advantage of that chance to track down Orochimaru and prosecute him.
Kimimaro. Yes, sir. Yahiko's piercing eyes shifted to his youngest commander's ghostly image. Orochimaru knows that if you make it into the finals, I will be invited into the village. That means that it is likely he will do everything in his power to prevent you from passing the second test. Be on your guard, and don't fight him directly. You might be able to keep up with him, but if he kills either of your teammates, you will be disqualified. Understood, sir. After giving a nod, Yahiko turned back to the group. I will have more information for you all tomorrow. Kimimaro, I won't summon you unless we discover something important. Continue with your test, and stay alive. Now, everyone is dismissed. The Death Forest. Kimimaro groaned as he opened his eyes in the forest and rose slowly, wiping the dirt from his body. Guran and Utakata, his teammates, were nearby. Their eager expressions made it clear to him that they were eager to hear what he had discovered.
Then Guran said, "Well, what's going on? What did the Amikage have to say? You weren't gone for more than a few minutes." With a sigh, Kimimaro scratched his head, reviewing all he had just discovered. He began by saying, "It was more of an announcement. The other commanders are going to meet with him formally tomorrow morning. He had bad news to share." He gave them both a serious look. Orochimaru has defected from the Akatsuki. At the same time, the eyes of his teammates widened. They both exclaimed, "What?" together. Kimimaro went on, "Orochimaru has betrayed us," his eyes now sad. "And that's not the worst of it. If Lord Amikage's suspicions are true, Orochimaru may have a great incentive to make sure that our team doesn't make it to the final round. I'm sure you both know, but if our team makes it to the finals, then the Amikage is allowed to come as an attendee. Now that Orochimaru has defected, the last thing he wants is our leader in the Leaf Village." Inquiring himself, Utakata questioned, "But why is Orochimaru still here? What are his motives? Does anyone know?" For a moment, Kimimaro studied his own ring, recalling the solemn vow he and the other commanders had made to never remove it. The leader believes that Orochimaru wishes to destroy Konoha. He used the Chunin exams as an excuse to enter the village under the guise of being one of the Sound's Jonin level sensei. He'll probably disqualify his own team, and then try an attack as to ensure the Amikage can't peacefully enter the village. I'm sure you know what this means. Guran's eyes grew wider still. You're telling me that there's a chance Orochimaru-sama is going to attack us during this test? Are you kidding me? Kimimaro gave a headshake. Unfortunately, I'm not. We need to get this last scroll, and get to the safety of the tower as soon as possible. Trying to think positively, Utakata said, "But you're just as strong as Orochimaru, right? And despite how much I fight with her, Guran and I are both lieutenant commanders. We could take him on in a fight, together, couldn't we?" Before he moved, Kimimaro cast a somber glance at his teammates. "Let's not find out." A few days later, Tower. The first time Naruto and Hinata had entered the tower was several days ago. To their relief, Kakashi announced that Sasuke was able to move around and would probably be able to make it to the final round, even though he had been under medical care the entire time. Aside from their daily trips to the summit of the tower to speak with Sasuke, the majority of the days had been rather dull and consisted of them chatting with people while exploring the tower. He was shocked to learn that 3 other Konoha teams, including 2 first-year rookies like himself, had made it successfully into the tower. He recalled that Sakura had been especially upset to learn that Sasuke was in the infirmary rather than with them. Kiba and Shino had been more focused on their battle with Orochimaru. Neji Hyuga and 2 other unknown individuals made up the other Konoha team that advanced. It seemed like years had passed since he last saw Neji, and he could still see the hatred in the Hyuga's pale eyes as he glared at him. As he set up his futon and prepared to go to sleep late that night, he couldn't help but observe that Hinata appeared to be more restless than before their previous meeting with her former clanmate. He sat on top of his futon, turned off the lights, and asked her, "You alright, Hinata-chan?" They could see each other perfectly because there was enough moonlight coming in through the window. "You seem tense. You know that we have a full month off before the finals start, right? They have to invite over the other cage and try and get as many people as possible to show up." Sighing, Hinata sat on top of her futon as well, keeping her knees firmly pressed to her chest.
They had the entire room to arrange their futons, but Naruto couldn't help but notice that they had placed them directly next to one another. After spending so much time camping outside, it's likely a result of habit.
She finally whispered back to him, "It's Neji," barely loud enough for him to hear. "I know he still hates me. And I know you've already talked with me about how what happened to his dad isn't my fault, but..."
Then she looked up in surprise as Naruto scooted closer to place a reassuring hand on her shoulder. He began, "Hinata-chan, we've been over this," wearing a stern expression. "It is the Hyuga clan that killed Neji's father. Not you, not me. If Neji can't get over that, then I'll just have to pound it into his skull during the finals." "But he's strong," she said without cracking a smile at grim jokes. "What if it's me? What if I have to fight him? I don't think I would stand a chance against his gentle fist, and I barely know any water-style jutsu, and I have no idea how I summoned my nature-type chakra from the fight with Orochimaru, and..." Naruto put a finger to her lips and whispered, "Shish," to calm her. Her agitated response made him smile. "Have confidence, Hinata-chan. You're strong. You're amazing. You just stood up against Orochimaru, and as far as I can remember, you're the only one who managed to land a hit on him. You have to believe in yourself." Not wanting to frighten her further, he scooted back a bit and lowered his hand. He couldn't help but stare in wonder at her beauty through the moonlight streaming into the room, especially when she was staring at him. Even now, her pearly eyes were still odd to look at, but they shone as brightly as the moon. She finally muttered, "I don't think I believe in myself," as she broke eye contact with him. I never really have. I've never wanted to be the strongest. I just wanted to stay by your side, Naruto-kun. To be a ninja with you." The sincerity of her words caused Naruto's chest to swell with a wide range of its own fluttering emotions. He hoped Hinata would simply see herself as strong and attractive as he did. She would never question herself again if he could just show her how he really saw her.
He calmly said, "I believe in you, Hinata-chan," turning back to face her. He spoke in a firm, determined tone. "And you should trust my judgment and believe in yourself. You and I are both ninja now, just like what we dreamed of when we were kids. You're by my side now, because of all of the hard work you've put in, all of the grueling training that we've done together. You're strong. You're resilient. You don't give up, even when fighting someone like Orochimaru. I just wish I could just show you how beautiful and amazing you are in my eyes." Fearing he had said something too embarrassing, Naruto slammed his mouth shut. Whoa, making Hinata think he was strange or overly friendly with her was the last thing he wanted to do at this point. The memory of the other day when he put his arm around her and she froze as if in pain was all he could think about. Perhaps he was fortunate that she didn't hear that last time. "Why, you think I'm beautiful?" As her eyes widened and her face colored as usual, Hinata whispered that back to him, barely audible. Yes, Naruto did find her attractive, but that wasn't really the point he was attempting to convey. He had truly gotten himself into a hole here. All he was trying to do was boost her self-esteem. He could pretend that the lovely part was a joke, but that would likely contradict a lot of what he had been attempting to say given that Hinata was a girl. However, telling her again. He halted his thought process and turned to face his best friend in the world, attempting to control his own agitated feelings. The most beautiful face he had ever seen was revealed when her dark hair was pulled back tightly into a ponytail for the evening. He even thought it was cute that her cheeks were glowing pink. He was now persuaded that lying was not an option by the intensity of the look she was giving him. "Of course I do, Hinata-chan," acknowledged Naruto in a moment of embarrassment. Not wanting to give her the wrong impression, he couldn't help but sigh. "You're my best friend. You're strong, and a competent ninja. But you're also a girl, and I think you're beautiful. I didn't mean anything weird by it." Since Naruto had already ruined his own speech that was meant to inspire confidence, he reasoned that the only thing that could make it worse was, wait, are those tears? Is Hinata crying at the moment? Feeling like a complete moron, he threw the sheets over his head and slammed himself into his futon in shame. If he were present, Sasuke would most likely be laughing at him at this very moment. "Thank you, Naruto-kun." The morning after. Bad news, Naruto. Naruto was shocked to discover that Kakashi had woken him up the very next morning, with a weary and grim expression on his face. The sight of Sasuke standing behind him, appearing even more worn out, was possibly even more unexpected than the appearance of his sensei. He looked back and forth between Kakashi and his friend and exclaimed, "Sasuke?" Incredulously. I thought you said Sasuke was in tough condition, and that he needed to rest before the finals." Kakashi expected Naruto to say this, so he nodded solemnly. I did, Naruto. But I was met with alarming news this morning by Anko. To sum it up, too many genin have passed the second test, and there is going to be a preliminary round before the finals in order to reduce the number of genin by half. That round is this morning. By this point, Hinata had finally left her own futon, which appeared awfully similar to Naruto's and Kakashi's own futon from the door. Fortunately, neither Sasuke nor Kakashi appeared to be interested in commenting on it because they were too busy with their current problem. As she approached Naruto's side, Hinata worriedly questioned, "We're going to have to fight today? Sasuke-kun, are you okay?" For his part, Sasuke smirked confidently at both of them. He said, "I feel weak, but I know I'll be fine. Kakashi helped seal this mark away before anything could happen to me. According to Anko, it's one of Orochimaru's curse marks that can fill me with an evil chakra. But now, hopefully, nothing bad should come of it." Naruto and Hinata hurriedly packed up their room and then went out together, following Kakashi and Sasuke into the hallway and toward the main room they had seen when they first entered the tower. As they made their way to the main fighting room of the tower, they encountered a number of other genin teams and Konoha proctors. Naruto's gaze swept the room, taking in every detail as they eventually entered through the large wooden doors. This room had a balcony area on the second floor on each side, and the ceiling was several stories above them. A small group of the other genin who had passed stood in the middle of the room, and right in front of them stood the Hokage, flanked by dozens of Jonin sensei. Kakashi told them, "Go fall into the formation of genin," and then he went to the Hokage. "Good luck you three." While the remaining genin and sensei entered the room, Naruto and his teammates fell into the rear of the formation and stood at parade rest as directed. After a few minutes, the old man approached the genin with his hands clasped behind his back, and the Jonin in the first floor viewing area fell into their own formation behind the Hokage. He yelled, "Fall in," and all of the genin instantly snapped to attention. He crossed the genin front line slowly, his gaze focusing on each member of the formation and mentally tallying them. He eventually told himself, 21, as he made his way back to the center. "Good, everyone is present. Stand at ease, genin." Naruto turned his head to face the Hokage and relaxed his stance, placing his hands behind his back. In anticipation of the impending battle, he couldn't help but notice that his heart was beginning to beat more quickly. In the first place, why would the Hokage carry on with the exams? He must have heard about the Akatsuki and Orochimaru. What on earth was the purpose of this? The Hokage smiled and said, "Congratulations on passing the second test." He spoke in a sharp voice that was loud enough for everyone in the room to hear. He started to pace slowly in front of them. Unfortunately, this congratulation is bittersweet, and I'm sure some of you have already heard why. 21 genin finishing the second test is not unprecedented, but it is indeed too many to pass on to the next and final phase of the Chunin exams. I am here to congratulate all of you, but I am also here to proceed over this next event. This morning we will hold a preliminary round of fighting. Everyone will fight a single round. All those who lose will drop out of the Chunin exams, and all those who pass will make it to the final round of fighting that will take place in 1 month. There was silence in the formation. It seems that the bad news had been relayed to them by their sensei. "Before I continue," the Hokage said, stopping once more in the middle, "I must inquire. Are there any among you who wish to drop out of the tests willingly now, before the fighting begins? Now that we have moved on to individual events, quitting now will not affect your team." Naruto's gaze darted to the group of genin surrounding him as the question lingered in the air, attempting to determine who had passed the second test. Kimimaro and the 2 other Akatsuki he had seen at the ramen bar were part of the Akatsuki team he saw in front of him. Even though Sasuke had taken 1 scroll from the Crystal Girl, they had apparently managed to obtain 2 more, which may not come as a surprise. Then the sand genin appeared to him. Gaara, with that oddly patterned scabbard on his back, a girl with blonde hair holding what looked like a huge fan, and another man wearing an odd costume from head to toe. Oh well, it was possible that he would have to face another Jinchuriki. His gaze shifted to Masahiro and the other Akatsuki team. Masahiro was wearing all of this Akatsuki gear now, with a hood pulled over his face, unlike when he had first met him in the tower. Though he couldn't quite recall their names, Naruto was able to identify his 2 teammates. Perhaps Karen. What about Suigetsu? The other Konoha genin teams were all that remained. Were the 5 great nations truly reduced to that? Amazingly, nobody had entered from the smaller ninja villages, let alone the hidden cloud, stone, or mist. Considering the extraordinary skill of the Akatsuki ninja, in addition to "I quit." Surprised to see Kiba Inuzuka holding up his hand shamelessly, the other hand clutching his ninja dog. Naruto's head snapped toward the voice that finally broke the silence.
He excused himself by saying, "Akamaru sprained an ankle in the forest," before anyone else could address him. "That already puts me at a disadvantage. And looking at who I would have to go up against, consider it my sense of fight or flight, but I can't see myself stronger more than 2 or 3 of the people here anyway."
As Kiba left the formation and was escorted out of the auditorium by a proctor, Naruto's thoughts swiftly returned to his teammates. Considering his present injuries, would Sasuke fare well in these battles? And what would happen if Hinata faced someone as bloodthirsty as Gaara appeared to be, or any of the Akatsuki, or even himself, in spite of everything he had said to her the night before? These battles were typically fought to death or submission. When the Hokage said, "All right, if that's it, then let us begin," his focus returned to the front. The rules for these fights are straightforward. Names will be chosen at random from the screen above, and the 2 chosen names will engage in a one-on-one battle. Any tactics, including lethal ones, are permitted in these fights. Yes, you will be permitted to kill if necessary to better replicate a real battle and demonstrate your full potential. The fight will end when 1 or 2 of the combatants are submitted, are unable to fight, or die. The Jonin proctor overseeing the fights will also have the last say on when the fights will end to avoid needless injuries.
"Do you have any inquiries?" As the auditorium fell silent once more, Naruto's heart continued to race. This was it, then, the start of the end of the Chunin exams. He was confident that Sasuke, Hinata, and himself would advance to the finals because, after all, they all deserved to be Chunin, and this was simply the next significant step in their ninja careers. All right, then, now, the first 2 names will be selected. To watch the fights and wait for their turn, everyone who isn't fighting will descend to the balconies above. Now be sure to listen carefully. It would be wise for you to pay attention because you might have to face one of the winners in the final. Let's get started right away. His hands were already sweating, and he thought he would have a month to train again, but now he was going to be put in another life or death situation. Naruto's heart pounded even louder than before as the giant black screen on the side of the back wall flickered to life as their names began to flash across the screen, with a visible versus in the middle. Hinata Hyuga versus Neji Hyuga, the Hinata. She could have fought Naruto, Sasuke, or anyone else here, regardless of how strong they were, and she could have done so happily. Naruto would have beaten her, of course, but he would have been gentle, and he would have been so proud of how far she had come. Nevertheless, Neji thought that this was one of those times when you dread something so strongly and desperately want to avoid it, and the universe somehow perversely makes it so that exactly what you wished to avoid comes to pass. The world seemed to close in on her as everyone else left, except Neji, who was clearly feeling the exact opposite of her. He was grinning shamelessly, as she had never seen him do, like someone who had just received what they had been praying for with all their strength, against all odds, but the joy and smile didn't reach his eyes, which were filled with murder. Murder and hate, murder and hate, murder and... Hinata-chan. It took all of her willpower to keep herself upright and not run into Naruto's arms, but she was jolted out of her despair when a hand clasped her shoulder and she turned to face him. He repeated, "Hinata-chan," as she gazed up into his calm eyes in fear. "Remember what I said last night," he said. "I have faith in you. You are capable of doing this." She would never be able to fully comprehend how many times she had been on the verge of despair and defeat when Naruto saved her, just with that amazing smile of his and his calm, caring eyes. Perhaps it was the adrenaline coursing through her and the emotions that were still churning in her head, but she finally realized that there was one emotion inside of her that was always able to overcome everything else, one feeling that only got stronger every day, stronger than her fear, stronger than her doubt, stronger than the hopelessness of fighting Neji, stronger than her fear of Naruto abandoning her one day. Naruto was able to make her feel things she couldn't fully put into words with just a few words and a smile, but now she was certain that at least she had a name for it. She was able to smile back at Naruto, even before her battle to the death with Neji, because she loved him. This feeling was more than just a simple crush she had on Naruto since they had been friends in the orphanage. It was a progression of emotions that ultimately came to the simple conclusion that her feelings for him outweighed everything else in the world, including her fear of dying, her self-loathing, her doubts, and anything else. He cocked his head at her, his dark blue eyes searching hers, perplexed by her abrupt change of mood. "Naruto-kun, there's something I just realized about myself," she said quietly, confident and stutter-free. "I think that I'm in love." "Am I going to have to battle the two of you, or are you just going to stand there and talk all day?" Naruto gave her a confused look, likely wondering if he had misheard her, but she knew that this was probably a foolish time to confess her feelings to him anyway, so she smiled at him, ignoring Neji completely, and he shot her an icy spear into her chest after cutting her off with his cold, hateful voice. She shook her head slightly in embarrassment and said, "Thank you, Naruto-kun. I'll make sure you're proud of me." Even as Neji and the proctor approached her with murderous intent in their eyes, she managed to push all feelings of fear aside and showed Naruto, Neji, and everyone else that she deserved to stand by his side. She was determined to show him how she felt with actions, not just words, as he finally parted and walked away from her. "Are you prepared?" Unaware of Neji's reaction, she heard the proctor say to him. At last, the proctor faced her and said, "Are you prepared?" With a confident nod, she eased into her own stance, a variation of the gentle fist, glaring at Neji while forcing chakra into her eyes and vowing never to back down again. After giving a nod, the proctor moved away from them. "Excellent. The first battle will then start, Hyuga Hinata. Fight." Without wasting any time, Hinata leapt forward with a leap enhanced by chakra and quickly drew closer to Neji. She was aware that Neji was unquestionably better at close combat, but she would seize the opportunity to surprise him and put an end to the fight. She threw her chakra-filled open palm forward, striking his bare chest with enough force to kill him. Smack. It should come as no surprise that Neji was able to use his own chakra-infused hands to swat her palm away at the last second, but not before his own hair flew back due to the chakra's extreme power. Using the momentum Neji gave her, she continued to spin with her arm, dropping to the ground and effortlessly executing a sweep kick. She was already planning her next move. The fact that she never had the Byakugan to assist her in training Juken, or the Hyuga's gentle fist style of taijutsu, during her time with the Hyuga may have been one of her few advantages over Neji. Since most people have slightly different chakra points and it was necessary to be able to see them with the Byakugan in order to close them off precisely, she had only been able to memorize the locations of the larger chakra points in the body. As a result, Hinata was compelled to incorporate regular taijutsu into her training instead of pure Juken, creating her own unique version of the gentle fist. In order to increase her chances of hitting a major chakra point, her version required her to throw her opponent off balance. She was fortunate that Neji and the other Hyuga never had to practice a fighting style similar to hers. Neji had to quickly jump back to keep from being swept off his feet, forcing him to break his traditional stance. Hinata jumped forward once more with 2 fingers out, ready to strike his shoulder joint before he had a chance to land completely. In a Juken fight, Neji never grabbed her hand by the wrist before her blow landed, but he did so with remarkable speed. He smiled at her, his face close to hers, and her eyes widened in surprise. With strain from the force of her attack, he growled, "I see you're eager to fight. What happened to you, Hinata? Last time I checked, you weren't a Hyuga, and you didn't have a Byakugan. Although, I can't say I'm completely taken by surprise. You've always been nothing but trash, exactly like every other one of my clansmen." He released her wrist before she could respond, spinning more quickly than her eyes could follow. She saw his body erupt with chakra as she activated her Byakugan, all of his chakra points igniting, and then she was blasted off her feet and sent flying across the room. Rotation. With great effort, Hinata gritted her teeth and flipped herself, landing feet first before hitting the ground. She landed rather gracefully, but she kept skidding across the ground until she stopped, marveling as Neji spun around, a huge blue ball of visible chakra surrounding him, using one of the most sophisticated Hyuga techniques. Unable to resist, she cast a quick glance up at the balconies surrounding her in an attempt to locate Naruto-kun and her team. She eventually located them, with Sasuke and Kakashi-sensei both looking forward while using their Sharingan, and Naruto leaning forward over the rail, his knuckles white with force, and holding onto the edge. Naruto actually yelled, "Come on, Hinata-chan," as soon as their gazes locked. "Kick his ass, you can do it." She blushed slightly in embarrassment, but as she dropped into her fighting stance, her gaze returned to her opponent. When she thought of Naruto, the embers in her chest continued to glow, stoked by his voice, encouraging her. She was capable. This is what she would do. Neji was a master of close combat. She did the same, but he was simply more skilled and dangerous than she was. She just needed to stand back and think now that the element of surprise and initiative was out of control. Which water jutsu was she familiar with? If she could only attack from a distance and maintain her distance, then air palm. She was shocked when Neji whipped his hand forward and a shimmering wave of wind and chakra pushed forward, revealing yet another advanced Hyuga technique. She did her best to raise her arms in front of her and channel chakra into them before the force wave battered her and knocked her off her feet once more. She let out an involuntary yelp and was flung even further back, hitting the distant wall as her breath was taken away. By the time she took another breath, Neji was standing before her, and she could see his chakra-glowed hands poised to attack. With the obvious intention of ending the fight immediately, he hissed, "This is what you deserve," and then struck out straight at her face. Just in time, she jerked her head, flinching uncontrollably as the Neji's hand pierced the wall behind her. Neji used his other hand to strike again in a fit of rage before she had a chance to think, but she managed to twist just enough that his hand missed her and broke through the wall once more. With relentless abandon, Neji kept pelting her against the wall. Every time Neji missed her, his fists pierced the wall behind her, causing it to collapse around them. She was able to block out the majority of the blows and avoid the rest. In the end, Neji hit her with an open palm so violently that, despite her ability to push it away, the force of the chakra that resulted actually punched a hole all the way through the wall of the tower. Neji spat out at her, "Enough dancing," stepping back and adopting a well-known pose. Hinata thought to herself, revolving heaven. Rotation, while she struggled to breathe. Hinata would be crushed against his chakra and the wall behind her before she could leap out of the way at this close. This time, there's no avoiding it. How could she? What was she capable of? A ray of morning sunlight hit her back through the hole Neji had made in the wall behind her, and the world suddenly slowed around her as she remained motionless. The energy of nature, which had been flowing into her during her battle with Orochimaru, was immediately palpable in the forest behind her. She didn't know how to call forth this energy or how to fully control it, but she knew deep down that she could use it for something. And just before she was going to be grounded to dust, something was better than nothing. Her chakra and blood were boiling with energy inside of her, combining in mysterious ways as adrenaline surged through her veins as she folded her hands together in the earth hand seal. Rotation. No, you don't. Before Neji could finish his circle, Hinata raised her own voice and released her chakra as wooden branches sprang from the wall behind her. Neji was thrown off the ground and sent tumbling back to the center of the room, unable to defend against anything like this. He managed to roll into a kneeling position and slide to a stop. His eyes widened in astonishment at the intricacy of her internal chakra merging. With her hair blowing wildly as more thick branches continued to emerge from the forest and through the wall behind her, Hinata persisted in pushing chakra through her seal, extending with her will and reaching out to crush her opponent. Neji was faster this time, and he finished his circle before the branches could get to him again. Rotation. Neji whirled, releasing a tremendous amount of chakra from his body that surrounded him in a visible and thick shield, piercing the earth and breaking any branch that attempted to approach him. Hinata stopped forcing chakra into her seal after realizing that her attack was failing, and the remaining branches ceased proliferating from the wall. Hinata paused while Neji was still spinning to use her own Byakugan to survey her surroundings. She was astounded by what she saw in both the outside world and herself. A different kind of chakra that she had never even known existed was flowing into her from the forest behind her, and she could feel it as well as see it. She didn't have this chakra. In reality, it was emanating from the forest, from nature itself, and it gave her a surge of energy that made her feel better and more resilient than ever. Hinata also had the sudden ability to see that chakra flowing through the stones that comprised the tower itself and throughout the room. She could see the broken earth and stones beneath Neji by the time he had stopped spinning, and she knew she could control the energy that was flowing within. After gathering more of her own mixed chakra, Hinata took a knee, let go of her seal, and slammed her hands into the ground, wishing her wishes to come true. She watched as Neji's eyes followed her chakra as it flowed toward him into the ground, but perhaps no one else in the room could see it. However, despite his ability to see it, he was unable to act quickly enough, and before he could move, vines sprang up from the ground beneath him, entangling his legs and climbing up his body, quickly twisting and confining him. With her chakra, the vines grew stronger and stronger until they were able to lift Neji off the ground and into the air, covering his entire body beneath his head. Finally, as he was immobilized and held in the air, Hinata experienced a surge of triumph. She considered asking him how he was feeling now, but she decided against it. After all, Naruto-kun was observing her. Rather, she pressed her will and chakra into the vines, making them tighten even more, and brought her hands together in the snake seal, the earth seal, once more. Neji's bones would start to crumble in a matter of seconds, leaving him with no option but to give up and. Before she could react, her eyes caught sight of it. Similar to his rotation, Neji's chakra points blazed out from beneath her vines, slicing through her chakra and releasing his hold. He wasted no time in spinning in the air,
destroying her vines in a moment as the chakra expanded into a circle again. Somehow, even though he was in midair, Neji stopped spinning and advanced toward her, his face now twisted in rage, using his own chakra. After all, she had managed to get past his composed exterior. She was full of a new strange energy, and she was ready to use it. This fight had only just begun. She summoned her chakra once more, slammed her palms into the ground, and willed a wall to appear between them because she did not want Neji to approach her. In fact, a thick wall of wood appeared out of the ground right in Neji's path as soon as she pressed her will and chakra into the ground. It was incredible. When she wasn't in the midst of a brawl and high on adrenaline, she would pause to acknowledge that she was capable of creating such a thing at all. After tracking Neji through her wooden obstacle with her Byakugan, she watched in awe as he started to expel chakra from his body once more and spin in midair, executing an aerial rotation. Amazing. Neji's spinning drill shattered the chakra that made up the wood, causing it to explode in all directions as soon as his spinning chakra touched her wall. Neji continued toward her in the air. His momentum slowed, but once he stopped spinning, he landed a few yards ahead of her. With chakra in his hands and feet, he ran forward, ready to attack, hoping to surprise her. There was not enough time for Hinata to attempt to form another jutsu. Instead, she covered her arms and fists and allowed the natural energy from the outside to flow through her, strengthening her chakra. As if there had been no strength behind it, Neji's initial blow to her was swift but easily deflected. Not expecting it to land, but hoping it might open the door for a counterattack, she snapped her own arm forward at him, realizing she had enough time to counter. But Neji encountered virtually no opposition when she attempted to push her attack away. He was flung backwards across the room like he had been struck by a charging bull when her hand reached all the way to his shoulder. He spun and hit one of the walls with a tiny explosion of broken stone. Astonished, Hinata glanced down at her own hand. Was that what she had just done? Was she that strong because of this new chakra? Although her body felt light and agile, she had pushed through Neji's defenses and easily knocked away his attack. She looked up at Naruto once more, and even though she avoided making eye contact, she let herself nod and feel more confident. She was capable. Naruto. As he watched his teammate unleash hell in the battle below, Naruto's mouth was open. What he was witnessing was so unbelievable to him, nature-style techniques. He could witness the miracle of the Senju bloodline at work within Hinata with his Sharingan activated. The earth and water chakras were combining to form the nature style. Hinata was also filling her own system with a golden glow by somehow sucking in some kind of amazing chakra from the forest outside. He asked Sasuke and Kakashi, "Are you guys seeing this?" Without bothering to look at them. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw them nod. "I can't believe she's merging her chakra. She's only just done it for the first time in forest." To his left, Rock Lee exclaimed, "Naruto-san, your teammate is incredible." Alongside Guy-sensei and Tenten, his other teammate. They ended up standing next to each other by the rails, as Lee had been his occasional training partner in the early mornings for a while. "I cannot believe what I am seeing. Neji just got hit like never before. Let's go Hinata." Smack. Guy-sensei gave Lee a painfully loud slap on the head, so hard that the green-clad genin almost fell into the ring himself. The taller green-clad man yelled, "Lee!" with resolute eyes as he peered down at the battle below. "I know that Neji is your long-term rival, and you wish to see him beaten, but he is also your teammate, and it is your duty of youth to cheer him on." Lee saluted his sensei with teary eyes as he swung his body back over the rail into a position of attention with amazing agility. He said, "Yes sir, Guy-sensei," and lowered his hand after Guy saluted him back. "I cannot believe I have been so foolish." Kimimaro's team was standing close enough to Naruto's ears on the opposite side, past Sasuke, who was standing directly beside him. Walking up beside them, Kimimaro shook his head in amazement when Neji, breathing heavily but appearing unharmed, managed to avoid the debris. Leaning on the rails beside Sasuke, the young Akatsuki said, "What's up, Naruto, long time no see," to greet him. "Did you say that she was actually combining her chakra? That's pretty impressive, but it looks like that other guy isn't out yet either. He probably covered his shoulder in chakra before she hit him, otherwise it would have shattered completely." Not wanting to divert his attention from the fight for too long, Naruto returned the greeting with a quick nod and smile. He saw the other dark-haired teammate leisurely blowing bubbles out of an odd pipe, apparently unaware of the fight, and the blue-haired girl Guran looking at Sasuke with murderous intent. There, Jonin-sensei, who Naruto was certain was not even remotely a Jonin, was leaning against the wall and gazing out across the room with an odd intensity. At the ramen bar,
This was the same odd white-haired man who had prevented Guran from attacking Naruto and Sasuke. He had a huge three-bladed scythe in his possession at the time. As Naruto followed the man's eyes, he noticed that the other Akatsuki team was watching the fight from the other balcony. Aside from making eye contact with the other Akatsuki, Jonin and experiencing an odd sensation that made him shiver, Naruto dismissed it and turned his attention back to the fight below. Even though Neji had successfully used chakra to protect himself from Hinata's blow, he still appeared to be in fairly bad shape. In fact, Hinata had a good chance of defeating him if the fight went on this way. But as his red eyes returned to Hinata, he saw that the golden energy she had been absorbing appeared to fade the moment she started to move away from the hole in the wall. Neji appeared to take notice as well, because just as Naruto turned to face him again, he bounded forward once more, this time aiming his hands at Hinata. As Neji and Hinata continued to trade blows, Naruto clung fiercely to the rail. Neji was no longer as easily repelled as he had been the last time. Hinata appeared to have gained tremendous strength from that golden energy, but it quickly disappeared as soon as she moved away from the wall. What had taken place? Naruto saw Hinata leap back and away from Neji, who rushed forward in an effort to keep the fight close to combat, possibly sensing that she was losing the battle. Naruto's Sharingan could barely see her chakra merging again as she threw her hands together in the earth seal as soon as she had the time. As she threw her arms out in front of her, dozens of sharp, spinning leaves flew in Neji's direction, determined to tear him to ribbons. As before, Neji was unable to land and avoid the attack in time, so he yelled his signature move and spun in midair, a chakra shield materializing around him just in time. As he moved forward, the spinning leaves all bounced off his chakra. Seeing this herself, Hinata kept leaping back, trying to get more distance while also coming up with a new plan. In a nervous manner, Naruto kept his grip on the railing. That golden chakra swirling inside her. What had happened to it? In any case, she prevented her Hyuga opponent from getting close enough to attack her with his superior gentle fist as long as she could keep shooting those leaves at Neji. Even Naruto could see from the balcony that Hinata could shoot out those leaves quickly enough to catch him if he attempted to evade her, so Neji would need to keep using his rotation. As Neji made his final push, he fought the impulse to close his eyes in prayer. Hinata-chan, you can succeed. Neji will make a mistake eventually, so keep going. To put it mildly, the battle that was raging beneath them was fierce. Neji persisted in his relentless pursuit of Hinata, whirling and sidestepping any vines and leaves that sprang out to catch him. Before he could get to her in time, Hinata would be able to leap away. If either of them made a mistake, Neji would be ripped to pieces by the leaves, or Hinata would be beaten until her chakra points were sealed. They couldn't continue like this for long. They were both getting tired. Take him, Hinata, take him, take him, take him. Water style. Water whip. When Neji threw his hand forward, a thin rope made of water blasted out of his palm and quickly reached the startled Hinata, who was still quite a distance away. The whip snapped through the air and caught one of her ankles before she could react. Neji threw his arm up and yelled, causing the water whip to quickly mimic his movement in a wave. The water whip then reached Hinata and sent her leg flying up into the air in front of her. Disoriented and unable to see Neji, she slammed painfully into the ground before climbing into the air feet first and using another jutsu at him before they finally met again, in midair. No, Naruto muttered, his red eyes meticulously observing every motion. In order to get closer to Hinata, Neji had jumped into the air, and he used his hands to do so. His chakra-covered fingers slammed into different parts of her upper body before spinning in midair and kicking her to the ground. Boom! With a horrible crash, Hinata struck the ground, shielding herself with what little chakra she had left. Water fashion. When did Neji start using elemental ninjutsu? Anyway, Naruto was watching his teammate and knew that Hinata had not been able to make a substitution in time. Neji had just landed in front of her after she had been slammed into the ground. This was awful. This was awful. The Hinata struggled to her knees, her vision still spinning. Despite using ninjutsu and a water-style elemental release, Neji had done something she had never expected him to do. Her plan had been to stay away from him so that she could possibly avoid his gentle fist completely. She realized she would need to be able to avoid that attack as soon as she learned that he had mastered the air palm. Neji had cast a water jutsu faster than any she had ever seen, but fortunately, the Hyuga's air palm wasn't the fastest technique, and she would probably have time to avoid it if she knew it was coming. Her eyes narrowed on the sly smile that was spreading across Neji's face, who was now standing over her, when they were finally able to focus. His eyes were filled with hate, and as before,
none of the happiness in his smile made it to his Byakugan. Without a doubt, I hate her. With ragged breath, she managed to ask him, how, when did you learn water release? As she stood up, desperately trying to buy time. The Hyuga clan would never teach you anything like that. In response, Neji kicked her in the chest, knocking her back a few feet and sending her skidding across the floor. He then replied, of course they wouldn't, as he walked back toward her while wiping some of the dirt from his shirt. But I stopped believing in the Hyuga clan's many stupid traditions a long time ago. On a specific night, to be precise. You were actually there. Perhaps you can remember what night I'm talking about. She had struggled to her feet again by the time he got to her. She tried everything. Performing the gentle first, forming ninjutsu, shielding herself from attacks, pushing chakra throughout her body, etc. But nothing worked. Neji's gentle fist had struck enough of her major points for her to be unable to maintain a constant flow of chakra to wherever she needed it. She could sense that the chakra inside of her was blocked. Neji hit her right thigh with a strong chakra attack faster than she could even follow, knocking her back to one knee. She let out an inarticulate cry of pain. He had only struck her muscle to knock her down, not even striking a chakra point. Enough games, Hinata, said Neji icily. He placed his hands behind his head and started to slowly untie his ninja headband. He carefully took off the headband, exposing the dreaded cross that marked his forehead, the notorious Hyuga clan Juinjutsu, seal of curse. Maybe to show it off, Neji put a finger to the curse mark. You're weak, Hinata. Weaker than I am. You cannot best me in battle, so why don't you show the Hokage firsthand the cruelty of the Hyuga clan? You could have ended this battle before it even began, so why don't you end it now that you're powerless before me? Show everyone here how disgusting you and the Hyuga really are. Activate it. When Hinata saw the insane expression in Neji's eyes, she couldn't help but shiver. She had been trained in the Hyuga clan's curse seal jutsu, and she was aware that she could use it to instantly defeat Neji by inflicting the greatest amount of pain. However, she couldn't do it, could she? How would Naruto respond? She fell to one side as Neji, furious at her lack of reaction, spun around and kicked her in the face. For her, this was it. She was finished. They beat her. She had made a fool of herself in front of Naruto, and... Stand up and activate the seal, Hinata. Stand. That word sent a shockwave through her that was more intense than anything she had experienced in years, causing her eyes to pop open in shock and terror. She remembered that terrible night when she had stood in front of the whole Hyuga clan all those years ago when she looked up at Neji, her vision spinning once more. Neji's image started to waver, and then all of a sudden he was standing over her once more. Hiyashi, she muttered, her voice feeble and terrified. Neji would never forget the expression of sheer rage that came over her face when she was called that. She couldn't quite make out the words as he shouted at her while he grabbed her by the neck and threw her backwards. When she made contact with the ground, she was once more on the main Hyuga hall's wooden floors, encircled by clan members as Hiyashi publicly chastised her for openly defying his orders and hanging out with clan enemy Naruto Uchiha. Stand, Hiyashi ordered her to do after he had knocked her to the ground. Knowing that she was still in the Chunin exams, Hinata managed to muster the strength, but all she could see was this awful memory, with Hiyashi now approaching her. She charged at him despite her weak body, but before she could deliver a single blow, Hiyashi smacked her wrist away once more, kicking her in the chest this time and sending her flying backwards. She recognized his actions. The fight would end too soon if Juken were used. He wanted to beat her the conventional way, until she was physically incapable of standing it any longer. Stand. Her vision shifted once more, and even though Hiyashi had given the order, Neji, possibly even more furious than Hiyashi, was coming toward her. However, she saw her adoptive father again after blinking away the blood that had trickled into her eyes. With her arms heavy and her legs trembling, Hinata got back up and smiled. Neither she nor Naruto would give up now. Naruto had faith in her. The day the assassins attempted to kill her, Naruto had saved her life. Instead of accepting their offer to turn her over and go safely, he chose to fight for her life. In the land of waves, he had kept her safe. He had helped her pass both the first and second sections of the Chunin exams. The same would be true for him. When he didn't do it in front of Kumo, Zabuza, or anybody else, she would most certainly not abandon his name in front of the Hyuga. Though it was a futile conflict, Hinata valued it, because she would be able to demonstrate to Hiyashi and the entire clan that she would fight for Naruto until the very end, regardless of the fact that her last name was Senju or Hyuga and Naruto's was Uchiha. Hinata said, "I know," loudly enough for the entire clan to hear. I know that you are trying to make me beg for forgiveness, you're trying to make me forsake Naruto in front of everyone, but it won't happen. I won't ever beg for forgiveness, not when I know that being friends with Naruto is the right thing to do. As soon as she finished speaking, she realized that Neji had comprehended and was with her in her memory. After all, he had been there that evening. That night, he and everyone else had been watching and listening to her.
Neji growled at her, gritting his teeth angrily. You bitch, he said. So you do remember that night, after all. Naruto was more important to you then, wasn't he? He was more important than my father, who died that night because of you, and because of Hiashi. How dare you call me by that man's name?
She fell to the ground once more after Hiashi ran forward and punched her in the face. Stay down, Hinata. Learn when to give up. This fight is over.
Stand, said Hiashi. Hinata attempted to stand again, but before she could even straighten herself, she was kicked to the ground.
If you had just accepted defeat, if you had just apologized, if you had just forsaken Naruto, my father would still be alive. Have you learned nothing? Stay down. Stand. Instead of waiting for her this time, Hiashi grabbed her by the shirt and yanked her to her feet. Nevertheless, Hinata continued to smile despite everything. Not even the blood that trickled down from her forehead after leaving her mouth. She was determined to follow through on her decision until the day she died. Do you even care? Neji demanded, his eyes welling with tears as years' worth of repressed rage erupted. Do you even care that your pure immaturity and thoughtlessness ended up killing my father? Or are we that far beneath you?
Hinata, who was already close to passing out, glanced up at him. She didn't have nearly enough chakra left to keep up her Byakugan, so it had faded. Through bloody, cracked lips, she managed to whisper to him, I'm sorry about your father, just loud enough for him to hear. But I will always stand by my decision to defend Naruto. He means more to me than anyone, and I would sooner die than give up in front of him, or forsake him in front of the Hyuga clan. Disgusted, Neji tossed her to the ground and turned to face the proctor. He said, she's done, and she heard it. She's hallucinating. This is an exam battle, not a drama show. Call the fight now or I'm going to kill this village's last precious Senju.
As he got closer to her, Hiashi shook his head. It's truly a shame that you have finally discovered your inner courage tonight.
By the time Hiashi reached Hinata, she had fallen to her knees. She didn't need a Byakugan to see that his hand was covered in strong chakra when he raised it in the air. She grinned to herself. She had done it. In front of the whole Hyuga clan, she had actually stood up for Naruto all the way to the end. She closed her eyes and waited for the last blow to knock her out, knowing that he would be extremely proud of her. She would show the Hyuga that no matter how hard they tried to make her despise Naruto, she would never give in with this blow. Because she wanted to make him proud and because she loved him. She could not possibly fail him because he had trusted her. She needed to demonstrate her worthiness to be by his side as a ninja, that they could become Chunin together, and then Jonin. She also needed to be strong enough to follow him and defend him wherever he went. As she had witnessed so often, she could not be abandoned. She needed to be strong. Naruto. As Naruto witnessed Hinata being beaten down in front of everyone, tears of confusion and rage streamed down his face. What prevented the proctor from calling the fight? Furthermore, why did Hinata not stay down?
The proctor told Neji, you heard the rules, loud enough for everyone to hear. This is a fight to submission, or to the death. We can't make exceptions for a Senju, or we'll lose credibility as a nation. As long as she wants to continue, the fight goes on.
As Neji whirled around and came toward Hinata, who had succeeded in standing up once more, Naruto clamped down harder than ever on the rails. She was obviously unconscious. Hinata had been unable to stand up steadily since Neji had kicked her out of the air and onto the ground. He simply couldn't figure out why she persisted. What was happening in her mind?
As Neji approached the faltering Hinata, Naruto saw chakra swarm to his hand, and his anxiety only grew.
He was reminded of the time he had finally persuaded Hinata to tell him what had happened to her at the Hyuga clan years before. Despite Hiashi's brutal beating, she had made the decision to stand up for him. In reality, Neji had stepped in before Hiashi delivered the last blow, and Hiashi had punished Neji by using the Hyuga's curse seal. Before long, Hiashi had killed Neji out of rage after his father had also stepped in. In retrospect, Naruto was overcome with amazement that Hinata would defend him. What did she want to demonstrate? Why would she act in this way? Why did she keep staring up at him during this altercation?
He remembered Hinata telling him, Naruto-kun, there's something I just realized about myself. prior to the altercation with Neji. Naruto-kun, I think that I'm in love with. The fight had broken out right away, so he hadn't had much time to consider it, but he didn't believe he had misheard her. Love, was what she'd said. She believed she was in love, but with whom? She had yelled something about not abandoning him in the midst of the altercation, and he had just about heard it. Was he the reason she did this? Since he claimed to have faith in her? Because she was in love with him? Naruto. Neji's stance, if you don't intervene now, he's going to kill her. Save the Senju. Madara's voice cut through his thoughts, and Naruto couldn't have guessed it was a joke given how urgent it was. It was the first time Madara had lied to him. He leapt over the rail without hesitation and launched himself off the wall, heading for the battle. Neji's face twisted in rage as his hand rose, glowing with chakra. Madara was correct. Would he arrive in time, though? Even as his Sharingan ran forward, he could see where Neji's hand was going and knew that he wouldn't reach it before the blow landed. Since landing, a number of voices had been raised, but he didn't care because he had just one goal in mind. Hinata needed to be saved. Naruto swiftly executed his signature jutsu, the Kawarimi, without wasting any time on hand seals. After connecting his chakra with Hinata, he quickly activated the jutsu and replaced her with himself, emerging in front of Neji with a wind-blown shimmer. Already holding up his own hand, he caught Neji's striking arm by the wrist, instantly halting its movement in the direction of his chest. He met Neji's gaze, which was at the moment stunned but clearly angry. Neji's rage was nothing compared to Naruto's when he looked back up after glancing down at his hand in front of his heart. He merely said, "You were going to kill her," as his hold became more firm. He realized how close he had just been to losing his friend, and feelings of power and rage surged through him. When his Byakugan saw the chakra whirling inside Naruto, Neji's reply died in his throat. A dark black chakra started to flow up toward his eyes, while a flaming red chakra spread throughout his body's chakra veins. "Stop, Naruto. If you kill him now, the leaf will imprison you." The shock and mounting anxiety on Neji's face only served to enrage Naruto, who was not persuaded. "Think clearly, you fool. If you want to fight him so badly, just make it to the final round and you may have your chance. Forget about him. Go make sure that the Senju is still alive." When Naruto finally regained consciousness, he tossed Neji's arm aside. He paused to close his eyes and repress the power and anger that probably came straight from the nine-tailed fox and threatened to explode inside of him. He opened his eyes again after deactivating his Sharingan and saw Gai-sensei standing between him and Neji, with the proctor standing nearby. Ignoring them, he turned and ran to the spot where Hinata was lying on the ground after they had substituted her. The white-robed medics ran into the room with a stretcher between them, and Kakashi and Sasuke were already on the ground next to her. Hinata was already unconscious and motionless as a stone when Naruto arrived. Fear pierced his heart like a spear. "She's still breathing, but it's faint," Kakashi told the arrival of the medical staff. As Hinata was carefully laid out on the stretcher and hurried out of the arena, Naruto released the breath he had been holding and could only watch. He started to run after her as soon as he was able to, but Kakashi's hand caught his shoulder and held him there. "Naruto," he said sharply, turning to face his sensei as his anger flared up once more. "Your place is here. You haven't fought yet. Let the medic ninja do what they do best. There's nothing you can do right now." Additionally, Kakashi turned to face Sasuke. He said, "You too, Sasuke," and walked them to the stairs that led back up to the balcony. "Remember that we are ninja. If a comrade falls in battle, it is still up to us to complete the mission. Naruto, I'm incredibly happy that you managed to step in and save Hinata before I could, but the mission must go on now. And that mission is for you to fight in the prelims." Kakashi leapt to the Hokage, who had signaled for him to approach, as soon as they arrived at their previous location on the balcony. Naruto turned to see if Neji had also appeared when he realized that Rock Lee was beside him. Perhaps not surprisingly, Neji had also been taken to the medics to receive treatment for his minor wounds. He heard Rock Lee say, "Naruto-san," in an apparent attempt to console him. "I am truly sorry that Neji fought like that. Hinata showed incredible bravery, though. She has truly become a splendid shinobi." Finally letting go of his adrenaline, Naruto sagged against the wall behind him and forced a smile as he accepted Lee's words. Soon after, Sasuke was on the ground with him. Given that Sasuke had spent the majority of the previous week unconscious and receiving medical attention, Naruto realized that he had not spoken to his other best friend in a long time. Sasuke finally said, "You did well, Naruto," as he ran a worried hand through his black hair. "That was a close call. I can't believe Hinata didn't just give up though, and now that you interrupted the fight, I bet you the Hokage is discussing with the other Jonin as to whether you're going to be disqualified. Naruto gave a heartless sneer. Good, I'd rather get disqualified now, he spat out, still ecstatic. I should have ripped Neji's arm off for that. I would have beat his face in, gotten out of this stupid exam and be able to go see Hinata-chan. I don't think that's what she would have wanted, Sasuke at last said, glancing at him anxiously. If she put that much effort into winning her fight, probably to impress you, it would have been all for nothing if you disqualified yourself. With a worried expression on his face, Naruto turned to face him. Recalling his previous opinions about her, he questioned, you think she did all that to impress me? He wished he had time to sit down and consider all of this, but damn it. Probably, Sasuke said with a shrug and turned his head away. I've become great friends with Hinata, Naruto, you know that. But she's felt differently about you since before I even met you. I know you're an idiot when it comes to this type of thing since all the girls hated you in the academy, but hell, you need to sit down and talk with her about this yourself, not with me. Ask her how she really feels, Naruto. She deserves it, especially after this. How does she truly feel? Naruto-kun, I think that I'm in love. Moments later, Kakashi leapt back to them, his eyes beaming with happiness despite exhaustion. A number of other Jonin also left their meeting with the Hokage and began clearing away all of the debris from the earlier battle. Yo, he said nonchalantly, waving slightly. Medic Nin have radioed in and reported that Hinata's heartbeat is stable. And it looks like you're still in, Naruto, he said quietly. With a peculiar sigh of relief, disappointment, and euphoria, Naruto exhaled. Kakashi helped them both stand up by reaching down with his hands. They obviously declared Neji the winner, but since it appeared that you only stepped in at the last moment when Hinata was clearly at risk of dying, and because you didn't attack Neji, they've decided to let you stay in and compete. Naruto looked down at the Hokage, who appeared to be smoking his pipe nonchalantly, nodded, got up, and moved to the rail once more. Even though he wanted to make it to the finals, he still wanted to hurry over to Hinata's side. Now, he wanted to get rid of all the resentment he had harbored toward Neji over the years by moving forward and crushing him. He was fairly certain that he would most likely kill that bastard Hyuga if he ever faced him in the finals. The Jonin Proctor quickly declared that the next battle was about to start after the ground had been cleared. As the names started to flash across the screen on the wall, Naruto's heart stopped racing. He wanted to fight. He was no longer anxious. No matter who he faced, including Kimimaro, he was going to destroy them. He was going to get his retribution. Tenten versus Masahiro of the Red Sand. Lee turned to his friend and gave her a back pat as he cheered, all right, Tenten. Although I wish it was I who was chosen, I am happy that you get to show off your splendid talents. Tenten took a big scroll with her as she threw herself over the rails and into the arena, rolling her eyes at her crazy teammate. Masahiro, who was wearing his modified Akatsuki robes, chose to go down the stairs instead and calmly made his way to the arena floor across the room. After being disappointed that he wasn't selected next, Naruto couldn't help but get excited about the possibility of finally witnessing this Akatsuki ninja's strength. Kimimaro was on his right as he turned to face the Akatsuki squad. The bubble-blowing ninja had, surprisingly, gotten up from the wall and actually approached the rail to observe the battle. The girl with the blue hair also stopped staring at Sasuke and appeared determined to watch the fight. Kimimaro said, Masahiro is really strong, as she approached Naruto by the rails. He blushed in embarrassment, for Kimimaro had obviously been watching him. Utakata and Guran also want to watch him fight so that they can stand a better chance against him in the finals. If I recall correctly, neither of them outperformed Masahiro in their own school. Their own educational institution? In any case, Naruto noted that he should try to remember their names. Guran, the first girl Naruto had ever seen who truly detested Sasuke, sneered and turned her head in his direction as well as Kimimaro's. Kimimaro-sama, have more faith in me, she said, her voice tone obviously irritated. Ever since training with you, I've become much stronger. For all I know, I might be stronger than Masahiro now. This caused Utakata to laugh. Yeah right. He twirled the stick he used to create bubbles in one hand while mockingly grinning. Just cross your fingers and hope you don't have to fight against me anytime soon. I'll whoop your butt faster than Sasuke did in the forest. Surprisingly, Guran ignored the provocation and returned her focus to the arena. With Naruto barely able to hear her, she declared, You're not the one I'm longing to fight, and I won't make that same mistake twice. On the other side of Naruto, Sasuke let out an audible sigh, realizing that Guran was most likely talking about him. With a smile, Naruto poked him in the side and asked, What's wrong, Sasuke-kun. Not sure how to handle a girl that doesn't fawn over you.
Sasuke said, "You're an idiot," with assurance in his voice. "I've already beaten that crazy chick in the forest once, so it won't be hard to do it again. And she's not the first girl to not fawn over my incredible looks. If you can recall, our very own Hinata is too busy fawning over someone else for her to even notice me." The mention of their currently injured teammate made Naruto's mood visibly darker, even though he knew it was a lighthearted joke. Most people have also remembered Sasuke, who promptly apologized and gave him a pat on the back. Higher up in the tower, the medic Nin was probably healing Hinata, who was probably in a lot of pain at the time.
Lee pumped his fist into the air and added, "My bet is on Tenten, on his left. This Akatsuki ninja will have a hard time dealing with her incredible weapons technique, that is for sure."
As the two opponents faced off, Naruto saw Kimimaro's eyebrow lift in response to Rock Lee's remark, but any more conversation was cut short when the proctor below raised his hand. Masahiro had pulled back his hood to show his spiky dark crimson hair, which jetted backwards like Sasuke's, albeit a little longer, and Tenten had tied the enormous scroll she was carrying to her back. "Begin." Masahiro just crossed his arms and waited, but Tenten leapt backwards to get away from her Akatsuki opponent. Tenten and Masahiro eyed each other for a moment before Tenten made the decision to strike first. She swiftly took a kunai out of her back pocket and threw it at Masahiro with deadly speed.
Instead, Masahiro stood motionless as the kunai passed harmlessly in front of his face, though not as close as Naruto would have felt comfortable, before colliding with the rear wall behind him and tumbling to the ground. A warning shot, had she thrown a kunai at him in an attempt to determine his abilities. Masahiro had obviously called her bluff if that was the plan. Tenten took out another kunai and threw it forward once more, not wanting to waste any more time. In an anticlimactic move, the kunai widened once more and went unnoticed by Masahiro, who stood motionless with his arms folded. This time, he raised an eyebrow in mocking confusion as he looked back at kunai as it bounced off the wall and hit the ground before turning back to Tenten. His voice was dark but a little comical as he called out to her, "Were you aiming for me? Here, let me make it easier for you." That being said, he took a few steps forward, reducing the distance between them without yet giving the impression that he was about to attack. When he stopped, he smiled and gestured to her to throw again, holding out his hand. They weren't warning shots, were they? At that distance, had Tenten really missed? He assumed that anyone could make such a mistake if they were anxious, but really? Lee was now leaning over the rail and pumping his fist up when Naruto turned to face him. "Come on, Tenten. Do not lose hope." Lee, his teammate's loudest supporter, yelled at her. "You may have missed the first two, but I am sure you will succeed." Embarrassment caused Tenten's face to flush, and she actually turned to face Lee. She yelled back at him, "Shut up, idiot," while already drawing additional kunai. Instead of accepting his offer and throwing another kunai, she jumped sideways into the air and threw several kunai at Masahiro when she turned back to face him. Masahiro didn't even bother to turn to look. Every single kunai missed him, as it had the last time, and bounced harmlessly off the ground surrounding him. Tenten persisted in jumping and circling Masahiro, hurling kunai and shuriken at him from all directions, some above him, some behind him, some straight forward, and some with arcing curves. The stationary Akatsuki, whose hair was now carelessly blowing with the speed of all the projectiles that managed to fly right by him, somehow missed every single one of the thrown projectiles. Naruto had initially felt terrible embarrassment for Tenten, but this went far beyond that. She couldn't possibly be missing as much as a genin. On his left, Rock Lee exclaimed, "I do not understand," as if he had also come to the same conclusion. Tenten is normally incredibly accurate. She never misses her targets. Something strange is going on. Perhaps sensing that her attacks were ineffective, Tenten landed a little behind Masahiro and took a small scroll out of her side pouch. Now she ran to him, unraveled it, and snatched up a katana that materialized in a tiny cloud of smoke. Tenten leapt the last few feet to land directly behind Masahiro and slammed her katana down, right at him. It came to a halt just inches above his shoulder. Did it stop? Calmly, Masahiro glanced down the length of the blade at her. Tenten seemed to be straining to apply pressure to the trembling blade, but it was ineffective. He felt as though an invisible shield of some kind was surrounding him. Shaking his head and berating his own foolishness, Naruto used his Sharingan to gain a better understanding of the situation. Capable of identifying chakra, he noticed that Masahiro was not currently protected by any kind of shield, but oddly, The blade hovering over his shoulder was now covered in the same gray hue of chakra that was whirling inside of him. Did that imply that he was using only his chakra to stop the blade? How could that have happened? This invisible force suddenly threw the katana she was holding violently out of her hands, knocking Tenten off balance before she could release it. Masahiro stopped remaining motionless and kicked Tenten backwards, sending her flying backwards but allowing her to land on her feet. Speaking to Rock Lee across from Naruto and Sasuke, Kimimaro said, "Please tell me your friend down there has other techniques besides weapon skills," from his right. Because if she doesn't, this is probably the worst matchup possible for her. Rock Lee's face was filled with worry as he turned to face Kimimaro. When he said, "Tenten excels in weapon combat and kenjutsu," his voice was less assured than earlier. "How is it that this guy is repelling all of her attacks? Please tell me." With a sigh, Kimimaro turned his gaze back to the fighting below. Masahiro has one of the most famous jutsu from Suna, the land he originally hailed from. He possesses the power of magnetism, a Kekkei Genkei combining earth and lightning chakra. He uses his chakra to bend metal to his will. I'm sure you Takata and Guran know more about him than I do, since they all trained together in the past. Both of his teammates remained silent, concentrating entirely on the battle below. Suddenly, every shuriken and kunai that were on the ground near Masahiro started to tremble. They then gradually ascended into the air as well, hovering around Masahiro at eye level. He said, "Do you want these back?" in what Naruto was starting to believe was his typical tone of anger mixed with amusement. Masahiro pointed a finger at her without waiting for a response, sending all of the levitating weapons hurtling toward Tenten. Tenten unexpectedly took a scroll out of her pouch and placed it on the ground in front of her, leaving Naruto wondering if she would have time to dodge. Enclosing technique. As the scroll somehow sealed them away, every weapon that approached her swerved downward toward it and vanished in a puff of smoke. Although most ninja have employed the incredibly helpful enclosing technique in one form or another during their lives, Naruto had never witnessed its application for combat defense in such a manner. Just recently, he had used the method to get campfire supplies, bedrolls, a tent, and other items ready to bring to the Chunin exams. It took close proximity, timing, and exact chakra to seal away what you wanted. The fact that Tenten was able to apply it to so many rapidly moving objects really impressed him. She must have practiced this technique a great deal. Tenten was momentarily obscured by a cloud of smoke, but she bounded out of it and into the air, eventually removing the scrolls she was carrying from her back and throwing them across the room. Hundreds of weapons suddenly fired downward out of it, all aimed directly at Masahiro, who was still motionless, as it managed to spread out in the air, high but directly above him. The intensity of this attack once again astounded Naruto, but it didn't appear to be helping her. The invisible power of his chakra held them all in place as they came to a halt just above him. Additional weapons kept flying down at him even after she landed, but they stopped in midair before they could cause any harm. Tenten threw another weapon at him, unfazed. Has she not learned? Clearly, it wasn't going to. A wooden practice kunai sailed past Masahiro's head, and he actually dodged for the first time. Tenten grinned after figuring it out. Tenten continued to hurl wooden kunai at Masahiro, who now had to leap out of the way to avoid them, while the giant scroll above and all of the weapons held by Masahiro's chakra disappeared in a cloud of smoke. She exclaimed out loud, obviously pleased to have found a flaw in her opponent, "So you can stop the metal ones, but not the wooden ones." Masahiro's robe suddenly exploded with a blade close to the underside of his wrist, and rather than avoiding the next wooden kunai that came his way, he smacked it away. "Very clever of you," he said, maintaining a slight smile, "and here I was thinking you just had really bad aim." Disregarding the joke, Tenten lunged at him once more. Instead of drawing a katana this time, she called forth a wooden staff from a scroll, snatching it out of the air in front of her and skillfully spinning it. Lee urged, "All right Tenten, once more. Show him what you got." Masahiro used the previously used bladed arm to block Tenten's blow when she brought her staff down. At a twist of Tenten's wrist, the staff unexpectedly broke in two, appearing to be two tonfas. With her free hand, she seized the second half of the staff and made an unsuccessful attempt to gut Masahiro up close. The two came to a lock as a blade that looked exactly like the one in his other hand sprang out of his other wrist and stopped the attack. Naruto decided to formally support his fellow Konoha ninja, thinking this was good. Tenten continued to bombard Masahiro with her two tonfa, and she seemed to be very good at close range. Naruto was aware that Tenten would ultimately triumph in this manner because her training partners were Lee and Neji, both of whom possessed some of the best taijutsu he had ever seen. But the lack of concern on Masahiro's face, The fact that he still seemed to be having fun worried him. Tenten struggled to overcome him and knock him out as they finally locked blade and tonfa once more. Masahiro told her, "You're pretty good at close-range combat," his voice surprisingly steady despite his trembling arms. "You're incredibly skilled up close, and deadly accurate at long range. Very impressive. However, let's stop playing games now, shall we?" Something began to pour out of Masahiro's robe, and Naruto's eyes grew wide. It was dark enough to appear black from up here, but it appeared to be sand. Unaware of what was going to happen, Tenten made the smart decision to leap backward to put some distance between them. Naruto saw that Masahiro's chakra was swirling out of his back and into the black sand on the ground, just as it had been in the metal objects Tenten threw at him, and that he was still using his Sharingan. On his right, Utakata sighed and said, "There it is," without providing any further explanation. Regarding that sand, Kimimaro had mentioned that Masahiro's Kekkei Genkei, which combined earth and lightning to create magnetism, was the most well-known of Suna. That reminded Naruto of his scholastic days at the academy. When he used the libraries he could actually access to learn as much as he could about other countries. He recalled reading about this specific bloodline restriction that the third case cage had made notorious. Even though the third case cage had vanished, iron sand, his well-known application of magnetism, was this the same thing? With the Akatsuki jacket tossed aside, Masahiro slowly emerged from his top as the blades emerging from his robes subsided. Masahiro's metallic leg caught Naruto's attention right away, but he also noticed something new. Something strapped securely to his shirt on Masahiro's back. It resembled the strangest scabbard he had ever seen. It was extremely thin, ran the length of his back, and at the top, like a trident, split into 3 separate holes. The same tips of the blades he had used before protruded from the openings on the left and right, just under his shoulders. The iron sand, which had now accumulated in a pleasant pile around Masahiro, was leaking out of the center hole. That thin scabbard could not contain all of that sand, so he deduced that Masahiro needed to keep only a small amount inside and use his chakra to create the remainder. As soon as Masahiro extended his right hand, a chain appeared from the dark sand below. He caught it as it was still rising tall before him, and without further hesitation, he snapped his arm, sending the chain flying at Tenten, who, like Naruto, had been absorbed in admiration of iron sand. Break! Tenten dove to the side at the last second, but the chain flew past him like a whip of lightning, exploding rock and stone as it cracked into the wall. Tenten barely made it to the ground when Masahiro waved his arm once more and snapped the whip sideways in a long arc, sending the metal chain swinging horizontally. She barely had time to consider her options, so she leapt high into the air and let the chain fly by quickly below her. His gaze returned to Masahiro, who was grinning at his opponent in the air. The 2 blades on his trident scabbard propelled themselves into the air, flying in Tenten's direction without any apparent movement. With a quick metallic clicking sound, the bladed tips emerged from that strange container, attached to long bladed chains similar to the one Masahiro had just been swinging around. As they got to her, Tenten was still in the air. She couldn't possibly avoid those now, or use the basic wooden staff she was holding to block them. The blades flew toward her, but Naruto forced himself not to flinch or close his eyes. The bladed chains spun around her just as he thought she would be skewered in midair, ensnaring her in a moment's notice as the sharp edges sliced into her body, causing her to scream in agony. At the same time, the chain whip he was holding turned into a long, thin blade and shot into the air before dissolving again into the black sand and landing on the ground. Naruto flinched in terror as dozens more of these blades flew up toward Tenten. Fortunately, they paused in midair as before and then impaled her, floating around her while she struggled on. Masahiro called out to her, "I don't want to shower the Hokage in blood," his humor no longer present. "So I'm giving you the option. Do you surrender?" Tenten had not used any kind of substitution jutsu in time, and the blood that trickled down over the chains that bound her was very real. She seemed to struggle a moment more, then turned to face the blades hovering all around her, aimed right at her. After another lengthy, tense moment, she went limp in the air, sagging her head, as if realizing that there was nothing she could do. I give up. The chains and spears surrounding her vanished into the iron sand as soon as she finished speaking, and they flew back toward Masahiro's scabbard. Tenten lost the support of the chains and started to fall headfirst, moving at a terrifying rate but not moving at all. Tenten, with a shout, Rock Lee leapt over the rails and flew to the arena to stop the fall. Fortunately, he caught her just before she hit the ground, and he skidded across the ground with her in his arms. With a sigh of relief, Naruto turned back to face Masahiro,
who was watching the scene with a merciless expression on his face. Before they managed to seal themselves shut, the iron sand went back into the scabbard's 3 exposed holes. The winner of the fight, Masahiro of the red sand. Masahiro nodded, then picked up his Akatsuki robe and threw it over his head, once again concealing his odd scabbard. Ignoring the medic who came up to him, he strolled casually to the stairs that led back up to the balcony. It's amazing that Naruto realized he hadn't been hit during the entire battle. Tenten was hurriedly placed on a stretcher by other medical personnel. As they hurried her out of the room, she was still conscious despite having multiple cuts all over her body and severely torn clothing. As he walked back up the stairs, covered in blood that wasn't his own, Naruto couldn't help but feel sorry for Lee. He was certain that Rock Lee, who didn't use any metal weapons, would have preferred to battle Masahiro rather than Tenten because he could have used his exceptional taijutsu to great effect against someone like Masahiro. In that battle, what would Naruto have done? Is he capable of winning? To calm himself, he shook his head and combed his blonde hair. He might have tried something foolish because of the adrenaline he was getting from watching Hinata battle Neji. The next fight would start pretty soon, and he might be the one out there, so he had to concentrate now. He was undoubtedly relieved that he hadn't engaged Masahiro in combat first. That was a formidable opponent eliminated, and even better, Naruto would be able to evaluate what he had witnessed today and devise a plan of attack in the event that they faced off in the championship match. The proctor finally declared, "Okay, get the generator ready and get ready for the next fight." After the floor had been cleared of the small debris, in a matter of seconds, the enormous black screen on the wall started to flash once more, and Naruto could just make out each of their names as they flashed in a random order. Who would it be? He had to see how Hinata was doing right away. Kankuro versus Gaara of the desert. When Naruto noticed his name was missing from the screen, he exhaled in relief. Gaara versus Kankuro. Once more, who was Kankuro? Naruto glanced to the other balcony, where Gaara was leaning against the wall with his arms folded, seemingly oblivious to the announcement of his name. Once more, Naruto was thrilled to be able to observe the advantages and disadvantages of a formidable shinobi. Since Gaara shared his Jinchuriki heritage, he was certain that he was powerful enough to. "I forfeit." Without even descending to the arena floor, the oddly attired ninja standing beside Gaara waved his hand and called out to the proctor below. "I can do that before the fight, right? There's no way in hell I'm fighting Gaara." Instead of letting his mouth drop in shock, Naruto tried to look at the proctor, who was now scratching his head in bewilderment. After giving the Hokage a solemn nod, the proctor turned back to the room to speak. "Very well. By way of forfeit, Gaara of the desert is the winner and will advance to the finals. Ahem, please start the generator again and prepare for the next round." So he would never find out about Gaara after all, damn it. Did his own teammate not even want to try to take on him because he was so strong? Speaking of teammates, he might have to face Sasuke. This random generator was, in fact, random. This was getting complicated now, damn it. As names started to flash across the screen came back to life. Naruto, who had just had to watch his name flash by a minute ago, had no chance of taking a break. He watched, his heart racing, waiting for the flashing to stop. Rock Lee versus Kimimaro. Beside him, Lee exclaimed, "Woohoo!" and pumped his fist in the air with unadulterated joy. This man had steely nerves. He exclaimed, "Gai-sensei, it is my time to shine at last," as he turned to face his larger counterpart, who was grinning back. Gai-sensei, thumbs up, and gave him a pat on the back. "And shine you will, Lee. Go get him, killer. Show everyone the power of your youth." Guy pushed Lee forward, perhaps harder than he meant to, and he flipped his pupil over the rail with a flourish in the air, landing on the ground. Lee ended the show with a triple backflip that landed perfectly still after continuing to the center of the room with a series of amazing handsprings. Naruto's gaze shifted to his right, where Kimimaro had just dropped his robe onto the ground. Knowing that Kimimaro had a layer of bone beneath his skin, the analogy wasn't too far from the truth. His shirtless body was expertly trimmed and appeared to have been carved out of marble. "Don't do anything crazy, Kimimaro. Just make it to the finals. If you go overboard, I'll fucking kill you myself." This menacing order was given by Kimimaro's intimidating-looking sensei for the first time since Naruto approached the balcony. Kimimaro, for example, just said, "Yeah, yeah," in response before jumping into the air and flipping once to land in the middle of the room, following Lee. The proctor approached the two and spoke to them briefly. Still able to see the bloodstains on Lee's green outfit,
Naruto leaned over the rail once more to watch the fight with Sasuke.
Naruto said, he's probably really fired up after watching Tenten get beaten by the Akatsuki, after squinting his eyes. Sasuke gave a nod of agreement. But I think we both know how this is going to end. We've seen what type of monster Kimimaro is.
Gai-sensei approached them, leaving Kakashi by himself against the wall, grinning confidently as ever. I'm not so sure about that yet, he said, his voice strangely sharp due to the strange way he spoke. Lee has a few tricks up his sleeve that even you haven't seen yet, Naruto my boy. Kimimaro and Lee were both skilled in taijutsu, or close quarters fighting. After recalling that Kimimaro referred to himself as a punching bag for the other Akatsuki commanders because he was so difficult to harm, he questioned whether Lee would have the strength to even harm Kimimaro. He prayed for his training buddy while crossing his fingers. Naruto would have one less opponent to worry about in the finals if Lee were able to eliminate Kimimaro. He was aware from first-hand experience that no one put in as much effort as Rock Lee, and Lee's work ethic alone earned him the title of Chunin. Let's go bushy brows, then. Begin. Naruto. Cough. Ahem. Kimimaro vs. Rock Lee. Begin. To gain a better understanding of the battle below, Naruto once more forced chakra into his eyes to activate his full Sharingan. He might have been exhausted from using his Sharingan for so long months ago, but ever since he trained with Madara, he has been able to use it for longer and longer stretches of time. His pool of yin chakra appeared to be growing daily, fortifying his ocular jutsu and Sharingan. That's because you've been draining my spiritual chakra slowly but surely since your birth. That rate has increased exponentially ever since you were given Shisui's Sharingan and have been practicing with it. As usual, Naruto discovered that whenever his Sharingan was active, his bond with Madara also grew. Before he had these eyes, Madara had spoken to him, but now he could sense Madara's presence connecting with his own whenever he pushed chakra into his eyes and triggered the bloodline limit. All this time, had he been suckling away at Madara's power? Was that the cause of his eyes' rapid strengthening? Now's not the time to focus on that. Pay attention to the battle below. This will be a good time for us to learn more about Kimimaro. Your Sharingan will also be able to copy both opponents' taijutsu. Yeah, I already know that. Naruto recalled from his previous training sessions with Rock Lee. But it doesn't matter how well I've copied Rock Lee's moves already. Actually performing them is way harder. Wait a second, did you say? You can see everything I see? That's weird. Do you watch me shower? Naruto could swear he saw or felt Madara pinch the bridge of his nose in frustration, but he was unaware of the specifics of how this mental connection operated. No, you imbecile. I can only faintly see through you when both our Sharingans are activated. Other than that, no, although I can sense powerful amounts of chakra around you, like in the forest with Orochimaru. Now pay attention, brat. Instead of completely blocking out Madara, Naruto chose to concentrate on his friend below. With one hand behind his back and the other out in front of him, Rock Lee had assumed his standard fighting position. Who would be the first to attack? He wondered. Lee would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage if he didn't move quickly to get up close and personal because he didn't know any ninjutsu. Hey, Rock Lee. Kimimaro yelled at his opponent, raising one hand and extending a finger in his direction. Stay still for a second, will you? This may hurt if you don't. Recalling what Kimimaro had shown him weeks before in the Land of Waves, Naruto's eyes grew wide. The base of the unfortunate tree he had targeted had exploded when he shot a bone out of his fingertip at a blazingly fast speed. Lee, be careful. Digital shrapnel. As he had anticipated, Kimimaro ejected a single fingertip bone so quickly that Naruto's eyes could hardly keep up. Amazingly, Lee managed to grab it out of the air directly in front of his face, all the while sporting a silly smile. Naruto heard a voice, likely that of Ino or Sakura, from down the balcony, asking, "What just happened? I didn't see anything. Did you see anything?" As Naruto watched, Rock Lee let the small bone fall to the ground by opening his palm. How tough are you, Lee? Damn you. Even without covering his hand with chakra to prevent it from passing through him like butter, Naruto most likely wouldn't have been able to catch that out of the air in time. Though he might not be able to use chakra to create genjutsu or ninjutsu, the foolish leaf ninja could definitely use it to bolster his body in taijutsu. Lee secretly wore weights under his clothes, which Naruto was aware of. After Lee fainted one morning and Naruto attempted to carry his friend back to Konoha, he learned about them. He physically couldn't even get Lee to move without expelling a great deal of chakra. He later discovered that Lee strapped weights to his legs, which is why he was so heavy. He used his Sharingan the next time he sparred with Lee to focus on how Lee could possibly move while wearing those items. Unexpectedly, Lee's entire body was constantly infused with a significant amount of chakra, which strengthened him and accelerated his speed. Lee always had chakra flowing through his entire body to keep him standing erect, while Naruto would constantly need to concentrate chakra into specific areas of his body when necessary, such as standing on water. Lee had amazing chakra control in a way, but only for a very limited purpose. He had chakra flowing through his muscles all the time, and just as Naruto trained to make the Sharingan stronger, Lee's chakra reserves and skill grew daily as his muscles did. Very impressive, Kimimaro said with a sincere expression of surprise. I don't think anyone has ever caught that before, in their hands, I mean. Rock Lee grinned back and nodded. Thank you, Kimimaro-san, your warning helped prepare me, but if you thought I would go down without a fight, then you are simply out of luck. Behold the power of Konoha's beautiful green wild beast. Dynamic entry. Rock Lee leapt high, spinning in the air like a lunatic as he hurled himself almost directly toward Kimimaro. His foot spun and slammed into Kimimaro's arm, which he had just raised in front of his face, as he arrived at his opponent in a split second. Naruto was equally impressed by the bottle's second blocked attack. He was certain that if anyone else had attempted to block Lee's kick, their arm would have broken like glass. Kimimaro, however, was a different matter. Rock Lee must have known how to handle this situation from his sparring with Guy-sensei because he suddenly flipped over and spun around Kimimaro on his hands, his other foot slamming into the back of Kimimaro's head. Lee lost one hand of support when Kimimaro dodged just in time, spun around, and arced out his leg in a sweep kick. The Akatsuki commander rotated again, bringing his other foot around to complete the task and make contact with Lee's body. In order to avoid Kimimaro's second kick, Lee slammed a palm into the ground while still upside down in midair. He then launched himself into the air, somersaulting through the arena in a clean tuck and landing a good distance away. Digital shrapnel. Lee jumped and sprinted to the side to avoid the dozens of fingertip bones that Kimimaro threw out with both of his hands as he was about to stand up. Seeing that he was likely to hit the special party with the Hokage or bystanders on the balcony, Kimimaro had to stop shooting them out. As an alternative, he charged toward Lee, fighting his own battle. Both of them soared through several attacks, trading blows at a speed Naruto had never experienced in his own battles with Lee. Lee appeared to be in the lead at this range. His green friend effortlessly swung around Kimimaro, delivering strong punches and kicks until he finally caught Kimimaro off guard. Lee was about to deliver the fight's first decisive blow after delivering a spinning kick to the chest. Were those rib bones holding Lee's foot in place as it stopped short of impact? That had exploded from Kimimaro. Lee, like most of the other onlookers in the room, saw the bones protruding from Kimimaro and jumped backwards to get a better look after realizing something odd had just happened. Kimimaro chose to explain, I can completely control my bone structure, as the ribs slid into his skin without causing any blood to spill. Those were my fingertips that I fired at you earlier, if you couldn't tell. My bones are harder and denser than iron, and I can grow and shape them at will. You're pretty tough up close, so you're not giving me much of a choice here. As a bone rapidly protruded from his shoulder, he caught it with his other arm and yanked it loose, exposing a sharp spear of bone. Naruto saw a layer of bone form beneath the skin as it rapidly closed around the exit point, confirming his previous hearing. Below his skin, Kimimaro was covered in bone. He was unsure, though, if the layer of bone was flexible in any way or if there were any areas of his body that weren't covered underneath. With his spear now in play, Lee lunged forward to fight Kimimaro once more, but the Akatsuki ninja managed to prevent Lee from ever breaching his defenses. Pointy bones would protrude from Kimimaro on the rare occasions when Lee was able to dodge the blows and approach, posing a threat of impaling the limb Lee was attempting to strike. Now that the pendulum had swung back in Kimimaro's favor, he had the upper hand and Lee would soon be impaled by bone. Naruto turned to the big green-clad man next to him and yelled, Guy-sensei. With urgency. I know about the weights Lee is wearing. You need to tell him to take them off before Kimimaro finishes him off, it's his only chance. Guy watched the battle below with keen eyes, humming and stroking his chin as he considered the possibility. Shortly after Lee was thrown backwards by Kimimaro's direct kick, he appeared to reach the same conclusion. He replied, all right, and moved to the railing, holding his hands in front of his mouth. Lee, take them off. Rock Lee barely avoided the spear that had been thrown at him as he leapt high into the air and landed on top of a statue of the tiger hand seal that was leaning against the back wall. His expression changed to one of surprise as he turned to face his sensei.
He gave his sensei a stern salute, seeing no reason to joke.
Okay, sir. With an almost comical expression on his face, he sat down and started to fumble with some straps on his legs.
Utakata, who was as interested in what was going on as everyone else, asked him glumly, "What's the deal? Does he really think shedding a few pounds will help him keep up with Kimimaro? Kimimaro hasn't even started using his." Boom. The huge explosion that erupted from the ground where Lee had just dropped his weights seemed to shake the entire tower. When clouds of dust rose from the ground and covered the back wall, even Naruto, who was aware of how heavy the weights were, couldn't help but gape in wonder. If Lee were not restrained by those enormous weights, he would be. Bam! An explosive punch to Kimimaro's chest followed by a tiny hole in the smoke cloud was delivered by Lee, who materialized right in front of him more quickly than Naruto's Sharingan could follow. With another small explosion of rock and dust, Kimimaro flew back into the wall a moment later. Where the Akatsuki had been a moment ago, Lee now stood. Bushy brows, holy hell. Naruto could never have predicted his speed. Naruto's gaze suddenly shifted to Kimimaro, who was standing there, hunched over and panting. A punch like that would have killed most people, but Kimimaro used a shunshin forward and charged at Lee while his entire body was encased in chakra. Quickly emerging from his forearm was a sharp spear of bone, which he thrust forward, ready to make contact with Rock Lee. Lee completely vanished from view as Kimimaro arrived at the center, and Kimimaro thrust into the air without incident. After launching himself to the ceiling and back, with his foot slamming into Kimimaro's head, Lee re-emerged in a flash. After the blow, Kimimaro somehow managed to remain upright, but Lee vanished once more. As motion bounced off the distant wall, Naruto's eyes caught it. Lee had already launched himself back to the center to give Kimimaro a side kick before he realized it. As Lee stood in the middle, a hand behind his back in his standard fighting stance, the Akatsuki commander flew off once more and crashed into another wall.
Naruto heard Utakata murmur, "This guy is crazy," from beside him. "Guran, are you seeing this? He looks faster than Kimimaro-sama." The white-haired, shirtless man bowed down in exhaustion as Naruto's Sharingan traced over to Kimimaro. His exoskeleton was clearly cracked. In places, his skin had buckled, exposing broken bone layers underneath. In fact, Lee had broken through. His eyes, however, caught the bone reforming over itself and the skin closing around it, healing at a rate Naruto believed was impossible, just as he was about to encourage his friend. "Yeah, no doubt about it," the Akatsuki on his right said once more. "Kimimaro is going to have to go to his second dance, Deadbone Sorcery." Even without his Sharingan, Kimimaro's hands were visible as dark purple chakra started to cover them as he moved forward from the wall. In his customary position, Rock Lee stood in the middle of the room, ready to attack or defend. Kimimaro, now trembling with effort, extended his right hand as soon as he had stopped walking. Just before the ground exploded behind his green friend, Naruto saw the purple chakra emerge beneath Lee. A huge skeletal hand then emerged and encircled Lee. In comparison, Lee appeared to be about the size of a kunai while being held by the enormous skeletal hand. Kimimaro's hand was rising as the arm kept growing out of the ground, lifting Lee high into the air. The white-haired Akatsuki slammed his hand into the ground, and the giant skeletal hand followed suit, holding Lee with it, just as Naruto realized that Kimimaro was controlling the arm. From the center came another blast of rock and dust. When Naruto believed Lee had just been crushed to death, his heart leapt to his throat. However, he observed that Bushy Brow's chakra was no longer there. Naruto turned back to Kimimaro and saw that Lee had somehow managed to get away just in time to jump in front of his opponent and kick him in the chin, sending him flying into the air. Lee leapt to his feet right after him, getting ready to use some weird tactic that involved taking off the white straps that were fastened around his arms. However, a purple whirlpool of chakra materialized in front of the Akatsuki ninja just before another enormous skeletal arm emerged from it, knocking Lee out of the air like a fly before he could get to Kimimaro. The purple vortex and the monstrous bone arm simply disappeared as soon as Lee hit the ground and began to roll around painfully to a stop. "Ha!" Kimimaro, still in the air, clapped his hands together in the palm seal, both of them coated in purple chakra, and let out an effortful shout. Lee had barely managed to stand when two more dark purple vortexes of the same hue materialized on either side of him this time. Not even a second after the vortexes materialized, Naruto realized what was going to happen. Two enormous skeletal arms sprang out once more, imitating Kimimaro's palm seal and aiming to clap together with Lee between them. Loop! As the hands collided beneath Lee with enough force to send another shockwave around the room, Lee leapt forward and somersaulted into the air, not a moment too late. Lee was unfazed and charged at Kimimaro, who had just fallen to the ground. He was now coming closer with another spinning kick. When he stood up, his foot slammed into Kimimaro's arm. Even though Lee was faster, the two continued to trade blows, and as soon as there was enough room between them, a second skeletal arm emerged from the ground behind Lee. Empty air was closed by the hand. In an attempt to seize the agile leaf ninja, Kimimaro continued to reach forward with his own purple flame arms, sending more enormous arms shooting out of the ground and air. Eventually, Rock Lee landed far away from Kimimaro, gasping for air while kneeling on the ground. Kimimaro had, for whatever reason, halted his skeletal attacks, giving them both a chance to attempt to assess the situation. Kimimaro simply didn't seem to be harmed by taijutsu. Kimimaro's protective layer of bone was simply too strong, and it somehow managed to heal itself even faster when Lee did manage to deliver a powerful blow. It was a losing battle for Lee. Kimimaro abruptly started to fly through a number of hand seals before coming to rest on a cross seal that Naruto was all too familiar with. Dead Clone Jutsu. With his right hand in front of him, Kimimaro started to collect a tremendous amount of chakra, which swirled in his palm. Slowly, bone started to emerge from his hand in the shape of a circle. It didn't resemble any weapon he had previously drawn. The shape of the bones gradually started to take on the appearance of a human skull within a matter of seconds. Lee appeared to take advantage of this and rushed forward. Kimimaro responded by hurling the dark purple chakra-covered skull forward at Lee, seemingly pleased with his creation. Lee was able to easily bat the clone skull away to the side when it reached him and proceeded to charge towards Kimimaro because, whatever it wasn't very sharp or quick. Naruto's eyes landed on the skull that had rolled to a halt as the two performed even more taijutsu. The purple chakra was still visible on it. Suddenly, two red dots appeared on its forehead, and white hair resembling Kimimaro's started to grow out of the top. Almost magically, it started to float into the air, bushy brows not even noticing, and a spine, rib cage, and more started to form underneath it. In a matter of seconds, a complete skeleton had developed beneath the skull, which now clearly bore Kimimaro's size and hair. Similar to the exoskeleton that was shielding Kimimaro, an armor of bone started to form around his creation, going beyond a simple skeleton. Lee barely had time to turn around and see it before he vanished out of view, stepping in front of the bone clone and giving it a forceful kick to the chest. Before the skeleton warrior could engage in combat, Lee's kick broke it into 100 separate bones, possibly anticlimactically. The skull flew high into the air and rolled off once more. Lee nodded firmly and jumped up to confront Kimimaro again, who had triggered more skeletal arms to emerge from purple vortexes and pursue him. The clone was once again standing in full armor, but before the skull could even stop rolling, it started to float in the air with purple chakra as the other bone parts either flew back to it or regrew. Naruto wondered what the trick was as it charged at Lee, who had not yet noticed it. Was it necessary for you to destroy the head? Would it return until then, no matter what? For Rock Lee, things were not looking good. In addition to the clone combining its attacks with Kimimaro's, there are also sporadic appearances of giant skeletal arms that try to grab him in midair or interfere with his attacks. Before long, Lee was standing on the same statue from which he had dropped his weights, gasping for air and turning to face his sensei in the stands. Lee finally nodded and looked down at his opponent, who was approaching slowly, but Naruto was unable to discern exactly what was happening between the two green ninja. There were no more weights for Lee to remove, were there? Third gate, Gate of Life, open. A tremendous amount of chakra erupted from Lee's entire body, forcing Naruto to recoil and turn away from his Sharingan. Chakra kept gushing out of him in amazing quantities, surpassing the strength Naruto had witnessed in Lee only moments earlier. The Gate of Life, what on earth was happening? Show him what you got, Lee, Gai-sensei said softly beside him, clutching the rail with anxious anticipation. This was the technique he was going to use against Neji, but he didn't have a choice. The 8 gates of chakra limit the control of chakra throughout a ninja's body. Lee has mastered the ability to open the first 3, and in doing so, his speed and strength have multiplied. But it doesn't come without a cost. The chakra explosion had subsided to a vivid green glow when Naruto turned back to Lee, but he saw right away that Lee's skin had turned an eerie red, as though he were on fire. But before he could continue to conjecture, Lee vanished from view, unnoticeable to Naruto's Sharingan. Bam! Lee appeared in front of Kimimaro's clone and delivered another powerful blow, causing the skull to break into 1,000 pieces as he punched through its face. Like a puppet with its strings severed, the remainder of the bone clone's body fell to the ground in 100 pieces, and Rock Lee vanished from view. Lee appeared in front of the original Kimimaro before the bones had a chance to settle, kicking him in the chin and sending him flying. Naruto had never seen someone as swift as Lee since his brother Shisui. Lee appeared and vanished in midair to hit the Akatsuki ninja, and Kimimaro was smashed through the air like a bouncing ball without even having a chance to block or recover. The only signs Naruto could even detect of Lee's presence were massive bursts of chakra. Each punch or kick was accompanied by a power and chakra explosion that sent Kimimaro flying in the other direction. Ultimately, Kimimaro was hurled in the direction of the ground. However, he appeared to be suspended in midair before he could crash. Were those wraps all over his body? Reverse Lotus. Lee was hanging on the ceiling, clutching the other end of the wraps that had managed to envelop Kimimaro's body, when Naruto's gaze shot up to the ceiling. He yelled loudly, pulled his arm back, and Kimimaro shot back up. Lee pushed off the ceiling himself and sprang straight at the approaching Akatsuki, extending his leg and fist to deliver the finishing blow. Boom! Kimimaro was hurled to the ground at tremendous speeds almost at the same time that Lee's attack made contact, resulting in the biggest explosion he had witnessed so far in the fight. The stone floor exploded, sending rocks flying in all directions, and soon after, a cloud of dust arose. Lee was able to land further away from the freshly formed crater, but he cried out in agony and collapsed as soon as he made contact with the earth. This must be the price Guy Sensei had mentioned because his skin had returned to normal. Despite having tremendous speed and power thanks to this third gate of life, Lee only appeared to be able to use it for one powerful attack. Was that it? Even though Lee didn't appear to be able to stand up again, he was at least conscious, and Kimimaro couldn't possibly. Just as the dust was starting to settle, Naruto's thoughts were interrupted by a moan, which made him turn his focus to the middle of the crater. A hand did indeed appear on the edge, and a moment later Kimimaro pulled himself to the ground. Kimimaro was miraculously unharmed, with the exception of the deterioration Naruto could see on his clothes. The white-haired ninja brushed some debris off his shoulders and rolled his neck around as if he had just gotten out of bed. Very impressive, he said to Lee as he approached the spot where Lee was now having difficulty standing. In freezing silence, everyone in the room held their breath, wondering what would happen next. I didn't think I'd get punched around like that during a Chunin exam. To be honest, I was fairly happy to see you on the ground when I climbed up. I don't think I would have been able to stop you like that without massive destruction. He approached Lee slowly and extended his hand once more, this time pointing the finger inches from Lee's forehead. Naruto was able to predict what would most likely occur shortly. Do you surrender? Kimimaro asked in a firm, unflinching voice that had lost the humor that had been frequently present. He was clearly prepared to kill, as Naruto could see. In spite of everything he tried, Lee was unable to respond or stand up. To the increasing concern of Naruto, he disregarded Kimimaro's offer and persisted in his struggle. So be it, said Kimimaro in the end. Undoubtedly on its way to pierce Lee's skull, a bone bullet started to slowly emerge from the surface of his index finger. Like with Hinata, Naruto wanted to jump in again, but he couldn't be sure what would happen to him if he did. Would he forfeit his opportunity to battle Neji and be disqualified? Would he? Next to him, Might Guy thankfully yelled, "Stop the fight." Before jumping over the rails and landing beside the fighters, Guy turned to face the proctor and scooped Lee into his arms before he could speak. Lee couldn't hear anything Kimimaro just said. He's unconscious, look at his eyes. Not able to hear, not conscious. As expected, Naruto saw that Lee's eyes were half open and glazed over, displaying neither life nor recognition. Naruto had thought his friend was awake because he had been so preoccupied with bush brows, movements. How committed was Lee that, despite losing consciousness, he still found it difficult to get back up and fight? The proctor said, "I see," after examining himself. After clearing his throat, he extended his hand to Kimimaro, who sighed in relief as he lowered his finger. Very well then. The winner is Kimimaro, of Akatsuki. Afterwards, Naruto gazed up at the board of flashing names, still feeling uneasy. The process of applying Earth-style ninjutsu to restore the walls and floors to their semi-original, flat condition had involved multiple proctors. The medics had taken the young green ninja to the infirmary, and Guy Sensei had gone with the unconscious Lee after all three of his genin had fought so early. Oh no, he now had two friends in critical condition at the infirmary. To his friend Sasuke, Naruto said, "If I'm chosen," bending over and saying, "I'm going to finish my fight as quickly as possible and go check on Hinata-chan and Lee. I'm sorry if I miss your fight, Sasuke."
As they both watched the names flash across the screen, his dark-haired Uchiha brother just shrugged. He confided, "Don't worry about it," in a sincere yet solemn tone. "I hope you realize that there's nothing you can do at this point, even if you go up and visit her, but I'd probably end up doing the same thing." Naruto let out a frustrated sigh. "You're probably right," he sadly admitted afterwards. "At this point, Hinata may not even be conscious. But still, there has to be something I can do to help." Naruto Uchiha vs. Suigetsu Hazuka. When Naruto saw his name written on the board, he couldn't help but feel relieved and a little happier. At last, fate was on his side. He was sick of waiting, and this would be his final battle of the second section of the Chunin exams. Despite his lack of knowledge about Suigetsu, he was determined to end this battle as soon as possible. Masahiro's gaze shifted from the board to the blonde-haired leaf shinobi across the room, who was about to engage his partner in combat. Even at this distance, he could feel Naruto's evil aura and the murderous expression in his eyes. Naruto didn't resemble the silly ninja he had met a few days before. He must have been deeply affected by witnessing his female teammate suffer. When he had spoken with them a few days prior, he recalled making a joke about them being a couple, but it was obvious that they were deeply in love. He whispered, "Be careful, Suigetsu," to his white-haired teammate, who was idly rolling his shoulders in anticipation of the battle. "Don't forget that this guy is on the team that Orochimaru targeted. They even fought in the forest against the commander and came out alive. And don't forget how strong that Senju teammate of his was. Don't let your guard down. Go all out from the very beginning." He had a brief meeting with the Amikage before he set out on this mission, and was told to keep an eye on his teammates while the superior-ranked Akatsuki and to ensure that no one died, even though he didn't personally care about Suigetsu's life. No matter what, he did not want to have to bring a bad report back to Lord Amikage. "He's right, Suigetsu," Karen said next to him, her entire attention on the blonde shinobi. "I know I already told you this, but that guy's a Jinchuriki. And even more than that, there's some sort of vicious dark chakra swirling around inside of him that's just as evil as a tailed beast." With a frustrated expression on his face, Suigetsu turned to face them. He exclaimed, "Come on guys, I'm not weak, you know. In defense. You're making this guy out to be stronger than the probably is. Just because he has a tailed beast doesn't mean he knows how to use it. Remember what we learned in Akatsuki's classes? I get it, I'm not going to take any chances with him. What, did you think I was going to insult his family or his girlfriend to egg him on? Everyone knows you shouldn't piss off a Jinchuriki. As soon as the match starts, I'll shoot a hole right through the center of his head and end the fight right then and there. And then you'll all look stupid for being a bunch of red-haired scaredy cats. HN. He then leapt over the railing and descended to the fighting floor, approaching the proctor to get ready for battle. Masahiro noticed Naruto doing the same thing as he turned to face the other side. He was aware that Suigetsu was attempting to conceal his nervousness, but he was correct. Not all Jinchuriki were proficient in using their tailed beasts, as they had discovered in some of Akatsuki's foundational classes. However, they also discovered that in some circumstances, such as when the host was overcome by emotions, tailed beasts could take control of their hosts. Masahiro even had the humility to acknowledge that he was no match for an angry Jinchuriki. "Tell me more about his chakra, Karen," he commanded his teammate with the red hair who was standing beside him. She had to pay attention to him because, Chunin exams or not, he was still a top-ranked shinobi in Akatsuki. She said, "Yes sir," while gazing down at Naruto. "His normal chakra presence is surprisingly warm and pleasant, but deep down inside I can sense the raw power and evil of what has to be the tailed beast inside of him, the nine-tailed fox, if I remember our classes correctly. But there is a third chakra mixed inside of him too, separate from the rest. It's purely sinister. I can't really find a different way to describe it, but it's darker than even the Kyuubi's, and it's circulating throughout his system and up into his head." Masahiro's intense, worried expression swiftly gave way to one of admiration as she turned to face Karen. "He's so cool," she exclaimed at last, her cheeks flushed, her hands enthusiastically gripping the rail. So much power and mystery is just swirling around inside of him. Incredibly curious about the strength of this leaf shinobi, he rolled his eyes and returned his attention to the battle below. Ultimately, it was likely that they would have to compete in the final round, and Masahiro wanted to win everything if he was going to have to take a pointless Chunin exam test in the first place. Above all else, though, he had to make sure he could confront Gaara at last and repay that bastard for all those years. Nobody would stop him from achieving that objective. In the arena below, Suigetsu and the blonde shinobi faced each other, while the Jonin proctor stood between them, murmuring a few final words.
After a brief nod, he finally lifted his right hand in the air, ready to declare the inevitable.
Fight. Suigetsu started flying through some well-known hand seals as soon as the battle began, probably in practice for his water gun technique. However, Naruto glared at Suigetsu with a peculiar intensity while holding up a single seal in front of him.
Suigetsu landed on the water seal and exclaimed, "Water style, now, water G." Suigetsu's body froze in place, and his voice was abruptly interrupted as soon as he opened his mouth. His body was clearly trembling as he fell to his knees right after his freeze-up. What on earth had become of him? With a brief sigh, the blonde shinobi lowered his hand seals and started to approach Suigetsu, taking a kunai from his back pocket. Karen whispered beside him, "He's got Suigetsu under genjutsu," just before he would have realized it himself. I can see Naruto's chakra encircling Suigetsu's head. But when did he even cast such a high-level technique? And without more than a single hand seal? As Naruto got closer to his teammate, Masahiro leaned forward in anticipation. He said, "It's the Sharingan," in closing. Look at Naruto's eyes. He has the legendary Uchiha Keke Genkai, known only in the Leaf Village. Although I had heard that Naruto wasn't even born to the clan, he has their eyes. When Naruto arrived at his opponent, he wasted no time in extending the kunai to Suigetsu's neck. He yelled, "Surrender," loud enough for everyone in the room to hear. "Or I'll end it right here. I don't have time for games." Suigetsu could not move, but he just grinned up at his opponent. "Raise your game, Leaf Shinobi," he replied, encouraging Naruto. "I'm not giving up to you." Masahiro's gaze squinted at Suigetsu. It was a wise decision. Suigetsu appeared to be completely immobilized by Naruto's genjutsu, but he might be able to escape if he could persuade the Leaf Shinobi to attack him physically. However, was Naruto truly capable of cutting someone's throat in front of? Cut. The crowd let out a few gasps as Naruto swiftly sliced the blade through Suigetsu's throat without even giving him another chance. However, water followed the tip of the kunai instead of blood spraying everywhere. The remainder of Suigetsu's body exploded forward, turning a light clear blue like a freshly punctured water balloon. After fully submerging himself in the water, he hurried forward to encircle Naruto's limbs. Suigetsu's upper body materialized behind Naruto, emerging from the watery bonds and placing his finger against Naruto's temple. Suigetsu mockingly said, "Nice try, kid," while forming his hand into a gun once more. "Now it's your turn. Yield or die." The paralysis had been reversed when his throat was cut, either because he was in pain or because Naruto had released the jutsu after slicing Suigetsu. Masahiro, however, was aware that Suigetsu's body was permanently impacted by the hydrification technique, the Hizuka clan's own Keke Genkai that gave him the ability to instantly transform his body into chakra-controlled water. Physical assaults against him had no purpose. Not even a ninja with the speed and strength of that green-clad Leaf Shinobi who had battled Kimimaro could injure Suigetsu with merely physical. "That's a clone." Karen pointed down to the fight and whispered to him. "I have no idea when he switched, but Naruto's chakra just..." Boom. Both Suigetsu and Naruto burst into a tiny cloud of smoke and flame, showering the arena with water and debris. The proctor, who had been approaching to find out if Naruto really did give up, was able to leap back in time. Masahiro watched as all of the water slowly but surely formed the shape of Suigetsu as it trickled to a single location in the arena as the smoke subsided. With Karen's assistance, Masahiro was able to quickly surmise that Naruto had switched places with a clone without the use of hand seals and had somehow detonated himself from a distance. As Masahiro had predicted, the real Naruto made his appearance in the arena prior to the reforming Suigetsu. Before leaping away, Naruto released multiple explosive tags into the clear water Suigetsu and punched his hand inside of it without saying a word. The explosion was anticipated this time. Boom. Water poured out in all directions as Suigetsu exploded once more, covering the arena's walls and floors below. The water started to slowly reform in the center after a few moments, but it was moving much more slowly this time. Masahiro turned to the red-haired girl, who was intensely focused on the fight, and said, "Karen, you've worked with Suigetsu before, haven't you?" "Well," she said, turning to face him for a moment, "I have teamed up with him before, but we have only been together on a few missions. We are in the same regiment, the 6th, under Lord Orochimaru." When another explosion rang out, they both recoiled, and before Suigetsu could fully reform, he was splattered all over the room. Observing that Suigetsu's water was taking even longer this time, he asked her, "How does his ability work? Why does it seem like his body is taking more time to form up each time?"
Karen confirmed his suspicion by nodding. Suigetsu's bloodline limit has converted his chakra into a gel-like water substance. It means that he can control all the water that composes him, but it works best when he's condensed together. Because he doesn't have a single center of chakra, when he's broken up like that, he has to expend all of his chakra to try and pull himself back together. He can't do it for long. As soon as he runs out of enough chakra to keep up his form, he's done for. Naruto also appeared to have figured this out based on appearances. Given that his eyes could see his opponent's chakra flow, maybe that wasn't shocking. Before the slowly reshaping Suigetsu, Naruto knelt down and dipped his hand into the water once more. Nothing seemed to be going on, and it seemed as though Suigetsu would eventually transform back into a human.
Suigetsu was able to mumble, "You bastard," loud enough for Masahiro to hear, before toppling over with a splash. He kept falling over himself until he was lying on the ground in a gelatinous puddle as the water continued to absorb up into his body but was never able to solidify into his normal form. Naruto maintained an intense and focused gaze while keeping his hand inside Suigetsu's body. Karen blurted out, "It feels like he's pushing his spiritual chakra into Suigetsu, while holding onto the rails. He's hijacking his chakra system. Suigetsu can't absorb his own chakra back into him without taking some of Naruto's now, and he also can't control that much spiritual chakra." Naruto got up and turned to face the Chunin proctor, happy with his work. He declared, "This fight is over," in a clear and loud voice. "He won't be reforming again until I release my chakra." After a few moments in which nothing noteworthy happened, the proctor turned to face the struggling puddle of Suigetsu, nodded, and turned back to the Leaf Shinobi. "Very well. Then the fight is over. Naruto Uchiha is the winner." As Naruto started to leave the arena, there were numerous applause and cheers from the opposing side, which was undoubtedly caused by the large number of Leaf Shinobi in attendance. Masahiro had to silently congratulate himself because Naruto Uchiha appeared to be the real deal. He used his deductive reasoning to defeat that extremely powerful Kekkei Genkei without having any knowledge of Suigetsu. Regretfully, Masahiro didn't discover much about Naruto's true abilities. But maybe now that he knew a little more, he would be ready for the last round. If they fought, Naruto would avoid looking into his eyes because he was skilled with the Sharingan. Additionally, it appears that Naruto used a physical clone in conjunction with the substitution jutsu without the need for hand seals. Not to mention, that was pretty incredible, Karen grumbled as he looked down at the blonde shinobi, interrupting his thoughts. "His chakra, it's amazing. I think I'm falling in love." He rolled his eyes once more before turning to face Suigetsu, who seemed to be gradually getting back on track. He yelled, "Shut up and focus on your teammate," as he leapt to the rail. "Let's go help him out and make sure he can get up here. He'll probably need some of your healing chakra." "Naruto, well done, boy. That's an impressive feat, to be able to learn how to push your chakra into another person's system while in the middle of a battle." Naruto made an effort to ignore Madara's flattering remarks. I think it was easier since he didn't really have a chakra system. The water was his chakra after all. "Still, you're becoming much better at controlling your chakra. This is a good step towards progress, boy. You may come to be a suitable vessel for my greatness one day after all." As he approached Sasuke, eager to move on, Naruto forced Madara from his thoughts. He was showered with congratulations from everyone as he ascended the stairs to them. "Congratulations, Naruto," offered his sensei Kakashi, who gave him a quick shoulder pat. "That was really something how you managed to think on your feet like that. I've no doubt that you're ready to become a Chunin. Shisui would be proud." Similarly, Sasuke approached him and pumped his fist. He smiled and said, "That didn't take you long at all, did it, bro? It's going to be hard to beat my opponent as fast as that. Are you still planning on?" In order to avoid Kakashi hearing him or attempting to stop him, Naruto nodded while speaking quietly. "I'm going to leave a shadow clone here while I go check on Hinata. Or rather, I'll make a shadow clone and substitute myself with him as soon as he gets out. Make sure to tell the clone to disperse if the rounds end before I get back or I'm needed for something." "Sure, sounds good. You're going to miss my fight though, but I'll make sure it's just as quick and easy as yours was." Naruto nodded and smiled at him. He had enough faith in Sasuke to know that his fight would most likely end similarly to his. He produced a shadow clone beneath the balcony by focusing his chakra and holding up a discriminate hand seal. No one seemed to notice his clone shimmer into existence as the Konoha proctors cleared the exam floor below. He substituted the clone as quickly as he could and started to walk toward the closest exit door. Immediately after shutting the door, He dashed down the corridor in an attempt to locate the main staircase and ascend to the medical wing. He heard the announcer's voice slipping through the crack as he went by the main front door. Next fight is Sasuke Uchiha vs Guran of the Akatsuki. He was actually going to miss Sasuke's fight, damn it. In theory, he could get the memory when his clone dispersed as long as the clone observed the events. However, ever since they met at the ramen bar, that odd girl with the blue hair had been hankering after a fight with Sasuke. However, Sasuke claimed to have met her in the forest, so he was sure he would be okay. Sasuke, exercise caution. Recollection: Hinata accepted Naruto's assistance in being hauled up to the orphanage rooftop by reaching up and grabbing his dangling arm. They spent nearly all of their free time together, and like most weekends, they chose to sit next to each other on the roof after breakfast and gaze out at a portion of the village. As best friends, they were eager to leave this orphanage and explore this village. "Hey Naruto-kun," she said to her blonde companion as they sat back to back and supported one another with their weight. "I was thinking last night, you know how I'm a senju and all." Disinterested in playing with a toy kunai he had borrowed from the playroom, Naruto sneered at her. "Duh, of course I remember your name, Hinata. What about it?" She rolled her eyes at him while stroking Kitsune, her own fox doll, in her lap. "I heard from one of the teachers that there aren't any of my family left in Konoha, which is why I'm in the orphanage. They said that means that one day, after I grow up and leave here, I'll have to start my own clan and rebuild the senju. Apparently, that's a big deal. The Senju clan used to be one of the founding clans of this entire village. Can you believe that? And I'm going to have to?" Playing with the kunai, Naruto seemed uninterested in the conversation. He got up suddenly a few moments later, and she lost her balance in the middle of her sentence due to his lack of support. She rolled around on the floor and gave him a frustrated glance. "Hey, you're not paying attention to me, you dummy. Check this out, Hinata," he said, utterly disregarding her. The toy kunai flew in an unexpectedly straight line after he threw it forward, hitting a pole close to the roof's end. "Huh? Did you see that? You can talk about rebuilding your famous clan all you want, princess, but I'm going to be the strongest ninja of the village, believe it." Trying not to notice his contagious smile, she brushed off her trousers, got up, and approached him. She tried to make fun of him by asking in a softly mocking tone, "The strongest ninja? Really?" Naruto's smile swiftly transformed into a fierce gaze that pierced her innermost being. "I said, believe it, didn't I? I'm going to become the strongest ninja. And I never go back on my word. That my ninja way." As he hurried over to retrieve his toy kunai, he smiled once more and laughed. The expression on his face gave the impression that he actually believed it. In fact, he was so sure of himself that he was able to convince her to believe him too. She gave him a determined glance up and down when he came back in front of her, reassuring herself that Naruto was unquestionably capable of handling the situation. Now smiling herself, she said, "All right, I've decided." Naruto looked at her questioningly, presumably not understanding her meaning. "Decided what you want to do today?" "I was thinking we could play ninja again, I really like that game. I promise I won't throw my kunai too hard this time, hee." With a somewhat arrogant expression on her face, she crossed her arms and shook her head. "When we grow up and leave the orphanage, we'll rebuild the Senju clan together. You're already my best friend, and if you're going to be the strongest ninja too, then you'd be the perfect person to be the clan leader." Naruto's curious expression changed to one of laughter. He flicked her across the forehead, much to her annoyance, and rolled his eyes. "Hey, Hinata Baka." He laughed as she passionately rubbed her head. "I can't be the head of the Senju clan. I'm not a Senju, remember? And I just told you I'm going to be the strongest ninja in the village. That means I'm gonna be the Hokage, and I won't have time to be a Senju." "You're the Baka." She shot back, stepping forward with confidence and placing her hands on her hips. "You can be a Hokage and a clan leader at the same time." Evidently still not buying into her logic, Naruto cocked his head. "But I'm an Uzumaki. I'm not a Senju in the first place. Why would I be the clan head?" It was Hinata's turn to scoff at having to explain this straightforward scheme to him. "Well, obviously, we have to get married. Then you can be a Senju." Naruto raised his eyebrows in astonishment. So he was starting to realize how clever her plan was. "That still doesn't make much sense," he began, thinking deeply and scratching the back of his head. Both of them had taken a seat across from each other. "Why wouldn't you be the clan head then? You're the Senju, not me, and I would rather be Hokage." She calmly replied, "You can be both the Hokage and the clan head if you want," with the argument now in her favor. "And I'll be too busy raising our family. I don't want to deal with all the clan leader meetings and busy work." The grown-ups told me that I'm supposed to have a lot of kids if I'm going to rebuild the clan. Won't that be great? I think we should have at least 10. We both grew up here in an orphanage, but we're going to have a huge family together. Probably because he couldn't find anything wrong with her amazing plan, Naruto sighed. Out of conflicting thoughts, he finally asked, "Well, do you even know how to have kids? How are we even supposed to rebuild? I haven't read anything about that at all." Hinata gave a shrug. The important thing was not that. "I don't know," she said honestly. "It probably has something to do with sleeping together. I think that's why girls and boys sleep in different rooms here, and why the adults got so mad when I asked them if I could sleep in your bed with you. But you sneak in my bed practically every time there's a thunderstorm." "Hey, that's just my guess," she responded. "Maybe it doesn't work until we get married. All I know from the adults is that once we get married, we can have kids. Lots of kids. And they said if my husband is really strong, then our kids will be strong too. That will make our Senju family really incredible." Naruto returned his attention to his toy kunai. "I don't know, Hinata-han. This sounds like a silly plan if we don't even know how any of that works." With an accusing look on her face, Hinata got up and placed her hands back on her hips. "Since when are you all about details anyway? I say I win this argument. We leave the orphanage, get married, and rebuild the Senju clan together." With a lack of enthusiasm, Naruto answered, "Hooray! Who cares? Let's just think about what games we are going to play today." With one hand behind her back, Hinata grabbed the toy kunai from him as she strode over to him. He was unable to reach around and seize the kunai from this position because he was still seated. "I care," she exclaimed in a triumphant and self-assured voice. "Marriage is a big deal. It means we get to be friends together forever. Don't you want that?" After a moment, Naruto turned his head away from her intense stare and shrugged. "Yeah, I guess that would be nice. Just give me back my kunai." Hinata's face lit up with a smile. She extended a pinky finger from her other hand down to him. "You have to promise me first, then we can go play. Promise me that when we get older, we'll get married, pinky promise." Naruto gave her a defeated pinky finger after she resisted for a moment. Before he could retract it, she grabbed it out of the air and burst out laughing. "Deal. It's settled then, I'm going to be your ninja wife." The Hinata took a deep breath to collect her thoughts before attempting to open her eyes as she gradually came to. Every single part of her body seemed to be hurting. After her fight, everything hurt. But after remembering such a memory, her chest throbbed with pain, perhaps more than her muscles. She had not experienced such a vivid dream in a long time. However, it appears that she was shown a lovely memory from the past rather than looking into the future. She pressed her face together in an attempt to hold back the tears that were already streaming from her closed eyes. She genuinely cherished Naruto, actually, ever since the orphanage. She had known she wanted to be with him for the rest of her life even before she could name the feeling. For some, growing up in the orphanage without a family was difficult, but for her, everyone seemed to admire her because she was the last Senju left. Before she met Naruto, the demon boy that everyone was told to stay away from, she was treated the same by everyone, like some kind of priceless relic. Ultimately, Naruto was her first true friend, regardless of her identity or last name. Some of her best memories were made during their time together at the orphanage. These memories would later support her during her grueling training at the Hyuga clan. Had she really made the proposal to Naruto? And had he actually kept his word? As Hinata recalled that specific memory, she couldn't control the heat that rose to her face. Given that Naruto had hardly been focusing on her when it actually occurred, she questioned whether he had any memory of the incident. Back then, she had been so sure of herself. However, her feelings remained the same to this day. They were the same, though they had undoubtedly changed into something more profound. She was happiest with Naruto and wanted to live her entire life with him. She desired to be surrounded by devoted kids and raise a large family with him. She desired to rebuild the Senju clan with them, living in a remote compound far from other people. Naturally, as she grew older, she had a better understanding of what rebuilding a clan meant. Nevertheless, she desired the largest family she could have if it was with Naruto. Now that she was at last able to comprehend the depths of her emotions, all she needed to do was knock, knock. A faint knocking sound echoed through the room, and Hinata sat up straight. Who might it be? Was she being visited by Naruto? She soon discovered that even though she had opened her eyes, nothing was visible. They had apparently bandaged them in some way. She knew she had definitely overused her Byakugan because of the burning pain that followed her even as she attempted to open her eyes. What was the duration of her absence? Naruto couldn't be visiting, could he?
It hadn't felt like long at all. The pain in her heart was unavoidable. Her greatest wish after her altercation with Neji was for Naruto to enter the room and embrace her, reassuring her that everything would be alright and expressing his pride in her. That he loved her too and that he had heard what she had said earlier. She remained silent out of concern that it might be a nurse checking in or someone else coming here to reprimand her.
Slowly, the door creaked open, and Naruto.
He had knocked, but no one had answered. Given the likelihood that Hinata was still unconscious, Naruto couldn't help but sigh. Medic Nin were supposed to be exceptionally skilled at mending wounds from combat, right? Before that last blow, he had stopped Neji, but was she truly that badly hurt? Regardless, he made the decision to open the door and examine himself. He had run all the way to the medic wing on the upper floor in his adrenaline rush, asked where Hinata Senju was being held, and hurried to this exact door even though he had been told he couldn't. Perhaps Sasuke was correct and she would still be in critical care. What was the duration? A few hours.
He entered the room and shut the door after saying, "Excuse me," in a low voice.
He was shocked to see Hinata-chan sitting up straight in her bed and looking at him with a sad and scared expression on her face as soon as he looked forward. She appeared to be broken. Her arms were bandaged, her eyes and forehead were covered in bandages, and what was left of her was covered in shallow cuts and bruises. It felt like someone had suddenly snuck up on him and punched him in the gut when he saw his best friend in this state. He was frozen at the doorway, unable to say anything more than, "Hinata-chan." He felt his anger rising inside of him once more, and he couldn't help it. This would cost Neji money. Neji would pay, no matter what. If he was lucky, he would leave Neji in his own hospital bed, much worse off. If not, he would. "Naruto-kun," Hinata asked in a trembling but hopeful voice. Was she so hurt that she was still in pain? He walked forward from the door that was closed behind him after shaking his head to calm the rage. He made an effort to smile and project confidence. He couldn't, under any circumstances, collapse in front of her like this, even if she couldn't see him. He opened his mouth to ask her how she was doing and waved his hand as he got closer to the bed. Thank heavens, he managed to contain his foolishness before he could say a single word. How did she feel? Was he a moron? She was in the hospital after having been beaten to within an inch of her life just hours before. What was her condition, in his opinion?
Rather, he found himself holding his hand awkwardly in midair. "Naruto, hurry up. Do anything at all. Don't simply stop." She winced visibly as he extended his hand forward and patted her shoulder. His frustration now made him want to scream. "Great idea, Naruto Baka. Make her suffer even more." He withdrew his hand and scratched the back of his head sheepishly. "Sorry, Hinata-chan. I just really wanted to see you and make sure you're all right. I'm pretty stupid, I know. You should really be getting rest. I'll head back down now, sorry for waking you up." In morbid embarrassment, he turned and started toward the door, but before he could take another step, he felt a pull on his shirt, preventing him from moving forward. Confused, he turned back to see Hinata clinging to him while leaning forward, almost off the bed. She pleaded with him, her voice hardly more than a whisper, "Don't go, please." Unable to think of anything to say, he turned to face her. He knew he was walking on thin ice because of the trembling in her lower lip. And now they had just blocked his escape route. What did she want since she didn't appear to be in the right frame of mind or state to talk at the moment? He began by saying, "Hinata-chan," his mind racing with 1,000 ideas. "I don't really know what I should say to you right now, but I just want to let you know that I'm extremely proud of how you fought against Neji. It was incredible. You seriously kicked some butt." She looked even more on the verge of crying after hearing what he had just said. Oh no, was that a positive or negative thing? Well, given that he was never very good with words, perhaps he should just give her a comforting hug and wait for her to speak. The safest way seemed to be that. Not wanting to hurt her the way he had just done, he made up his mind and leaned forward to give her the softest hug he could. And she eventually started crying the instant he did, for better or worse. Afterwards, "You already won your fight?" After what felt like 30 minutes and almost a full box of tissues, Naruto had clumsily released Hinata until she could actually speak to him. He made every effort to ignore the wet sensation of his now damp Uchiha shirt, which was smeared with her numerous tears. In the end, he had to replace the bandage around her eyes with another one. In an attempt to minimize his accomplishments, he began, "Yeah, well, I was doing everything in my power to get to you as soon as possible, and after witnessing you give it your all in your battle, I couldn't help but do my best too." She appeared uncertain of what to say next and gave a feeble congrats smile. Naruto felt compelled to give her another hug, but he held back. Annoying her was the last thing he wanted to do, and he wasn't sure if he had enough time for another crying fit like the one he had just had. With a confident, "I'm going to the final round now," Naruto put a gentle hand on her shoulder to get her to glance up at him once more. "If I happen to face Neji, I'll make sure I kick his face in for you, Hinata-chan." Surprisingly, she didn't appear pleased to hear that. "Naruto-kun," she finally said to him before turning her head away once more. "It's not Neji's fault for winning his fight against me. If anything, it was my lack of conviction. I could have used the cursed seal jutsu at any time, but I just couldn't. Not with you watching me. And if I had just surrendered like he asked me to, then he wouldn't have had to keep fighting me. It's my fault, Naruto-kun." That was not acceptable to Naruto. A furious, "Don't be stupid, Hinata," he shot back. "You and I both know that he could have easily ended the fight by blocking certain chakra points on you. It might have been painful, but it would have been efficient. But Neji didn't even use the gentle fist toward the end. He just hit you over and over again. He was taking all of his anger toward the Hyuga clan out on you." Before he could lose his temper any further, he stopped there. He didn't want to start shouting or using profanity, nor did he want to annoy Hinata. Neji would cover the cost. He was going to see to that. Hinata appeared to put the matter aside after a protracted period of silence. But she continued to avoid looking at him for extended periods of time. "Thank you for visiting me so quickly, Naruto-kun," she said softly to him. She stopped again and took deep breaths to get through it. "As soon as I woke up, you were actually the first person I wanted to be with. I wanted to know if you were proud of me for how I fought. I wanted you to hold me and—" Color rushed to Hinata's cheeks, and she trailed off. Given how battered she was probably finding it difficult to even sit up and speak to him. He took hold of her shoulders and leaned her back against the head of the bed, saying softly, "Relax, Hinata-chan. Of course I would come and visit you. You mean the world to me." When he saw how close they were, his hand on her shoulders, her face a foot or so from his, he couldn't help but feel the heat rising to his own face. She was biting her lip nervously. He was actually shivering from their closeness. He kept thinking about what she had said to him just before her altercation. "Naruto-kun, there's something I just realized about myself. I think that I'm in love with." When Hiru wrapped her eyes, he slowly removed his hands from his shoulder and inexplicably found himself pushing away a lock of hair that had fallen down the center of her face. With his heart pounding in the back of his throat, he tucked it behind her ear. She was the most beautiful girl he had ever seen, no question about it. Her gorgeous dark hair and the delicate feel of her skin, despite her battered and bandaged appearance, were enough to reduce his normally sensible thoughts to mush. It seemed like the most natural thing in the world to lean forward ever so slowly to get closer to her. He could even feel her soft breath on his face from this distance, which was quickening just like his. She probably reached out to push him away, but instead she appeared to have caught hold of him, drawing him close and— Knock, knock. Someone knocked on the closed door to their room, seemingly ruining their moment. Instead of startling away, though, Hinata kept staring at him blindly from a few inches away, her face as red as he could recall. Was she aware? Was he truly going to plant a kiss on her? Had she been attracting him, after all? He didn't imagine it, did he? No, even now she was still clinging to him. Then she said that it had to be him. It must have been her sincere attempt to express her love for him. Was that the reason Sasuke always seemed to be smug about the subject? Is that why Sasuke advised him to inquire directly about Hinata's feelings? "Hinata-chan, we need to talk about coming in." The sound of the door opening behind them finally snapped them out of their peaceful hypnotic trance. Continuing to sit on the edge of the bed, Naruto slowly leaned back from her while turning to face the newcomer. As one of the fabled Sannin, Jiraiya, entered the room and shut the door behind him, he was forced to take a sharp breath and get to his feet. With his gaze flitting between him and Hinata, Jiraiya said, well, look what we have here. I hope I didn't just interrupt something, did I? Far be it from me to get in between my favorite little couple here." Naruto was unsure of how to react. On the one hand, he wanted to tell the man to get lost and stop bothering them. However, he was aware that in the entire village, only the Hokage was superior to a Sannin like Jiraiya. In accordance with military tradition, he suppressed his emotions and stood at attention instead. "Oh please. Relax." Jiraiya waved to him as he walked confidently to the window in the room. He turned it open, allowing air to enter the now somewhat claustrophobic area. "I'm just messing with you. I just thought I'd stop by after I heard what had happened to our little Hinata-chan here." In his mind, the word Sannin triggered a different thought for Naruto. He hurriedly stepped forward toward the big, white-haired man and exclaimed, "Lord Jiraiya! Orochimaru has returned to the village. He attacked our team during the second phase of the exams." Jiraiya leaned against the windowsill and whirled to face them. His long hair rustled in the cool breeze that blew into the room. "Ah, right to business I see. Yes, that was another reason why I came to this tower here. Orochimaru has managed to slip into my very own village without my knowledge and kill several shinobi here, nonetheless. And the latest report is that he fought your genin team in the forest. Now why would Orochimaru want to do that?" Why was Jiraiya even asking him that, Naruto wondered. Why would he, of all people, be aware of Orochimaru's intentions? "I have no idea," he said candidly. He initially seemed more interested in Sasuke and Hinata. Maybe he's after their bloodlines. But he also... Stop. Don't tell him about Orochimaru tampering with the seal. The last time Jiraiya tried to seal me off from you and... Naruto quickly silenced Madara's voice by cutting off their chakra connection. Jiraiya was a Leaf Village hero. Naruto wouldn't benefit from not knowing anything from him. He also messed with my seal. I'm not entirely sure what he did, but he did something with it. As he considered the details Naruto had provided, Jiraiya rubbed his chin. What would Jiraiya do with the seal? In the first place, what had Orochimaru done to him? Furthermore, Madara's voice had only ever benefited him in the past. Perhaps it wasn't as horrible as he thought. Before Jiraiya tampered with his connection once more, it might be wiser to pay attention to Madara and attempt to change the topic. Naruto pointed to the book Jiraiya was holding and said, "Say, Jiraiya sir, what's that book you have right there?" When the book was mentioned, Jiraiya's stern expression instantly vanished. He replied, "Oh, this." As though he were holding a golden relic of some kind. "This is my signature version of my very first novel. My original intention of returning to Konoha was to sell off some hand-signed copies of a few of my books, but then I heard word of Orochimaru." "What, you're telling me you didn't know that I'm one of Konoha's bestseller authors?" Naturally, Naruto was aware of the Sannin's reputation as a distinguished writer. However, even though he was aware of this, he had never really encountered one of Lord Jiraiya's books in the library. Abruptly, his curiosity ceased to be fictitious and became real. Naruto held his hand out in front of him and asked, "Can I read it? What's the book about?" With a shake of his head, Jiraiya put the book in his pouch and set it on the tray next to them. "Sorry kiddo, but like I said, this copy is reserved for someone who paid a lot of money to get my signature on it. But do you want to know a little secret that you won't find in any library? This book was so popular back in the day that Konoha's own fourth Hokage decided to name his son after the protagonist." That made Naruto's eyes pop open, and Hinata let out a loud gasp. Knowing that Naruto's father was the fourth Hokage, they both exclaimed in surprise. That book had to be in his possession. "Anyway," Jiraiya said, his eyes sparkling as he approached Naruto, "lift your shirt up for a second and let me check on your seal. I need to make sure that Orochimaru didn't sabotage the fourth's work to endanger the village." "Oh, don't be shy, it's not like the girl can even see you." Jiraiya stared at the seal while Naruto reluctantly lifted his shirt slowly. Aside from some incomprehensible mumblings, Jiraiya didn't really alter his belly, though it was a little awkward to have the famous ninja gaze at it intently for almost 5 minutes. He finally said, "It seems to be intact," getting up and taking his pouch off the tray. "Listen, Hinata-chan, I wanted to confirm with you whether Orochimaru actually fought your team in the forest, but I can see now that it's true. I'll let you get some much-needed rest. But, knowing the Senju clan's incredible vitality, I'm sure that you'll be up on your feet in no time." Before leaving, Jiraiya turned to face them one last time and went to the door and cracked it open. His face was serious as he said, "Consider yourselves incredibly lucky for making it out of that test alive. If my guess is right, Orochimaru has defected from the Akatsuki and is planning to destroy the leaf. We must stop him at all costs, and we must determine whether the Akatsuki is on our side in this. Orochimaru kills on a whim. I don't know why he targeted you three, or why he left you alive, but I'm going to try and find out. Stay vigilant, you two." The Toad Sage finally turned to face Naruto and said, "Oh, and Naruto," congratulating him on winning his first battle. "As I was walking down the hall, I overheard one of the proctors mention it. Although they claimed that Hinata's fight was more spectacular, it was still quite impressive. If I can find some free time, I would not mind training you for the final exam over the course of the next month. I might be able to assist you if you can locate me." He shut the door after him.
Naruto sighed with anxiety and reclined on Hinata's bed. One of the fabled Sannin had just offered to train him. What was going on in his life now? Everything was happening so fast. Even with Hinata, who had been suspiciously silent during the entire encounter. He turned to face her and was shocked to see that she was actually holding back a laugh. Hinata-chan, what's so? She took something out from under the covers before he could finish, and it appeared to be a book without a cover. What was so funny about, holy shit, was that Jiraiya's book. While he was examining your seal, I took this from his pouch. When he told me that your father named you after the protagonist of this book, I knew we had to read it, she said, grinning slyly. I felt inside and reached out where I heard him put it down. Her joyful expression abruptly changed to one of shock and terror. Oh my goodness, Naruto-kun. I just took something from one of Konoha's great Sannin, she said, her voice now laced with fear. For something like that, I might end up in jail. They might refuse to let me enlist, or... She was just too adorable when she was this anxious. Naruto couldn't help but laugh and interrupt her in the middle of her panic. Hinata-chan, he managed to say after he calmed down, putting a hand on her shoulder, I can't believe you did that. You would have done that back at the orphanage. I know and love the Hinata who, while blindfolded, stole the book from a legendary ninja right in front of him. Her face seemed to heat up as it always did, and he slowly withdrew his hand from her, sheepishly rubbing the back of his head, but she seemed to freeze at that last part despite his friendly intent. Oh crap. Did he say love? He didn't mean it that way. Why were things between them now so tense as well? He finally found the strength to turn to face his best friend and say, Hinata-chan, sometimes I really miss the old you. It's not that I dislike your current self. Simply put, I miss the friend who used to go out with me and play practical jokes or break the rules and go exploring the village. I'm a little concerned that things have been getting tense between us, as if we've been drifting apart, because we used to be so close back then. Compared to then, you're not really as open. Since the time of the Hyuga clan. Damn it all, he was just trying to be honest with her. Hinata sighed and turned her head away from him, a sad expression on her face. Desperate to find the right words, he went on, I just want us to be closer. To be truthful with one another. Since you're my best friend, we ought to be able to discuss anything. Slowly, she turned back to face him. Anything? With her confidence from before nowhere in sight, she asked quietly. He nodded right away, saying, yeah, anything. After hesitating, she said, you promise me that you won't hate me or leave me then. I swear, Hinata-chan. I won't, you know. She sighed and looked down, clearly shaken up. Naruto reached forward to gently grab her hand to calm her. They would get through this, no matter what. He was honestly scared himself. If he was wrong about her, if he had misheard her or misunderstood what she meant, then he was at risk of losing her friendship. If she had actually meant that she was in love with Sasuke, or she hadn't even mentioned that part at all and he had misheard it, then moving forward with a faulty assumption would be disastrous. But if she did love him, how did he feel? Regardless of what she said or how she felt, what did he feel about Hinata-chan? She was always his best friend, but as they grew older, he couldn't also help but realize that she was also a beautiful girl. Someone he loved spending time with. She seemed to feel the same way. Was the natural progression to take their relationship to the next level? Was that how it worked? Neither of them had parents to talk about this with, so neither of them had learned about this delicate transition from friendship to love. Perhaps he should take the initiative. Perhaps he was being lazy by making her declare her love for him. After all, she was likely in a similar situation to his. Perhaps he should take the chance and simply ask her if she wanted to continue their relationship, for better or worse. Even if he was mistaken, then. His mind was filled with memories before either of them could speak. The testing was over, and the genin who had won would soon have to form up in front of the Hokage. Crap. Already? How long had he been in here with Hinata? He began, listen, Hinata-chan, still holding her hand lightly, I have to go now and form up with the other genin. If I had to go back, I had a clone set up to disperse. He really didn't want to leave her, but she nodded despite her apparent sadness. As soon as this is all over, I will return. Even though they will undoubtedly need to take you to Konoha's hospital, I will make sure to pay you a visit each day for as long as you are there. I think we should just spend more time together now that you're done with all of this drama. While your eyes heal, perhaps I could even read that book to you. He felt that this conversation had been beneficial to them, and he was prepared to embrace this new part of their relationship, their closeness, rather than run away from it. For better or worse, he was going to find out if they were in love. She nodded and finally began to smile again. Yeah, she said.
pausing with a quick sniffle. "I'd really like that, Naruto-kun." She gripped his hand tightly before he got up to go. "Take caution." He turned back with a smirk as he got to the doorway and she called out to him. "It's you who's lying in a hospital bed, broken up. You be careful." He replied nonchalantly, grinning as usual. "And you had better not attempt to begin that book without my presence. I'd love to read it to you." With a huge smile on his face, he ran down the hallway after she nodded and shut the door behind him. Formerly, Guran, when Guran heard her name called as the next fighter, to take on Sasuke Uchiha, she couldn't contain her excitement and started to shake. Even though Orochimaru had confirmed that Sasuke's older brother was the one who killed her parents and the Uchiha clan, the killer's spitting image was now coming down to stand in front of her. Although he had defeated her in their brief encounter in the forest, she refused to let her guard down this time and would kill him at all costs because, after all, if she couldn't kill him, how could she ever hope to defeat his older brother? If she couldn't kill him here, then what was the point of her joining the Akatsuki and training daily under some of the world's best ninjas? The Amikage had feared that Orochimaru's team would eliminate anyone from the Akatsuki and prevent the Amikage from attending the finals, but that was no longer a problem. This test meant much more to her than a simple mission from Akatsuki. Since Kimimaro had already won his match, she could theoretically just forfeit since they only needed one of the Akatsuki to advance to the finals. She was always surrounded by greatness at the Akatsuki. She had numerous subordinates herself, almost all of whom were actually older than her. But she was also surrounded by those like Kimimaro and Hidan who she may never even be able to compare to. What was worse was that Kimimaro was hardly a year older than her, but he was already so much more powerful. She knew that she was being unrealistic, but sometimes she just couldn't help but cry after a grueling training session with Kimimaro, her own commander, feeling so absolutely weak compared to him. She had heard rumors from Kimimaro that there was a Uchiha that had recently passed through the Akatsuki recruitment with incredible marks, enough so that all of the commanders and the Amikage had actually attended. After what Orochimaru had said in the forest, she could connect the dots. It was likely the Uchiha who murdered her parents, and he was likely to become a commander. And that meant that he was probably stronger than even Kimimaro, who was the least strong commander. Sasuke Uchiha looked like his older brother had on that fateful night, and he also claimed that he had dedicated his life to exacting revenge on Itachi, who had killed not only Sasuke's parents but also his entire clan. If anyone deserved to kill Itachi, it was Sasuke, and if she was truly weaker than Sasuke, she had no reason to even fool herself with the fantasy of killing Itachi. That just made her feel so useless, as if nothing she ever did would allow her to catch up to their level. She had a reason to live, a reason to fight, and her journey would not end here. Now, however, she would demonstrate that her will was stronger than his and that her life had greater meaning than his. This fight would mean the world to her. Chunin exams be damned, she would kill or be killed herself, she would not accept defeat. Uchiha Sasuke, a person who is psychologically ready to kill, has a certain gleam in their eye. There was a basic instinct that made him aware of this fact. Sasuke could easily tell that Guran wanted to kill him, not just win. It's okay. After all, it would make this fight more engaging and most likely faster. He was aware that she was unlikely to underestimate him again, even though he had already defeated her in the forest. From the beginning, he would give it his all. Don't hold back. His whole clan had been killed by Itachi. Although this girl claimed that Itachi had also killed her parents, the suffering he endured was far worse. It was his right, not hers, to exact revenge on Itachi. Staring down his opponent, he shuffled his feet calmly and assumed his fighting stance. As they locked eyes, the rest of the room faded to nothing as she returned his glare. There was almost a tangible substance to the hatred that radiated from her. He gave him a quick wink to break the stare down, then pushed chakra into his eyes to activate the Sharingan. She took a sharp breath and turned her gaze away from his feet as soon as she saw the red slash of his ocular bloodline. Astute. She was afraid of being caught in a genjutsu even before the fight. He surmised that she would not, in fact, undervalue him. They stood opposite each other, and the Jonin proctor glanced between them. According to the proctor, very well then, let the next fight, cough, cough, let the next, ahem, let the, cough, on my mark, let the. Dropping his stance, Sasuke gazed incredulously at the Jonin. Really? A fit of coughing now? This man should be taken to the medical wing by someone because he was acting like. Pardon me, let the next fight begin. Just as she touched the final seal of her jutsu, Sasuke's gaze returned to his opponent. She shouted, "Jade Crystal Prison," and slammed her palm down. She was fast, damn it. Directly beneath his feet, He could see chakra forming with his Sharingan. He wasted no time in jumping into the air and throwing his own shuriken at her. Beneath him the earth shook. His feet were off the ground in less than a second, but where he had been standing, a massive crystal had formed and dissolved. It was very close. Some kind of crystal tanto had grown out of her forearm and deflected his shuriken with skill, but he had still had time to fly through his own hand seals. He had to regain control and launch an offensive after she repelled the initial attack. See how she responded to some heat. Fire style. Phoenix flower jutsu. Faster than he could toss a shuriken, he held his seal to his mouth and spat out a few tiny fireballs down at her while still sailing high in the air. Bam! She dodged the first explosion by jumping sideways. Without allowing her to counter him or form her own seals while he was in the air, he turned his head to follow her. She could only jump backwards and side to side because the fireballs were too fast for her to try to get close to where he would land. He skidded short when he landed. Before his final fireball even exploded, he was already soaring through his subsequent round of hand seals. He only needed to surprise her by trapping her in a genjutsu, similar to what Naruto did with Suigetsu. He had used the Sharingan genjutsu the moment she had made the error of staring into his eyes. Fire style. Grand fireball jutsu. He raised his hands to his mouth once more, spit out a ball of fire roughly the height of himself, and pushed a lot of chakra up to his mouth. His gaze darted around the room. Would she make a right or left jump? He hastily produced some shuriken, prepared to pin her as soon as she was in view. Crystal style. Divine pathway. He was surprised to see a giant crystal grow out of the ground, splitting his fireball down the middle and then flowing out to the sides. There was more than one crystal. Spikes started to emerge from the ground in a straight line and return to him in increasing numbers. He would need to move, sideways as well, because he was unsure if attempting a straight upward jump would cause the crystal to grow higher. He aimed somewhere at the start of the crystals and threw both handfuls of shuriken forward in a sweeping arc before he fled. He could strike with his curved shuriken without seeing a target. Before he was impaled by the crystals, he leapt to the right. In midair, he retrieved a kunai from his pocket in case he needed to follow up. Fortunately, Guran had leapt to the same side of the crystals as he had, and judging by her ripped shirt, she had been grazed by at least one of his shuriken. Hey! With a burst of chakra, he threw his arm forward, launching the kunai at unnatural speeds. To deflect, she lifted her arm with the jade tanto. Break. Her arm flew back from the force, and the kunai flew off to the side, shattering the crystal with a satisfying crack. This was his opportunity. When he landed, he rushed forward. He reached her before she could recover from deflecting his kunai, his steps enhanced by chakra. Without wasting any time with weapons, he slammed his fist into her stomach and pushed chakra down his arm. Break. His hand punched through what felt like hardened glass, sending invisible crystals splintering off in all directions. Was this crystal armor of some kind? Oh no, had his hand not been coated in chakra, it would have broken rather than the crystal. Despite being protected, she gasped and uncontrollably leaned forward, clearly having the wind knocked out of her. Somehow, she managed to avoid his red eyes. He summoned his chakra, ignored his own pain, and pushed upward, barely lifting her off her feet. Twirling around, he knelt down and kicked up at her chest again. This time, she was able to shield herself with her arms, but the force persisted. He launched Guran skyward with a cry of agony and more splintering crystal. Lee, thanks for the suggestion. When Rock Lee used the same move against Kimimaro, he was moving more quickly than his eyes could follow. Even though Sasuke wasn't sure if he would make it to her in time, he threw chakra into his legs and jumped as high as he could. As he rose to meet her, the wind whipped through his hair. It's too late, damn it. Crystal Lance Jutsu. She had flown through some hand seals before he could get to her. She must have had more time to react if she had blocked his kick. This time, as he got closer to her, she thrust a huge crystal spear that grew out of her arm and was roughly as long as she was tall. He spun and deflected. Although it was not the best course of action to spin alongside the spear, he had come very close to being impaled. Thud. Unable to correct himself in time, he struck Guran as he was still turning, and the two of them flew through the air in opposite directions. He landed first with some grace because he had more momentum. She didn't. Guran rolled on the ground once and then stood up, letting out a little cry of pain. He had already bought her some time by throwing another volley of shuriken at her by that point. His supplies were running low. He had to get this over with. She was able to smack the shuriken away, as was to be expected. She responded in kind, pushing her own hands forward with a single hand seal. Crystal style. Shuriken wild dance. More quickly than he would have liked, dozens of crystal shuriken materialized in front of her and flew out toward him. He would have to avoid it. There were too many, and in the midst of the conflict, his memory was failing him, if he even knew a defensive jutsu. A giant hexagonal crystal shuriken was flying toward him when he leapt to the air. Whoa! If only he were half as skilled at using the substitution technique as Naruto. Or even the jutsu of the shadow clone. He withdrew one of his remaining kunai with remarkable accuracy and threw it forward. Clink! The sound of its collision with the crystal shuriken was satisfying. His kunai had just enough force to reroute the crystal to a path that wouldn't cut him in two, but not enough to break hers. They both hesitated for a second when he landed, gasping for air and wanting to save what little chakra they still had. He had underestimated Guran's toughness. It's not shocking at all. He must have been lucky to be involved in their forest skirmish. Now he had to think. Think. His fire jutsu was purely offensive, and it didn't seem fast enough to surprise her. To his chagrin, Guran was able to use crystal for both offensive and defensive ends. If she so desired, her attacks could either block his fire or fly straight through it. He would therefore be at a disadvantage in a long-range battle and would ultimately waste all of his chakra in the hopes of getting lucky. But up close, he might have the advantage with his Sharingan. When the chance arose, he could likely surprise her with Genjutsu and defeat her in Taijutsu. Then, Taijutsu. He needed to close in quickly. She had undoubtedly just come to the same conclusion that he had. She only needed to use one attack to slow him down in order to trap him in the crystal prison she used to start the match. He needed to hit quickly. Crystal Shuriken. Guran broke their silence with a broad barrage of lethal crystal shuriken. Her goal was to lift him into the air. He withdrew his final kunai and charged into the assault with grim determination. He managed to swat them all away, but some of them grazed his arms and legs, and one of them even painfully lodged itself in his shoulder. He did not slow down, but dropped his kunai in pain. It was either now or never. By the time she realized he had run directly at her, it was too late. In an instant, he was close, and he struck her in the face with a fist laced with chakra, powerful enough to render anyone unconscious. Break. More crystal armor. Damn it. His fist struck her face, shattering a layer of barely perceptible crystal. To his astonishment, she was able to counterattack him with one of her own, though she still felt the blow. She swung horizontally at him, intending to sever his neck with another crystal blade that had grown out of her forearm. He could clearly see the impending attack with his crimson eyes. He was just in time to duck. She launched another attack with a rising knee, but he was able to avoid it as before. For a ninjutsu specialist, she was quite skilled up close. He kicked out in a sweeping motion, spinning his foot out because he was already low to the ground. Her feet were knocked off the ground when it connected. He knocked her backwards with another straight kick after the attack. In order to avoid giving her any opportunity to perform more crystal jutsu, he quickly recovered and ran after her. She landed on her feet, much to his surprise. They briefly exchanged blows, but Sasuke emerged victorious after only 10 seconds of combat. He kicked her once more to end the fight, this time sending her flying across the floor. He sprinted on, relentless. When she jerked up to protect herself, blood was streaming down her brow. Whatever crystal armor she may have had at the start of the battle was now shattered, and every blow that connected was actually hitting her. To no avail, she growled and swung her crystal blades at him. His eyes were able to follow her movements and even anticipate her next move with each blow they exchanged. As she flew through some hand seals, she attempted to jump backwards, but Sasuke was one step ahead of her. He hurled a barrage of tiny fireballs at her before she could finish. Bam! Another time, she slipped, and one of them really made contact with her, launching her across the room. By the time Sasuke got to her this time, she had just about gotten to her feet. She was thrown a dozen feet back with a single kick to the chest. He wrenched out the crystal embedded in his shoulder and threw it forward, winced in pain. It entered her arm directly and landed slightly below his own wound. She let out a painful scream. Do you not enjoy the taste of your own medicine? He was aware that he could kill her with ease at this stage of a real battle. However, that was never his intention. Fortunately for her, he had practiced against Hinata long enough to understand how to render someone incapable of surviving. He pushed chakra into his knuckle joints and delivered a strong jab to both of her thighs, causing her to drop to her knees and curse in agony once more. Swiftly reaching forward, Sasuke extracted the crystal protruding from her arm. He pushed her head up to meet his, bringing it up under her chin. He said, "Surrender," calmly, his breath coming in sharp gasps. There was silence in the arena. He could only hear her labored breathing mingled with his own. She attempted to lower her head, but instead she sliced through the crystal beneath her, causing blood to run down her neck. "Never," she replied in a whisper that was just loud enough for him to hear. Tears were streaming from her tightly closed eyes and blending with the blood. She was trembling. She sprang up to seize his hand that held the crystal. With his free hand, he seized that forearm. He squeezed and pushed chakra down his arm. Break. Beneath his iron grip, he felt the bones crack and give way with the sickening sound. She let out a painful scream. He brought his knee to her face and silenced her. She fell backwards as her head snapped back. It was his hope that she was unconscious. Genin-level ninja were not taught how to expertly knock someone out without causing significant brain damage in the village. Though he couldn't see chakra points as well as the Byakugan, Hinata could do it quite easily. She began to struggle to stand up with her non-broken arm, much to his chagrin. Without delay, Sasuke approached her and used his foot to roll her onto her back. Leaning down to gaze at her, he pressed it against her chest. "Your arm is broken. Your other arm isn't good for fighting after the crystal went in it, and your legs are probably still locked up from pain," he said with some seriousness. "Proctor, you should end." Peef. Guran spat a startling amount of blood in Sasuke's face, interrupting him. When he needed her, she must have bit her tongue. He wasted no time wiping his face because none got in his eyes, which was most likely her intention. He turned his gaze back to her. She was still crying and trembling in agony, her eyes closed, imprisoned beneath his foot. Even if it meant losing her life, it was obvious that she didn't want to. Sasuke calmly said, "I'm not giving you what you want," just loud enough for her to hear. Being polite enough not to spit in his face, she coughed up a little more blood. "You're not going to kill me," she said softly, her voice containing both fear and rage. He released some of the pressure from his foot as she gasped, unable to breathe in enough. He replied, "No, I've seen enough death," recalling the last time he had stood in front of Itachi with his life in his brother's grasp. His dark memories abruptly came to the forefront of his mind, bringing with them the same words his brother had spoken to him that evening. "Grow stronger if you wish to kill me. Flee, run away, whatever you must do to survive. Cling to life." When her eyes finally opened in shock, she looked up into his Sharingan with a horrified expression on her face. He couldn't help but wonder if Itachi had once, long ago, said something like this to her. In any case, she had finally given him a chance to use his genjutsu on her, and he wouldn't let it slip, even though her appearance was making his heart and stomach turn with pain and guilt. He pushed a lot of chakra into his eyes while holding up a hand seal. Although he had never used this technique on a human before, he could do it if Naruto could. Genjutsu. Sharingan. He started by forcing his own chakra straight into her mind through her eyes, interrupting her own flow and gradually substituting it with his. Pushing back against him and attempting to push more into her mind, she started to fight back with her own chakra. This was difficult. How could Naruto have completed it so fast? There's no way that he could have done this during the altercation. "Daddy." He almost lost his concentration as her voice screamed out in his head. "What on earth?" In an attempt to completely stop her flow and impose his will on her, he pushed an increasing amount of chakra into her mind through her eyes. "Kill me, but don't kill my daughter, please." This time, he heard an older female voice echoing in his mind. Her mom? How was that known to him? What on earth was happening? All of a sudden, an image was thrust into the forefront of his mind instead of a voice. His mind was filled with a memory. Not his own, but Guran's. An image of Itachi covered in blood. He was younger, roughly the same age as Sasuke. At this age, his brother and he looked exactly alike, but Sasuke could tell the difference. Guran's two deceased parents stood behind Itachi, who stood in front of him. He urged them both to cling to life, his Sharingan blazing in their hearts. Itachi found himself standing in front of Sasuke's deceased parents as the scene abruptly changed. Even though he was older, his eyes remained icy. "Enough," Sasuke yelled, making a last-ditch effort to channel all of his remaining chakra into his genjutsu. He firmly prevented any chakra from entering her own brain by cutting off her flow entirely. As her tears kept streaming out, Guran gave one last gasp before she gradually closed her eyes and passed out. Beside her, Sasuke collapsed to his own knee in fatigue. His dark eyes returned to their former hue. He was shocked to see his own tears streaming down his cheeks when he blinked. Their minds somehow merged, and her memories and emotions began to meld with his after he had forced his chakra into her mind using his Sharingan. She was the one who shed these tears and felt this sadness, not him. Then why on earth did he have to experience them? He paused to gather himself, and then the world around him started to dim. At the moment, the proctor stood beside him, staring down at them both. He yelled, "The fight is over," to the entire assembly. The winner, Sasuke Uchiha. Later, Naruto. Naruto staggered as he shut the hospital door behind him, his mind still racing with memories of his clone. Sasuke's battle had been incredible. Sasuke had nearly been skewered by that crystal girl several times, but his friend had prevailed. Given how similar the ice and crystal styles of jutsu were, he momentarily questioned whether Sasuke had an advantage over Haku because of his prior battles with him. The other battles had not been nearly as close or as deadly. Sakura and Ino fought to a draw. Choji was defeated in less than a minute by Utakata, the bubble guy from Akatsuki. Choji had charged straight into the water's bubbles, which encircled him. He managed to expand out of the first trap, but he was soon caught by some exploding bubbles. The red-haired girl from Akatsuki, Karen, was defeated by the eerie bug guy from his class, Shino, if he recalled correctly. The first time a swarm of insects surrounded her, the girl actually gave up because she was so repulsed by them. Naruto found himself wondering what he would do in such a circumstance. In the end, Shikamaru and Temari from the Sand Village had engaged in the most thrilling battle. He was pleased to see his slothful friend win because Shikamaru had always been kind to him. Naruto was aware that he was a genius, even though Shikamaru almost challenged him for receiving the lowest grades in the class. Since Temari couldn't fully utilize her wind jutsu without running the risk of hurting the audience, the enclosed space had been a huge help to him. Ultimately, he had outwitted her and knocked her unconscious with the wall. While everyone else was coming down the stairs, he crept back into the room as stealthily as he could. Sasuke instructed his clone that the winners needed to gather in the middle before the Hokage, who would then make the announcement. He started in that direction as soon as he saw Sasuke. As he remembered, Sasuke appeared somewhat battered, with a bandage covering the area where a crystal had been impaled on his shoulder. Naruto cheerfully yelled, "Yo, Sasuke," as he walked up to his friend with the dark hair. "Congratulations, that looked like a tough fight." Sasuke didn't appear to be feeling as joyful as Naruto for some reason. Still, with a curious expression on his face, he turned to face his friend as they gathered together. Given that Naruto had just returned from the medical wing, he inquired, "Is everything alright with Hinata?" Naruto shared the new information he had and nodded. "Yeah, she woke up but she's in pretty bad shape. They're probably going to move her to Konoha's hospital as soon as this ceremony is over." He couldn't help but notice Neji, who had his arms crossed and an unreadable expression on his face, as he looked down the row. Naruto felt a certain rage just by looking at him now. Naruto would ensure that Neji was severely beaten, even if Hinata didn't want to see it happen. All he could hope for was that they would be in the same finals bracket. Group, attention. As the Hokage passed in front of the line of winners, Naruto turned to face forward and jolted to attention. Behind him, with their arms folded behind their backs, the proctors, including the Jonin sensei, waited for him to say something. "Please, relax," old man Hokage said merrily as he approached them slowly. "Congratulations. You have all advanced to the final round of the Chunin exams. The first challenge tested your wit, the second challenged your teamwork and survival skills, and today you demonstrated your battle prowess. The last part of this season's exams will begin in 1 month, and the ninja villages will come together to watch you all battle and test your mettle against one another. I'll give a quick explanation for those of you who don't know how the Chunin exams operate. The first 2 tests can be creatively developed by each village. After passing those tests, ninjas will engage in one-on-one combat in front of spectators. I'm sure you now understand that a tournament-style fight can only have a maximum of 1 winner. Nonetheless, representatives from each village with ninja in the final round will be sent, along with their kage, who will market their ninja however they see fit. Yes, that implies that your village may decide to promote you to Chunin based on your merits even if you lose the first battle. Even if he and Sasuke fought each other in the first round, they could both be promoted to Chunin if the Hokage and other Konoha officials decided their skills were good enough. Naruto nodded along, knowing this information beforehand. He was certain that he, Sasuke, and Hinata-chan were all Chunin level, so it was unfortunate that Hinata wouldn't have the opportunity to be promoted this round. However, just because he and Sasuke were promoted didn't mean that their team had to disbanded. They would remain together with Hinata until she made Chunin the following season. The Hokage went on, gesturing to the big screen behind him. "Now you see the roster for the final exams. Hopefully you've paid close attention to how you've all fought today, because you have a month to train in preparation for As soon as the screen came to life and the tournament roster was displayed to everyone, Naruto's attention shifted away from the Hokage and he quickly glanced down at the bottom for his name before spotting Naruto Uchiha. Please, oh please, oh please. Definitely, he couldn't contain his excitement when he saw his name paired with none other than Neji Hyuga. This was incredible. Additionally, Sasuke was on the opposite side of the brackets, meaning they could both advance to the finals. The Hokage ended his speech by smiling warmly at the ninja who were visiting, saying, I appreciate all the effort that everyone has put in. I hope you enjoy your stay in our peaceful village. This time of year, the weather is gorgeous. However, in order to make your village proud of you, train hard and avoid overstressing. Know that you all have my deepest admiration and that you will honor the Leaf Village, Shikamaru, Naruto, Neji, Sasuke, and Shino. Evening of the following day, for the first time since he had entered the forest, Naruto had truly felt safe. Not even Orochimaru would dare attack such a group. They had left the forest at a standard ninja pace, traveling as a single, large group, with the Hokage and the medics in the center. Kakashi had informed Naruto that various Jonin and Anbu were securing the areas in front of and around them, along with other bloodline limits protecting them unseen as well. He hadn't really given much thought to what he was going to do during this month of training, but to be honest, Kakashi's invitation was pretty alluring, and despite their rocky relationship, he was slowly coming to like his silver-haired masked sensei. Sneaky bastard. When Naruto and Sasuke arrived at the village gates, Kakashi congratulated them once more and wished them luck with the month's training. He also mentioned that he would be available every day to train them both, much to Naruto's gratitude. Additionally, he recalled that Jiraiya the Toad Sage had offered to teach him during his visit to Hinata in the tower. It was impossible to know if the Sannin had taken him seriously, but Naruto was determined to track him down, and any instruction he could get from such a legendary ninja was sure to help him in the Chunin exams. One thing was certain. He would make sure to visit Hinata-chan every day she was in the hospital. Thinking about her made him feel guilty because he was partially to blame for her being there in the first place. She had pushed herself beyond her comfort zone to prove herself. He also had Neji, and no matter how long Hinata stayed in the hospital, he would make sure Neji stayed in a bed twice as long. His apartment was exactly as he had left it, no surprise. I'm home, he said to no one in particular, letting the door close behind him and kicking away the few clothes he had left on the floor in his haste to get to the first test. He would clean tomorrow. For now, though. He lay on his bed, exhausted on both a mental and physical level, and he couldn't help but smile when he remembered how he'd made it to the last part of the exams, even though he knew he had the talent to be a Chunin. He remembered Shisui taking him to the final rounds every year, and the crowds were always enormous. Every month before, Konoha would throw a festival, and Naruto would always enjoy visiting the various stalls with his older brother. Occasionally, if the weather permitted, Konoha would let off some fireworks the night before. Chunin exams were always a hit with everyone. Regardless, he was going to make Shisui, the Uchiha, and Konoha proud. He was finally going to prove to the entire village that had always despised him that he was a true Uchiha and that he deserved to wear the fan on his back. He would not waste this month. He had always dreamed that Shisui would one day be supporting him from the stands for Naruto's own final round, but that obviously couldn't happen now. And he would also make Hinata-chan proud. He vowed to stay in that stadium until he won, after everything she had done for him. The morning after knock, knock, knock. The motivation he had from the previous night was gone, and whoever was knocking could wait. Naruto contemplated whether or not he would ever get out of bed after the best night's sleep he had ever had in his life. That he could remember, anyway. You really shouldn't leave your door unlocked, you know. When Naruto heard Sasuke's voice, he rolled over in bed and opened one eye, then closed it again, hoping Sasuke would take the hint and leave him alone. His Uchiha brother was standing over him, wearing his typical training outfit, and he had his usual bored expression on his face. After slapping him over the head with an object he most likely found lying around the room, Sasuke replied, I know you're awake, idiot, and said, I'm about to head over to our usual training grounds. When Kakashi-sensei visited earlier, he offered to begin training today if we were ready. Hurry up. Let's leave. With a groan, Naruto turned onto his back and put an arm over his face, saying, Go on without me. For me, it's too late, he said dramatically. In response, Sasuke threw something else at him. Man, he had to clean up this place. Today is a busy day for me, Naruto retorted, now rolling away to shield himself from Sasuke's barrage of household items. I've got other plans. Kakashi can provide you with some excellent one-on-one instruction. I'm sure you need it. Sasuke turned around and shrugged, scoffing, I seriously doubt that. Unless you mean hanging out with your other friend when you say, plans. You're going to lose badly in the finals if you live with her for the next month. Even though Sasuke had essentially guessed it, Naruto couldn't help but roll his eyes. He was going to visit Hinata this afternoon, but he wasn't going to skip training, was he? When his friend finally sat up to face him, he called out, "Hey Sasuke," recalling his last encounter with Hinata and what Sasuke had previously said. "I need you to be honest with me," he said. "I'm not sure if I'm right, but I've been getting the feeling lately that Hinata-chan likes me. I suppose that's what I'm really trying to say. More than a friend, actually. How do you feel?" When he got to the door, Sasuke stopped and turned to face Naruto, his expression vacillating between amusement and confusion. Sasuke wiped a fictitious tear from his face and shook his head, saying, "My God, I can't tell you how long I've waited for this moment. And now I was beginning to believe that you were utterly foolish." It was Naruto's turn to toss something at Sasuke this time, and he decided to toss his pillow, but it didn't make it all the way and made him appear as foolish as he felt. "Stop talking. Is that what you were trying to tell me earlier?" Naruto shot back, his face slightly hotter. "Do you believe that I am liked by Hinata-chan? Or am I entirely mistaken? I don't want our friendship to be ruined. Is there any chance for me?" In almost disbelief, Sasuke shook his head and rolled his eyes. "Naruto, you and Hinata will be geezers by the time you confess to one another, so since you've come this far, I figure I'll offer you some advice. You are liked by Hinata. Much more than a simple crush. Take it on." Naruto's eyes widened in shock. Was Sasuke telling the truth? "Wait." As Sasuke turned to go, he yelled, "How do you know? How are you able to be so certain?" "Naruto, I'm really good with girls," his friend said, turning to face him with a very irritated expression. "Since our first day together, I've known that she has a thing for you. Given how enamored she was with you, she's most likely the only girl in our class who didn't have feelings for me. Looking back, I probably could have dated any girl but her. It's one of the reasons I was able to get along with her and you in the end." When he was done re-putting his sandals on, he turned to open the door once more. Naruto was about to yell again, but Sasuke wouldn't have it. "Just ask her yourself." He slammed the door behind him and yelled. Sasuke didn't appear to be lying at all, and now that he thought about it, all the other girls in class flirted with him except Hinata. Naruto sighed in tension, feeling as though he had butterflies in his stomach. He had never really given it much thought as to why, but if what Sasuke said was true. Sasuke was right, and Naruto couldn't let this go to waste. He would go visit Hinata in the hospital and find out for himself. It would be easier said than done, but he was Naruto Uchiha, and he didn't back down from any challenge, not even one as gut-wrenching as this one. With Sasuke as his wingman, nothing could go wrong. Afterwards, Konoha finally, in the afternoon, Naruto got up and left his house, walking casually through the streets with his hands in his pockets, wondering how he should approach Hinata on the delicate topic of romance. He had to shake his head to get his thoughts straight, and Sasuke was right. He couldn't spend this entire month thinking about his relationship with Hinata. He had to train. It was too late to train with Kakashi and partner up with Sasuke, so he might as well spend some time searching for Jiraiya. He claimed to be going around Konoha giving rare copies of his books to fans, but that didn't help much either. If anyone knew where high-profile ninjas were, it had to be the Hokage. However, Jiraiya was like a hero to the Leaf Village, so he probably wouldn't be found walking around the streets like a normal person because that would draw too many large crowds. He proceeded to the center of the village, where the Hokage Tower was located, and recalled a period when he had to move across rooftops to avoid being physically beaten by the crowds, but that had never been an issue for him since he wore the Uchiha fan on his back, and sometimes he would even receive a nod of respect from passing villagers. The tower itself was undoubtedly busier than usual. Given that it was the central location for ninja to receive their missions, it was only natural that during the final phase of the Chunin exams, it would be crowded with ninja running around. The taskings were always absurd. Whenever the Chunin exams were held in Konoha, almost every ninja who wasn't already assigned a mission outside of the village was given a task to complete, no matter how simple. Security detail missions, peacekeeping missions, escorting foreign dignitaries, and even a plethora of D-ranked genin missions, such as cleaning the streets. Fortunately, Naruto and every other genin competing in the finals were exempt from this. Naruto took advantage of the chaos to get past the desks of the secretaries and all of the guard ninja, making his way all the way to the top floor in the Hokage's office. Normally there were 2 Chunin at the door. The workload must have been so heavy that they could only spare one. "I'm here for an appointment with the Hokage," he bluffed to the weary-looking Chunin assigned to guard duty. "Naruto Uchiha,
Naruto Uchiha, I don't see you on here, the Chunin said, quickly flipping through a notepad he was carrying to check for daily appointments. Damn, this might not be as simple then. He then flipped back to the beginning and went through it once more. On the spur of the moment, Naruto made up the excuse, the Hokage asked me to meet with him today after the prelims to the final exams, perhaps forgetting to remind his secretary to add it to his daily schedule. It had to do with protecting the seal of the Nine Tails and Jiraiya. It sounded significant. If Naruto had to guess, he thought that the Hokage was extremely busy this month and that he had instructed all the office guards not to disturb him. The Chunin's eyes widened, and he looked at the schedule a third time before deciding what to do. I know the old man is busy, so he probably doesn't want us to waste any more time talking here when he has a meeting later anyway, Naruto said, pushing his way to the door. I'm already 10 minutes late. The Chunin could technically use deadly force to stop him in this case, but he pretended to be confident as he strode into the office and closed the door behind him, letting out a big breath he had been holding in after he made it inside. Phew, that was close. He reached the door handle and slowly pulled it open. The Hokage waved to a table and chairs off to the side of the spacious office, asking if they had always been there. Naruto, come and sit down, he said. I brought some tea for us. While it's still hot, let's sip it. It seemed that every time Naruto actually visited the old man, he was somehow expected. How did he always manage to do that? Naruto looked quizzically at the highest-ranking Leaf Shinobi, who was now rummaging through massive stacks of papers on his desk, without even looking at him. Very clever of you to get all the way up here, the Hokage remarked, approaching Naruto's seat across from him. It always makes me laugh, really. I really appreciate that on days like today. Tell me, Naruto, why you came. You must want more than tea and a brief conversation with an elderly man like me. As the Hokage, he had the power to promote, demote, fire, or even imprison any ninja he saw fit. If Naruto had entered his office without warning, the Hokage could snap his fingers and have him sent to a prison cell for months if he so desired. However, Naruto knew the old man had a soft spot for him, and he took advantage of that as much as he could. Naruto reached forward and carefully sipped the hot tea the Hokage had kindly offered him. Knowing that the old man would likely catch him in the act of lying, Naruto chose to start telling the truth. I spoke with Jiraiya-sama before we left the forest, he said, offering to train me for the final test, but he didn't really tell me where I could find him. You always seem to know where everyone is, so I thought I'd ask you. I'm surprised that Jiraiya would offer that to you, the Hokage said, placing his cup down on the table, chuckling slightly at the last part but maintaining a curious expression on his face as he leaned back in his chair. Jiraiya should be busy at work tracking Orochimaru, managing his spy networks, and keeping our village safe from the various threats which are present when we open our gates to all the other villages. After giving it some thought, he sighed and took another sip. Jiraiya may be our greatest spy, but his methods are often unconventional, he said. But in spite of his unusual approaches, he consistently produces amazing outcomes. However, I'm not sure how he intends to defend Leaf Village from outside threats while you're being trained, unless... Unless what? Was the old man attempting to make Naruto feel bad now for wanting to train with the Sannin? He hummed into his cup, trailing off in thought. But let me ask. Did Kakashi also offer to train you? Perhaps training with Jiraiya may be beneficial to us after all, the Hokage added, smiling now. Yeah, Naruto said, nodding. He said he would train Sasuke and I whenever. What was the old man trying to say? So, can you tell me where Jiraiya is or not? The Hokage asked, nodding once more while humming slowly and taking sips. In order to avoid coming across as disrespectful, Naruto hastily added a Lord Hokage at the end of his question. The Hokage said, I appreciate your brevity, getting up and moving back to his desk. I guess I don't have much time to engage in our brief conversation, given how busy I am. Jiraiya is engrossed in his daily spying missions. As far as I can tell, it might be classified to inform you of the locations of his missions. Unwilling to take no for an answer, Naruto got to his feet and exclaimed, You're the Hokage. You can declassify anything, he yelled, aware that it was foolish to inform the man of something so clear. Please, he offered to tutor me, and I am aware that I will require his assistance in order to pass the Chunin exams. With another chuckle, the Hokage said, The Chunin exams is not about winning, my boy, lighting his usual pipe as he explained, it's about proving you have what it takes to be a Chunin. That might sometimes be the ability to recognize when to give up. Before you jeopardize your life and our village's safety, consider that.
I would advise taking the day off and unwinding in the village's hot springs before training with Jiraiya. I believe the rest would be helpful to you. That's enough, the Hokage said, waving Naruto away as he opened his mouth to respond. Do you want to leave and go swim? And before you go, let the Chunin outside know that I would like to speak with him. Afterwards Naruto lowered himself into the hot waters, bubbling away his annoyance while the sun was still high in the sky. Springs that are hot? Have a swim? He knew he had already overstayed his welcome, but he had wanted to stay and shout at the Hokage. Instead of dismissing him and going about his own business, he considered the potential significance of the Hokage's remarks. Perhaps Jiraiya enjoyed using the hot springs for his lunch breaks, and Naruto would encounter him here. Perhaps the owner of the hot spring was aware of Jiraiya's frequent visits. But the owner had no knowledge of Jiraiya when he got to the hot springs. Even worse, after spending his hard-earned money to enter the spa, Naruto discovered that he was the only person there. Sannin is nowhere to be seen. To make matters worse, a group of rowdy women on the opposite side of the wooden partition were splashing around and creating so much noise that he was unable to completely unwind unless he submerged his ears. Overall, he was not enjoying himself. However, he would definitely get value for his money if he paid to enter. Oddly enough, Naruto's inheritance of the Uchiha treasury made him extremely wealthy, but he was still mentally ill. It was odd to get used to having the money he needed to buy almost anything he wanted after living in poverty for the majority of his life. He frequently found himself deciding not to buy something because he didn't think he could afford it, only to discover after leaving the store that he could likely purchase the entire establishment. It's funny how that worked. His body had adjusted to the heat after what seemed like an hour in the water. Eventually, in an attempt to buy more time, he alternated between different games in and out of the water. He attempted to see how long he could keep a ball of air around his face while submerged using wind chakra. His best time was still less than 10 seconds after perhaps 100 attempts. Then he attempted to use his hands alone to walk across the water's surface. Because it required both muscular strength and chakra precision, it was surprisingly more difficult than walking on water with chakra normally. The water pool was pretty big. He eventually attempted the opposite and submerged himself. He tried to keep his body from floating up and breaking out of the water by applying chakra to his hands and feet. It was interesting to note that it was almost identical to standing on top of the water with chakra. He could crawl just below the water's surface as long as he could hold his breath. He wasn't sure how this would help, unless he could run beneath the surface and combine it with his previous air bubble. Hiya! Naruto was startled by a shrill scream and momentarily lost his concentration, splattering around the water and forgetting which way was up. What on earth was that? He wondered if he was seeing things as he leaned against the water's edge. It's him. Help. He's doing it again. Naruto wasted no time at all. Intent on stopping whatever crime was taking place on the other side, he wrapped his towel around his waist, pushed chakra into his legs, and leapt over the barrier. He didn't understand the danger of his actions until he landed among about a dozen nude women. He stood at the water's edge and yelled, "Don't worry, I'm here to help," to get everyone's attention. His towel just so happened to slide down when everyone stopped yelling to stare at him. There was no time for shame now. Where had the attacker gone? What was going on? Perhaps he shouldn't have leapt. It's another one. Another pervert is peeping. This one's naked. Intruding. He was the target of the yells this time. With great embarrassment, he hurried to cover himself and raised a hand to defend himself. He retreated in morbid shock and begged, "I heard your screams. I thought someone was attacking you. You called for help, and..." One of the women was apparently a kunoichi with water jutsu skills. Several rivulets of water erupted toward him from the water as he was explaining it. Once again, he lost his towel as he deftly avoided the first few. He made the decision to give up the fight and jump back to his side of the pool before they could launch another attack. He paused to think about what had happened. When he thought about the lovely women he happened to see nude, he couldn't control the heat that rose to his face. And who had just caught a glimpse of him nude? Oh no, oh no. Before the women could inform the owner or even handle him directly, he sprinted to the spa's exit with reckless abandon to gather his belongings. Without even pausing to express gratitude to the elderly man seated at the front, he hurriedly put on his sandals, shirt, and shorts before running out the door. He left the front door with his hair still dripping. Psst. Over here. Naruto turned swiftly in the direction from which he had heard the sound. There was nothing. Just the fence with lots of trees growing behind it that led to some walking trails around Konoha. Psst. Up here, come with me if you want to live. On this occasion, he was able to identify the silhouette of a person who was concealed in a massive tree that towered over the fence. The women's area was on this side of the spa, and he glanced back and forth between it and the tree, which was high enough in the air. He made the connection. The pervert who almost got him skewered was this guy. With a quick burst of chakra, he leapt into the air and flew at the man, his foot leading the way, without any delay. Wait, hold on, Naruto's foot struck his chest, interrupting whatever he was saying. Bam! Naruto had a terrifying realization as soon as he connected and cleared the coverage. The Sannin he was seeking to train him, Jiraiya, was the one kicking his foot at the moment. Why on earth was he in this tree? After a brief moment, the two of them took off in reverse and landed on the forest trail on this side of the fence. While the Sannin rolled around on the ground for a little before stopping, Naruto recovered gracefully. Lord Jiraiya, Naruto exclaimed with shame, I didn't mean to attack you. There was a little pervert who was spying on the ladies in the spa, and I thought that he was in the tree when I saw you. I didn't think it was you trying to help me. Did you catch the pervert first? Jiraiya stood up and gave Naruto a big, silly smile after dusting himself off. Naruto, Naruto. What's wrong with an old man sitting in a tree after hard day's work and getting to admire some of the beautiful women he has dedicated his life to protecting? Hard-working men like myself create the safe and peaceful environment that those women were enjoying. I'd like to think it's only fair to get something in return. But at least I showed some restraint. You were the one to jump in there naked. That takes guts. I guess I'll give respect where it's due. When Naruto stumbled upon his new insight, his eyes widened. Someone as esteemed as a Sannin. Lord Jiraiya, you were the little pervert spying on them. That was not feasible. Jiraiya approached him and patted his shoulder while laughing. With a sigh of relief, Naruto said, That's where you're wrong, kiddo. One of his favorite kids couldn't be. I'm not just a little pervert, I'm a big one. He gazed incredulously up at the white-haired Sannin. Was Jiraiya a pervert? Then why did the Hokage advise him to visit the hot springs? Considering that he was aware Jiraiya would be lusting after the women there. Pervert or not, the Sannin was extremely powerful. God bless him, he needed Jiraiya's assistance, any assistance at all. Dropping to his knees, Naruto made the decision to go all out right away. He swallowed his pride and said, I apologize for the error, Lord Jiraiya. I have come here looking for you to train me in preparation for the upcoming finals. I know that you're busy with Lord Orochimaru, but if you could find the time to teach me any new techniques, I would greatly appreciate it. I know that you once trained my father. Please do the same for me. Naruto had been shocked to learn that Jiraiya had been his father's Jonin sensei when he had previously been investigating him. Perhaps Jiraiya's affection for Naruto stemmed from the fact that he reminded him of a former pupil who became Hokage. It was worth a try, even though he wasn't positive. When Jiraiya said, Your father was a genius, the old pervert was still bowed down, so he couldn't tell what face he was making. What makes you think that you could even keep up with my training? How could you possibly compare to the fourth Hokage? With a flaming passion in his eyes, Naruto hurried to his feet. Anything the fourth can do, so can I. I'm his son, after all, it's in my blood. And I have the Sharingan now, as well as the 9 tails inside of me, believe it. This time, before he made an effort to hide it, he actually noticed the tiny smile that flashed across Jiraiya's face. Naruto could tell that he had won the Sannin over even though he was pretending to be lost in thought. A legendary ninja, a legendary pervert, was going to train him. Jiraiya said, As much as I like you, kid, and reached into his back pocket to retrieve something. I can't train ya if you don't have the talent to back up your words, so I have a little test for you. He revealed that he was holding a water balloon when he held out his hand. Odd, what did he intend to do? Despite Jiraiya's hand being held motionless, the balloon began to shake and spin, jutting back and forth. In just a few seconds, pop. When it exploded, water hilariously sprayed Naruto's face. Your job is to pop a water balloon using nothing but your chakra. If you can do that, then I'll train you on a super cool move that your father actually created himself. Naruto gleefully refrained from yelling. Although he was unsure of the secret, he was certain that he could use his chakra to pop the balloon. Naruto gladly accepted the Sannin's gift of a full balloon and several empty ones, even though he didn't anticipate using them all. How difficult could this be? He had an idea. He closed his eyes and concentrated on the chakra inside of him while holding out the balloon as Jiraiya had done. He started gradually transforming his chakra into wind-natured chakra by pressing it into his palm with his other hand in the shape of a half-palm seal. He opened his eyes and pushed the wind chakra outward as soon as he had enough of it. The balloon was cut flat in half without a sound. The water did not explode like Jiraiya's did. Instead, it just fell straight down around his palm. He chuckled triumphantly. "Ha!" he exclaimed, clutching half of the balloon he had successfully captured. "Done. Easy." Jiraiya appeared simultaneously impressed and irritated. With a tone that suggested he was taken aback by Naruto's talent, he questioned, "You can convert your chakra to an element already?" "I didn't expect that. Very nice. However, let me be clear about the rules. You have to make the balloon pop, and you can't use any elemental chakra. Just regular chakra, and it has to explode. Got it?" Like his balloon, Naruto's excitement burst. He took another balloon out of his pocket, but all of the others were empty, and he had no idea how to fill them. Aware that the Sannin most likely knew a water-style jutsu or something similar, he said, "Can you fill this one up, Lord Jiraiya?" Jiraiya just flicked his forehead and laughed at him. "Fill it up yourself, kiddo. And don't think it will be as easy to do it with your regular chakra. I'll be here around noon tomorrow. You can update me on your progress then. I doubt you'll get it by then, but I might give you a hint or two after a day's worth of you trying to figure it out yourself." He turned and started to leave, still within earshot, calling out over his shoulder, "I've got some more important spy work to do. I'll see you tomorrow." Do you spy? He wasn't sure. Additionally, he didn't think it would take him more than 5 minutes to figure out how to use his normal chakra to break the balloon. He could likely move on to the next phase later today if he could just locate a sink to fill it up. Later that night, finding the discrepancy between his inner confidence and his actual ability humiliated Naruto. He was left with the same balloon after spending 5 hours sitting down and attempting to pop it using only his chakra. Water-filled and undamaged, he was so angry at himself that he had completely forgotten about lunch and dinner until his rumbling stomach finally got to the point where he was so annoyed that he went to Ichiraku's, his favorite ramen bar. Naruto popped under the entrance curtains and yelled at the ramen vendor, "Hey old man, you still serving food? Any free stuff left for a hungry mouth?" The daughter of the shop, Ayame, returned the favor by giving him a gentle slap on the head with a ladle. "That still hurt, ouch." "Naruto, we know how much money you have now," Ayame reprimanded him, but she was grinning warmly. "No more free meals for you." After a long night of serving patrons, the elderly chef eventually came out of the back with a little perspiration on his brow. "She's right, you know," he said sarcastically as he leaned against the counter and removed his hat to gather his thoughts. "You know what, considering how many free meals we gave you back when you were a street rat, now that you're loaded and all, you should really start paying back some of them." The old man laughed with Naruto, then put his hat back on and returned to get Naruto his customary order. Naruto had visited this place so many times that he didn't even need to express his desires, however. As Naruto yelled at the elderly man, "I'm going with something a little different today." A disgruntled, "Eh," came to his ears. Coming from outside the kitchen. "I'd like 3 miso pork ramen orders to go please. I'm gonna stop by and share it with a friend." "Yes sir." Ayame abruptly leaned forward over the counter, resting her chin on her hands, while Naruto leaned back in his stool. Knowing who Naruto would be dining with, she inquired, "So how is your lady friend doing anyway? We haven't seen you two around here in a while. Any progress happening between you two? We miss our favorite customers, you know. Plus, you know that Ichiraku's now proudly gives a 15% discount to couples, don't you?" When he and Hinata-chan were mentioned, Naruto blushed slightly. In any case, how many people outside of Sasuke were aware of their relationship? From the kitchen, the elderly man yelled back, "No discounts for Naruto." Before Naruto could say anything more, a sulk came over his face, making Ayame laugh. They were somewhat correct. Naruto had more money than he could spend, and he might not even be here today if it weren't for this stand. They had both provided him with free food on numerous occasions when he was so hungry and weak that he could hardly walk. They fed him despite the danger of upsetting the villagers who despised him. He made a self-promise to reimburse them. As he engaged in light conversation with Ayame, who was tidying up before closing, the time flew by. It seems that they intended to try to attract more customers who were present for the Chunin exams by creating a large new sign with a ramen theme. According to Ayame, they had already hosted visitors from every major village thus far, and the majority of people still hadn't shown up. The elderly man Tucci pulled out a bag of food as the sun was just beginning to set. With a smile, Naruto waved and hurried to the hospital after slapping down all of the cash in his wallet on the counter, which was likely enough to cover the cost of the meal multiple times. The hospital of Konoha. I'm sorry, but the hospital visitor hours are over in about 15 minutes, so I really would advise that you come back tomorrow.
Although the hospital's front desk receptionist appeared to be a kind woman, she was attempting to prevent Naruto from seeing his best friend. 15 minutes. Was it already that late? Oh no, how could he have gone a whole day without going to see Hinata-chan when she was still in bed? Most likely, she spent the entire day sitting in bed by herself, waiting for someone who had nothing better to do. Worse yet, what if it wasn't him who had paid her a visit? What would he look like that?
Naruto quickly corrected himself and showed her the bag he was holding. That's fine, he said. I was just planning on dropping something off anyway. Can you please tell me what room Hinata Senju is staying in? Given how young she was, it's possible that the receptionist was unaware that Naruto was once a despised Jinchuriki. It was obvious to him. Before he even spoke to them, he could tell he was a monster by the look in their eyes. The fact that she didn't have that expression suggested to Naruto that he might be lucky after all. With a sigh, the woman turned to the book on her desk. Fine. Just make sure you leave before the nurses do their nightly checks. If they catch you there, you're going to be in big trouble. Don't say I didn't warn you. Naruto gave a hearty nod. Although he didn't really intend to leave until the very last minute, he didn't say so for clear reasons. Room 310. In the left wing. Make sure that you...
Not wanting to waste any more time, Naruto left before she had finished. He wanted to reach Hinata as soon as possible so he could share his ramen dinner with her, even though he was already late. As he hurried up the stairs to the 3rd floor, doubts started to pour into his head. What if she wasn't hungry and had eaten already? Since she was still recuperating from her preliminary battle, what if she was already asleep? What if she had been upset with him for not coming sooner? By the time he stood in front of room 310, all the horrible scenarios had played out in his mind. He had a dry throat. This idea didn't seem as good an hour ago, and now it didn't. In front of the door, his hand froze. He might give it another go tomorrow. Ignore it. Knock, knock, knock. His 3 knocks on the wooden door reverberated through the deserted hall. Around the nearest corner, he heard a person pushing a cart, probably a nurse performing whatever nightly checks the receptionist had warned him about. Being discharged from the hospital before he had a chance to see Hinata was the last thing he wanted. It was either now or never. He said softly, "Excuse me, coming in," before opening the door and entering. With his eyes on the ground, he forced himself to look up at his friend, swallowing as he silently closed it behind him. Would she really be angry? She wasn't that way, no. Naruto-kun. He waved with his free hand and grinned at her. What's up, Hinata-chan? I come bearing gifts. The smell of hospitals didn't particularly appeal to Naruto. The faint smell of good ramen that started to permeate the room from his bag was always welcome because he figured most people didn't. At least to him. Hinata was fairly well bandaged, just as he had seen her the last time. But this time her eyes were exposed. For the first time since she had fought, he could actually see her beautiful eyes. Even though it was only a day or 2 ago, it seemed like forever. He nervously waved the ramen bag around as though that would help persuade her. Can I come in? He asked. Of course, it would be better to persuade him. She waved him quickly and shook her head as though she had been dazed. Yes, please, come in. As he entered, the pressure gradually dissipated and his smile grew with hers. Even though it was late, the room was still brightly lit by the summer sun's gentle twilight glow. Feeling the need to explain his visit, he placed the bag of ramen next to her bed. His first words were, "I've had a pretty busy day, actually," as he scratched the back of his head, unsure of where to look. "I met with the Hokage, and Jiraiya, and I've been trying to break a stupid water balloon, and I thought you'd be hungry, but I just found out that the visitor hours are almost over, and..." In an attempt to relax, he inhaled deeply. What was causing him to become so restless around her? His face was getting hot for no apparent reason, he could not think 3 words ahead of time, and he felt the butterflies in his stomach begin to return. He wasn't always affected in this way by Hinata. He had a completely different perspective on her after discovering that she most likely liked him. The fact that he most likely felt the same way about her didn't help. He had to tell her how he felt and see where it took him in order to get out of this phase as quickly as possible. Growl. One of their stomachs growled in unison, interrupting his thoughts, and she lowered her face in shame as he laughed. If nothing else, she was hungry. Come on, Hina-chan, let's eat while we can and we'll talk about our day while the food's still hot. I'm really sorry that I wasn't able to stop by earlier today, but I thought you'd appreciate some of our favorite ramen even if it was late.
After pulling up a chair next to her bed, Naruto started to open his favorite food in the world and reveal its delicious contents.
Over a bowl of hot ramen, what better way to strike up a conversation and relieve tension? Being as gentle as possible, he set his water balloon, which was resting at the top of the bag, on the bedside stand. He was going to use his chakra alone to pop that damn balloon. He took out 2 of his own paper bowls and gave Hinata hers. As they broke apart their chopsticks and opened their containers, the wonderful smell of ramen intensified tenfold.
They all chanted, "Itadakimasu," as Naruto was about to dive right in. At this point, he was so hungry that he didn't care that he was likely making a mess of his face and disgusting Hinata at the same time.
After slurping up some noodles of her own with grace, Hinata finally asked, "Can you tell me about the water balloon?" Naruto had to swallow a mouthful beforehand, but he answered enthusiastically as soon as he was able to speak. "I met up with Lord Jiraiya today after he offered to help train me. But he said that before he fully committed, I had to prove my talent by being able to pop the water balloon with just my chakra." Grabbing his balloon, he started to demonstrate his meager progress. "I'm able to get it spinning really fast, but no matter how fast it gets, or no matter how much chakra I throw into it, it's not popping."
After a minute, he gave up and put the balloon back aside. It appeared as though Hinata would comment, but a knocking in the hallway from a distance interrupted her. Hinata would be next because the nurse from earlier was most likely room checking the person next door. Naruto looked down regretfully at his half-eaten ramen dish and sighed. Well, looks like I'm about to get kicked out. If he had to finish it by himself, without Hinata, he thought the flavor would change. When he looked up at his friend, his heart skipped a beat.
The "please don't go" expression on Hinata's face would have embarrassed any puppy he had ever seen. Akamaru was one of them. He knew he had only seconds to determine whether he was going to break any rules when he heard a door outside the hallway close. He turned to face her again. Those silvery, pearly eyes were on the verge of tears. Yes, he intended to stay.
Knock, knock. Without another thought, he ran to the windows, flung one open all the way, and then jumped out in a spectacular manner. Now firmly stuck with chakra, he used his momentum to swing upward and plant his feet on the wall above the window. Now parallel to the floor, he rose. Perfect.
"Hello, Hinata dear, is everything alright? It smells awfully nice in here."
Inside the room, Naruto heard the elderly-sounding nurse talking to Hinata. His heart was hammering loudly in his chest. It had been very close. "Yes, thank you," his accomplice said in a low voice. "I had a friend drop off some food for me. I don't think I need anything else right now."
In order to relax, Naruto took a moment to breathe deeply and run a hand through his hair outside. Man, Hinata certainly knew how to play on his emotions when she felt like it. Shisui's genjutsu, which could subtly manipulate people without them realizing it, kept coming to mind. Whatever ocular puppy-eyed jutsu Hinata had just performed would be a challenge to Naruto's eyes.
He heard the door in the room close behind him. "Okay, sweetheart, good night," was he clear?
He heard shuffling and looked down to see a hand holding a cup of ramen out the window. Using that as a signal, he cautiously made his way to the window ledge and snatched the cup from his beaming companion.
"Wow!" she exclaimed, pretending to be shocked. "The legends are real. Naruto Uchiha will definitely show up if you hold a cup of hot ramen out the window."
As Naruto rolled his eyes and swung back over the ledge and into the room, she kept laughing. A minute ago, she had put on a teary-eyed act. What happened to it?
"You know," he started as he picked up his chopsticks and resumed eating his ramen. "Sometimes I forget that you're also a prankster like me. You really had me with that stare, Hina-chan." She sat down on her bed once more and picked up her own cup of ramen. "That was real?" she demanded, her brows furrowed. "I would have been really sad if you left. I've missed you all day, Naruto-kun." For a moment, they gazed at one another, Hinata's chopsticks hovering with her own bite in front of her face and Naruto with noodles dangling from his mouth. The casual confession caused her face to heat up, so she stuffed the noodles in her mouth in response. In his humble opinion, her puffy cheeks only enhanced her appearance.
He took a swallow. "Yeah, I missed you too," he conceded, grinning. "I can't wait for you to get out of here. There's going to be a ton of festivals we can go to together this month, including the fireworks show. And it's been a while since we've stopped by Ichiraku's. They told me they miss you. We both know that ramen tastes better when we eat it there. Man, I'm glad that you like ramen as much as me."
As he reached for his next bite, an idea came to him. Naruto would take Hinata to Ichiraku's whenever they could go together, ever since they had reconnected at the academy and, in fact, ever since she had left the Hyuga clan. Sometimes 5 times a week, after training, after missions. Although she didn't always order ramen there, he had always assumed that she shared his love of the dish. Hot tea occasionally, steaming buns occasionally, and meat snacks occasionally. What if she went with him even though she didn't enjoy ramen as much as he did? There's also some other restaurants I'd be willing to try out with you, and food stands that aren't ramen. At his self-realization, she grinned and laughed as well. Ichiraku's is fine every once in a while, Naruto-kun. By the time they were done catching up on everything that had transpired, the sun had already set. Given that Hinata had spent the majority of the day in bed, it should come as no surprise that Naruto's version of events was more compelling. But at least they had let her see by letting her remove her headband. He had been concerned that she might need to spend the entire month in the hospital, but seeing her now assured him that she would be discharged well ahead of schedule. Hopefully. At last, she leaned back against her bed and exclaimed, "It's unbelievable that one of the Sannin will actually train you." On the opposite end of the bed, Naruto was now sitting cross-legged and reveling in the sensation of being stuffed with ramen noodles. It's so amazing. Is he as gallant and noble as all the books say about him? That made him snort. In battle, probably. In real life, I think he's actually just a big P. Before deciding to share the specifics of how he actually met Jiraiya, he trailed off and remained silent. He had previously skimmed the surface of the entire tale. Hinata might discover that Naruto had stupidly jumped into the women's area of the spa and flaunted his privates for everyone to see if he got too specific. Was Sasuke speaking to him? Yes, they would probably dismiss it with a laugh. He felt, however, that it would be better if Hinata was unaware that he had shown his kunai to a number of naked women today. Hinata had reached for the water balloon while he was silent. Naruto's eyes opened in alarm as she tossed it back and forth to herself. He whispered, "Don't touch that, you might break it," and reached for it. Grinning mischievously, she ducked. "You spent all day playing with it and you couldn't get it to pop, and now you're worried about me breaking it? I thought you were just saying how this balloon is indestructible." In addition to his revenge on that foolish water balloon, Naruto's pride was at stake. Additionally, he was a little concerned that Hinata would make him feel foolish for not being able to and easily pop it on her first try. It was not her training, but his. In an attempt to retrieve the balloon without inadvertently popping it, he ultimately grabbed and pulled on her arm. She kept pulling it away. But even though he tried to be as kind as he could. Pop! It burst open as Hinata pulled it back and held it above her head. She was instantly soaked as several cups of water poured down on her head. Her eyes snapped open in shock and horror as she gasped and froze. She began to mumble an apology as she looked at Naruto. "Oh no, Naruto-kun, I didn't mean to." With the inevitable laugh that escaped his stomach, Naruto interrupted her. With her hands raised in the air and the rest of her body soaked, Hinata looked hilarious, even without the chakra test. He drew away from her before she could unavoidably try to get him wet too, joking, "That's what you get." In between breaths, her brows were now bunched in frustration as she glared at him. Suddenly a thought occurred to me. He exclaimed, "Hinata-chan, you're a genius." Before she could scream, before rushing to the sink in the room's corner, he surprised her by giving her a quick hug, getting wet in the process as she gasped. He quickly tied it and held it in his palm after taking an extra balloon out of his pocket and filling it with water once more. He had been attempting the same strategies all day, spinning his chakra as fast as he could or expanding it outward in vain. Neither had a combination of the two worked. But after being shaken in several different directions, the balloon burst. If he could somehow simultaneously rotate his own chakra in several different directions. He focused and closed his eyes. In order to make the water inside the balloon spin clockwise, he rotated his chakra clockwise. Hinata eventually strolled alongside him to take a look at his activities. He tried changing the direction as soon as it started spinning. The balloon did not burst, but it did expand momentarily. He made another attempt. This time he rotated in the opposite direction for a few loops before turning back to the clockwise direction. It didn't pop, but it grew. At last, he pictured dividing his chakra flow in half, with one rotating counterclockwise and the other clockwise. He watched the balloon expand and enlarge as he looked down at it and saw the chaos he was creating in the water inside. Pop! In triumph, he closed his fist. With a shout of, "Hell yeah!" he turned to Hinata and lifted her off her feet. He succeeded. He twirled her around a couple of times while she laughed, putting her down as soon as he realized he was probably hurting her. Afterwards, Naruto had made the decision to fill the remaining balloons with water as well, but he had decided to depart before staying too long. It might as well be that he practiced the technique on the way back. He turned to bid his friend farewell while standing by the windowsill holding multiple balloons in one arm. He exclaimed, "Good night, Hinata-chan," with a smile, still glowing from the accomplishment of finishing Jiraiya's training in a single day. "Thanks for helping me out with this. You're amazing, you know that?" She looked away for a moment and smiled at him. She answered, "No, thanks for coming by, Naruto-kun. I was so happy when I saw you walk in." "No problem," he nodded and said. "I'm going to make sure to visit you every day if possible, and if I can't make it in by the visiting hours for some reason, just leave your window unlocked and I'll make sure to swing on in." Even if he was training all day, he would always find time to come see her because he felt that spending time with her was always worthwhile. He didn't want to keep her up too late, though, because she still needed time to heal. It was also essential that he get enough sleep because he intended to get up early to train himself anyhow. If he was going to battle Neji, he reasoned, he should go to Rock Lee and ask his bushy-browed friend if he could give him some advice. "Alright Hina-chan, see you tomorrow then." She took hold of his shirt and moved forward near him as he turned to go and hopped up to the windowsill. Was there something he forgot? Her face was flushed again, much more than usual, and he couldn't help but notice it. Her eyes were pearly and oddly intense. Her breathing was a little labored, too. "Are you alright, Hinata? Is something— Good night, Naruto-kun," she exclaimed as she rose on her tiptoes and gave him a quick peck on the cheek. They looked at each other again, and now Naruto's face was heating up. He opened his mouth to reply, gaping in surprise, but— Eep. He took a reflexive step back to keep from being knocked out as she leapt back and slammed the window shut. Unfortunately, Naruto left the scene with a 3-story fall that he just about made it to without tripping. Afterwards, Naruto spent most of the journey holding a hand to his cheek in a blissful daze, even though he was meant to be practicing his balloon popping technique on the walk back. Because of all the visitors, the chit-chat of Konoha nightlife was louder than usual, and he managed to blend in with the crowds without anyone noticing. He had been kissed by Hinata. That was still a kiss, even though it was on his cheek. Only when he arrived at his own building did he decide to use his Sharingan and attempt to pop the balloons before entering. He was able to split the chakra more efficiently and have different streams flow in different directions because he could see it. He popped each balloon more quickly than the one before it, bringing it down to a few seconds by the final one. However, Hinata had kissed him in the end. "Naruto." He heard the voice in his head that he had not heard in a long time, and he froze just in front of his door. Uchiha Madara. He had forgotten that when his Sharingan was active, they shared a mental connection unless he blocked it. What was it he said to him? "Congratulations are in order. I'm proud of your progress." As he entered his apartment and shut the door, Naruto couldn't help but smile. He exclaimed, feeling as though he had had a fantastic day. With this skill, I'll manage to get one of the legendary Sannin to be my sensei. In his home. And the month had only just begun. That? Who cares? You got a spying pervert to teach you how to pop a balloon. I'm sure your enemies will be cowering in fear from now on. Your name will be forever taught in the halls of every single academy, known as the balloon-popping ninja who filled the heart of every ninja with fear and reverence. Portraits of your great balloon popping will adorn the walls of museums worldwide, and women across the land will travel endless miles to. Naruto actually screamed in his room, "Shut up!" Even though he was giggling a little. He was unaware of Madara's sardonic sense of humor. "I thought you were genuinely congratulating me for the first time." Inside his head, he heard the voice laugh. "I'm congratulating you. You woke up this morning but a child, but tonight you go to sleep a man. But I never guessed that your Senju sweetheart would make the first move. You'll never live that down." Naruto let out a moan. Had Madara heard that? Oh no, and now he was also being made fun of for it. All matters aside, I figure that it is very important that I tell you something now, while you still have a month before the final exam. Madara's tone lost all joviality, and Naruto froze on his bed. What is it?" he inquired, praying that it wouldn't spoil his fantastic day. "At this point, I believe that you have absorbed enough of my spiritual chakra for this to work. I know that Orochimaru wishes to destroy the Leaf Village at some point in the near future, probably at the end of the exams. The next time someone like him faces you, we can't keep relying on luck to keep you alive. Orochimaru may see me as an obstacle. It's time for the next level of ocular training. When you're ready, I will teach you how to activate the Mangekyo Sharingan." In other parts of the village, Guran had walked to the very edge of the village to avoid the throngs of people who were laughing and smiling as they went about their evenings, as he was sick of the idea of being around other people. Seeing other happy people made your own misery even more painful, for some reason, especially if you're already miserable. Lord Kimimaro had offered to train her and Utakata at the start of the day. It seemed that Commander Hidan had also offered assistance. She didn't feel like training with them, though. Now what was the purpose of training at all? For what purpose did she need to train? Sasuke Uchiha had a stronger bloodline limit, even though hers was amazing. Sasuke Uchiha harbored a deeper animosity toward Itachi Uchiha, despite her intense desire for revenge against him. Sasuke Uchiha was stronger, even though she had trained hard to get there. That was all that mattered in the end. Uchiha Sasuke was more powerful. She wiped away the desperate tears that streamed down her cheeks, not for the first time that day. She walked aimlessly and purposelessly. With each excruciating throb, the pain from her broken and healing arm, now in a sling, reminded her that she could risk her life, and it wasn't enough. Uchiha Sasuke was more powerful. Now, what was the point of living? What was the purpose of her life? Now, she had spent most of her life preparing to kill the man who had killed her parents. That was the last time she had considered what was important. She would track down and combat that killer, or risk her life to do so. That was her life's purpose. Kimimaro-sama then informed her that Itachi Uchiha had joined the Akatsuki and would be taking Lord Orochimaru's place as commander of the 6th. Technically, her superior officer was the same man who had killed her parents. Itachi Uchiha, Lord. She was employed by the same company as Itachi Uchiha. After the exams, Kimimaro-sama had informed her of this. Kimimaro and Hidan had apparently been moved to AIM for a day to attend the formal swearing-in of Itachi Uchiha as the 6th commander, while she and the majority of the others were making their way back through the woods. Kimimaro, who had returned this morning, said there was a huge celebration. Itachi's much-needed talent for the Intel division apparently made him a favorite. She had vowed never to put on the Akatsuki cloak again since this morning. She refused to belong to the group that condoned the murder of her parents. This was just one instance in which she found it difficult to accept the Amekage's teachings of forgiveness and the beginning of a new life in Akatsuki. So far, she had believed all that the Amekage had said. She was willing to forgive those who joined the Akatsuki with the intention of improving the world. She was unable to forgive Itachi, though. Never. Far from the city center, in an abandoned alleyway on the outskirts of Konoha, she found herself by herself. She couldn't even hear the throngs of people going about their casual lives at this distance. She put on the straightforward dress she had brought for the journey. She left everything she had in her room, including a secret note explaining that she would not be coming back, and she didn't bring any weapons. Never. For herself, she saw two possibilities. Go back to AIM and murder Itachi while he was unguarded. She realized after losing to Sasuke that she would never be able to compete fairly against Itachi Uchiha. She could therefore stab him or poison him while he was unguarded. That most likely had a 50% chance of working. The more she considered that, though, the more she understood that she felt she had no right to kill Itachi after losing to Sasuke. She didn't deserve that as much as Sasuke did. After defeating her, Sasuke was entitled to that privilege. Alternatively, she could have killed herself. They had taken away her reason to live. Perhaps that wasn't the best way to look at it. Perhaps there was no reason for her to live at all. Her strength had never been greater than Sasuke's, and Sasuke's motivation for killing Itachi had always been superior. She had frequently thought that killing Itachi would be the only way she could ever redeem herself as a person, but now she knew that would never be the case. Never. In a cruel turn of events, she ended up standing in front of a huge fan that was painted on the wall in front of her. The design was familiar to her. The fan that Sasuke and the blonde Uchiha both wore on the back of their shirts was the Uchiha fan. Itachi was sure to be wearing that one, too. That made her smile uncontrollably. Itachi would still get the last laugh. Nobody would miss her. So far, she had not made any friends at the Akatsuki. She had lived alone, trained mostly by herself, spent time alone, and eaten by herself. Her personality was despised by her own peers. Kimimaro-sama treated her well because he was a kind person to everyone. Like Utakata, everyone else publicly disapproved of her. Of all the lieutenant commanders, she was arguably the weakest, a role she believed she deserved less and less as the organization expanded. She would be replaced within a week by someone older and more capable. Mom, Dad, I'm sorry. She made a crystal dagger with her outstretched hand. She had sweat on her palms. Her heart was pounding. Her face was now streaming with tears. Sorrow and pain throbbed in her chest. She had a rough, dry throat. She had a trembling hand. Her vision was hazy. She twisted the dagger inside out. She deserved that, but this would hurt. At this point, she deserved all that had happened to her. How could anyone be interested in her life? How could anyone want her to live? Now who was going to save her? Whatever god was out there could stop her now if she had any reason to live. This would be her last opportunity if there was a god who cared, a person who needed her, or a reason for her to live. Hey! The dark silence around her was broken by a voice that cut out into the night, and she dropped the crystal with a gasp. She wiped the tears from her face with her sleeve, hurried to retrieve the dagger, and turned to the one who had come up to her. When she realized who it was, it took everything she had not to drop it again. She widened her eyes in shock. Uchiha Sasuke. What? She was unable to comprehend. Was this a divine joke of some kind? Did he come to make fun of her last moments? Sasuke approached her slowly and calmly, asking, "Why are you outside of the Uchiha clan entrance?" The thought of him striking out at her made her tense. Perhaps she deserved this justice. The one who would murder Itachi, to perish at his hands. She had wished for that during the preliminary round in order to avoid having to commit suicide. But here she was again, trembling in front of him. He passed her. "It doesn't matter, I guess. Follow me. I want to show you something." He kept moving forward without waiting for an answer. She glanced past the enormous fan to the entrance he was mentioning, and sure enough, she was at the entrance to an abandoned compound of some kind. Apparently the Uchiha clans. She felt like laughing at him. She desired to stab him in the back. She wished she could curse his life. She felt like cursing her life. Instead, she wiped away what was left of her tears. She let out a soft sniffle, dropped the crystal, and trailed after him.
I will continue the story in next part. Till then, we weeb offline.